Traveling to the world of trash novels. Chapter 1, The Sky is Falling. Becoming the scumbag father of the villainous female leads. Congratulations to their host for transmigrating into the novel Supreme Soldier King in the Flower City. Your character is the villainous father of 7 female demon overlords, Lin Yu. Your mission is, increase the favorability of each of the major characters in the villain camp. As favorability rises, you will receive random rewards. If favorability drops to 0, you will be erased. Mission 2, protect each of your daughters from being killed by the male lead, Long Yuxuan. Things to watch out for: maintain the scumbag villain persona, or you will be erased. We wish you success. Listening to the system's reminder, Lin Yu woke up startled from the sofa. Looking around at the luxurious living room, his head was spinning. I transmigrated into a novel. And I became the father of 7 villains. This novel, Super God Dragon King in the Flower City, was an incredibly popular urban soldier king story. Lin Yu, with the same name as the villainous father in the story, was somewhat flustered. This scumbag didn't just die in the story, but he was killed by his 7 daughters, who had been exploited for years, in the 3rd chapter. His death was the trigger for his daughter's dark transformation. From then on, the 7 daughters became the book's greatest antagonists, forever in conflict with the male lead, committing heinous acts. Now, as the soon-to-be erased villain father, Lin Yu thought it was necessary to save himself. Just as Lin Yu was thinking of a plan, a furious sound of footsteps came from upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. A fragrant wind rushed in, and soon a girl in a white dress, looking 7 or 8 parts like him but far more stunning, stood angrily in front of him. Her face was full of fury, and her beautiful eyes burned with hatred toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu! She shouted, her voice a mix of rage and hysteria, like a sworn enemy confronting him. Do you even know what you're doing? Lin Yu. According to his memories, the girl standing in front of him was his 3rd daughter Lin Muqiu. She was a rising star in the Yanlong Kingdom, hailed as the nation's sweetheart and a rising pop star. The reason she was so furious was that Lin Yu, who had no money to live a carefree life, had sold the album she carefully composed. Looking at Lin Muqiu, her eyes red and trembling with anger, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. A string of numbers appeared above her head: favorability, 1. Only 1 left. According to the novel's plot, if this situation wasn't handled well, her favorability would drop to 0, and he would be killed by his daughters in the 3rd chapter. He. Lin Yu, suppressing his panic, forced a mocking laugh. The laughter was harsh, and his expression was filled with extreme disdain, as though he were looking at a child throwing a tantrum. Disrespectful. Foolish. Recently, I've been short on cash. Someone was interested in your album that even dogs wouldn't listen to, so I sold it. Got a problem with that? He leaned back arrogantly on the sofa, crossing his legs in a carefree, world-weary manner. Lin Muqiu's lips nearly bled from biting them. Having such a scumbag father, who only lazes around waiting for death, was already despairing enough. But to top it off, he had repeatedly stolen her songs to sell. This time, he even sold the album she had poured her heart and soul into, without sleep or rest. This was her most promising album, the one that could finally elevate her from the title of Little Diva to Pop Queen. I can't have an opinion. You steal my things and sell them, and this is your attitude. Lin Yu gave her a smug, righteous look, as though he were completely in the right, making Lin Muqiu feel that he truly was beyond saving. Because of his character setup, even though he was clearly in the wrong, he had to act just like before. I told you, everything you wrote is garbage. Are you arguing with me now? He put on the stern demeanor of a father, having already thought of his next move. If he suddenly became too warm, his character would collapse, so Lin Yu decided to stay cold and indifferent. HMPH. He snorted coldly and yanked a notebook from the table. While quickly writing music, he muttered angrily, if you don't have a drop of talent, don't embarrass yourself. I can write a few songs at random that will completely change your view of music. Standing to the side, Lin Muqiu's face was full of disdain. She was beyond disappointed with this father. Every time he took her songs to sell, he would say something derogatory. This time, even the little bit of remaining affection she had for him was shattered. But when her gaze involuntarily fell on the desk, she saw a piece of paper already filled with lyrics, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. Unconcerned with the wind and moon, I wait for your return. The pen suspended, a wave rolling on the shore. How can one explain love, and no matter how the pen falls, it's all wrong. Yet I alone lack your understanding for a lifetime. These two short lines immediately captivated Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly finished writing Lanting Shu and then moved on to write left-hand points at the moon, Xian Ni, on her bridge, I remember. Lin Yu stood silently, watching him write 10 songs in a row that would shake the times. Her anger, once again, was wiped away in the shock of his talent. She had always known her father as a lazy scumbag, or someone who betrayed others. Never had she imagined that he possessed such talent. After finishing, Lin Yu threw down his pen and, with a cold sneer, turned to Lin Yu. Now you know what kind of trash you've been writing, huh? The fact that anyone would even buy your stuff is already a miracle. Compared to Lin Yu's songs, Lin Yu's compositions were worlds apart. Just picking one of his songs could completely change the music scene. Even if it's trash, you have no right to criticize it. She pouted defiantly, trying to keep calm. Lin Yu saw her stubbornness and quietly mocked, "You want my guidance? Not a chance." He pointed at the 10 songs on the table and coldly muttered, "I'm short on cash lately, so I'll take your 10 songs and give you back 10 songs. However, I'll take 80% of the profit from these songs. And you have to agree to one condition." Lin Yu was doing everything he could to keep his character intact and raise his favorability to stay alive. He was going all in. Lin Yu narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly turning cold. "I never said I wanted to use your songs. Why should I compromise?" Lin Yu. This third daughter was really tough. Even though her eyes were nearly glued to the lyrics, she still had the nerve to act tough. Lin Yu, unfazed, lit a cigar, leaned back on the sofa, and coldly stared at her. "It's not about compromise. If you're not interested, others are." With that, he reached to take the songs from the table, but Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore. "Condition? Say it. What is your condition?" In her eyes, these 10 songs were treasures, one-of-a-kind pieces. There was no way she would let them slip away. "Phut!" Lin Yu sneered and his expression quickly became strange. This made Lin Yu feel a surge of anxiety. Her scumbag father, who could do anything, was now giving her a chance. Would she let it slip away? Chapter 2, Changing the country is easy, but changing one's nature is hard. I heard there's a new rising star recently, named Wang something. Lin Yu hummed vaguely, "Oh. Wang Yuyan." He then revealed a self-assured, but in others' eyes, rather sleazy smile. "My condition is simple. Help me set up a meeting with her tomorrow." Wang Yuyan was the undisputed first female lead in this story, and her backstory was as cliched as they come, the fallen noble daughter, who, for some reason, had the male lead, Long Yuxuan, as her personal bodyguard, leading to a lifelong entanglement. She was the first person Long Yuxuan met after entering the secular world. With a little manipulation and some strategic moves, she could easily throw him into chaos. According to the plot, all of Lin Yu's daughters would be subjected to Long Yuxuan's retribution in the future. His mission wasn't just to avoid being killed by his daughters, but also to protect them from being killed by Long Yuxuan. When Lin Yu heard this condition, the spark in her eyes was instantly replaced by contempt. After all, how could a scumbag father, who only knew how to live off others and indulge in his desires, change his nature just because he could write a few songs? Changing the country is easy, but a dog's nature is hard to change. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's gaze was as cold as an ice blade. She grabbed the lyrics and music sheets on the table and growled, "I'll agree to your condition." With that, she turned and walked away without a second glance. Lin Yu shrugged indifferently, leaning back on the sofa to savor his cigar. But as he thought about how Lin Yu's favorability hadn't increased at all, he felt a bitter pang in his heart. Did I really write these 10 songs for nothing? Just as he was pondering how to poison Wang Yuyan's mind tomorrow, the front door was suddenly blasted open with immense force, giving Lin Yu a shock. "Old bastard!" A frantic yell came from the foyer. "Lin Yu, ? Before he could react, a woman who looked 70–80% like him, exuding an air of authority, had already stormed in front of him. Slap! Without warning, a slap landed across Lin Yu's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly searched his brain for information about this woman and the conflicts involving her. Lin Xianqing, the heir to Thunder Group, the legitimate daughter of the family, with a ruthless character, a modern-day business queen. When Lin Yu saw her, he immediately understood why she was so enraged. It was because this scumbag father had secretly sold the land that had been in preparation for 2.5 years, with the potential to earn massive profits, to a competitor, making it easier for them to snatch the land without much cost. A selfish, backstabbing father had always been an obstacle to Lin Xianqing's progress, and she had organized a group to eliminate him. Do you know what you've done? Say something. Her anger was palpable as she clenched her fists, her eyes sharp and wild, like a crazed leopard, ready to tear him apart. Lin Yu shuddered, and his cigar fell to the ground in fear. In front of Lin Xianqing, he had always been a weak, useless man, especially when he had no money to indulge in a lavish lifestyle, and a few drops of fake tears would get him cash. Now that he had betrayed her, if he got too tough, he'd probably end up dead sooner. He no longer had the arrogance he showed with Lin Muqiu. Instead, he looked like a pitiful, pathetic man, covering his slightly swollen cheek with his hand, head lowered as he trembled and answered, because they offered me so much more. 10 times more than what you gave me. Lin Xianqing's eyes were so furious that they seemed to burn. 10 times. She nearly screamed, you destroyed a project worth over 70 billion for just 1 million. In her anger, Lin Xianqing grabbed Lin Yu by the collar, her voice like that of a vengeful spirit, still roaring, do you have any idea how much I want to rip you apart? This sentence carried overwhelming killing intent, a hint of Lin Yu's inevitable fate. You gave away a company that was already failing to me to handle, burdened me with 58 billion in debt, and I endured it. You've been fooling around with countless lovers, using my hard-earned money to squander, and I endured it. Since Mom died, you've never fulfilled your duties as a father to us 7 sisters, and I endured it. But this time, Lin Yu felt the tremors in Lin Xianqing's grip. He understood she had reached her limit with him. I can't endure anymore. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she lightly slapped Lin Yu's face, her voice as cold as ice, uttering the most heartless words. From now on, we are no longer father and daughter. If you dare to show up in our lives again, I will never forgive you. Lin Xuanqing's heart had long been shattered by this scumbag father, and this betrayal had driven her to the edge of murder. Anyone who stood in her way would be sent to hell. Former business partners, even those who had helped her, would be dealt with the same ruthless hand. Lin Yu felt the intensity of Lin Xianqing's emotions and knew it was time to act. But I'm trying to save you. His words made Lin Xianqing burst into laughter. Har 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 har. What a clumsy excuse. She laughed, tears in her eyes, but her gaze was filled with bitter disdain. With your lousy brain, you think you can compare to my professional team. Saving me or betraying me, you should know the difference. Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly. No, Qingqing. Shut up. Before he could finish, Lin Xianqing interrupted him sharply. That's the nickname Mom gave me. You don't deserve to call me that. Lin Yu felt wronged. I know you hate your dad, but this time, I really am helping you. Think about it, this project, why do you need 2.5 years? What you see are the potential profits and the ongoing benefits. Lin Yu sighed. But have you considered how many issues this project involves? Lin Xianqing, ? If she hadn't seen it for herself, how would she believe that Lin Yu understood the project? This time, Lin Xianqing didn't interrupt him. Instead, she gave him a chance to explain, wanting to see how the scumbag father would justify himself. In her heart, she already had a wild thought, speak, perform, try to make me hold onto some hope for you. Otherwise, when the time comes to kill you, I will hesitate. She gave Lin Yu the chance to speak because she wanted to see the despair in his words. That way, when the time came, she wouldn't feel guilty about killing him. Lin Yu, of course, knew what she was thinking, but this time, he was fully prepared. After all, once he finished speaking, he knew that Lin Xianqing's view of him would probably change. This chance, even if it meant taking a slap, he couldn't miss it. Chapter 3, Something is going to happen to the 5th daughter. Living room. Lin Xuanqing's beautiful eyes were frosty. She stood coldly in front of Lin Yu, waiting for his performance with a playful look on her face. Your project looks very lucrative, but in fact, the issues involved are complicated. First, people's livelihood issues. Lin Yu timidly stretched out a finger, facing Lin Xuanqing's cold gaze, and his voice trembled before continuing, because it involves the issue of many people's migration. Does the government want you to pay 2 billion to solve it? Lin Xianqing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the nominal vice president who just went to the company every day to eat and wait for death would actually take a look at the development project. Since this piece of land is so huge, is it possible that 2 billion is just a drop in the bucket? Lin Xianqing subconsciously retorted, this is 2 billion, not 20 yuan. We also have resettlement housing, and those who purchase properties from us can get a 50% discount. We don't have what you think. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Yu. No. You underestimate the greed of human nature. The more generously you give, the more they want. If Lin Yu didn't know the plot, he would indeed be blinded by the superficial benefits. However, the group that took over the project was overwhelmed by various problems involving the residents being relocated, and it took a year to complete the project. After that, the group completely faded into obscurity and was forgotten. Oh, you've seen far ahead. Lin Xianqing sneered, but still felt a little dissatisfied. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Yu's next words made her feel like she was struck by lightning. The second one. The Thunder Group is seriously divided, fighting secretly and suppressing each other. If people can't even get their minds together, what makes you think you can accomplish anything great? Lin Yu's eyes were sharp, and he pointed directly at the pain point and said, take Manager Li from the Public Relations Department for example. He took advantage of his relationship with your classmate to maliciously deduct employees' wages and enrich himself. They also stole secrets from other departments and sold them everywhere. If there is any disturbance on your side, he can sell the benefits for money. Lin Xianqing. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. The security department is even more arrogant. They took advantage of the fact that the captain is Manager Li's brother-in-law and collected parking fees privately. If you don't give it to me, I won't let you go. Besides. After just a few minutes, Lin Yu told Lin Xianqing about the sinister things that happened at the bottom. Even the cleaning lady can create trouble for the employees just because she has connections. Although this is a small problem, no leader would be happy after hearing about these trivial matters from his subordinates. What does internal affairs have to do with external affairs? Lin Xianqing almost roared out. Lin Yu shrank his neck slightly and replied timidly, no. It doesn't matter. But have you ever thought that, as long as these projects are launched, many people like Manager Li and the security captain will surface? What if they team up with the people being relocated and secretly ask them to raise the price? What will you do? These methods will also be reflected in other places in the future plot of the book, and Lin Yu just reminded them in passing. Lin Xuanqing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent. She could never have imagined that the seemingly prosperous Thunder Group would have so many bad apples in secret. I know what to do, but I am still determined to sever the father-daughter relationship with you. Her disappointment towards Lin Yu would not change just because of his slight performance. She can endure the long-term oppression. But if someone is willing to betray his relatives, he is already a scumbag. Lin Yu smiled in his heart when he heard this. He had been talking for so long, wasn't he just waiting for this? He sighed silently in his heart. I'm sorry, Long Yuxuan tilde. Because the thing he was going to use next to improve his favorability was the olive branch that Long Yuxuan had extended to the third female lead in the plot. He used it on himself in advance, which was really unfair to her. No. Lin Yu stood up in a hurry and said anxiously, you don't know what to do. When Lin Xianqing saw Lin Yu's heavy eyes, he inexplicably recalled the time when he was a child when his father protected him from being bullied. She didn't leave, but just looked at him quietly. I sold out the company's plan because I didn't want you to fall into a trap, and I also planned a way out for you. Listen to it first, and then consider whether to adopt it. Lin Yu was really tired. He had to give advice to his daughter while pretending to be submissive. Go ahead. She also wanted to know whether this scumbag father who had been living a life of idleness and waiting for death had changed his character or had other intentions. If he changed his gender, she could give him a chance. If he has other intentions, then send him off in person. There is a large piece of wasteland near the development zone that is used to store construction waste. We can plan a top-notch amusement park there that will be the best in the city. We can take advantage of all the traffic near that large property. We don't have to worry about the traffic at all. If we add online promotion, it will be hard not to make money. In one sentence, all Lin Xuanqing's expectations were dashed. I have considered what you said. The issue of integrating the waste materials alone is enough to give us a lot of thought. Besides, that piece of land belongs to the government, so our company has no way to start. So. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Yu. It belongs to the government, but I have information that because of the development zone, they are planning to do something around the entire development zone. But because of the waste consolidation, no one has taken over. After all, there is not much profit. Lin Yu suddenly grinned. What if I tell you that there is sand buried underneath that can be sold for money? Lin Xuanqing's eyes lit up slightly. What? It would be a different story if there was sand that could be sold for money in such a large area. On the surface, they were sorting out waste materials, but in reality they were secretly reselling sand. If companies help the government deal with this trouble, they can gain favor and even a green light. Furthermore, once a top-level amusement park is launched, it will definitely make a lot of money. This method of achieving multiple goals with one move completely astounded Lin Xianqing. Lin Yu also noticed the change in Lin Xuanqing's expression. This point was Long Yushuan's stepping stone to get close to the third female lead. Without such a big move, it would be strange if the third female lead would pay attention to him. If what you said is true, then I will tentatively believe that you betrayed the group for good. Lin Xianqing turned and walked out, saying as he walked, if what you just said is nonsense, I hope you don't regret it. It was both a threat and a warning. Lin Yu understood it very well. But judging from her tone, she was a little softer towards him. Lin Yu looked at the fact that her favorability had not been updated, but she was not anxious. After all, she had to wait until the matter was settled before Lin Xianqing would change his opinion of her. But Lin Xianqing hadn't left yet, and a phone call caught Lin Yu off guard. Hello. He looked at the person who made the note and answered the phone a little embarrassedly. Xiao Li, what do you want from me? When Lin Xianqing heard Xiao Li, disgust appeared in his eyes. A dog will always eat shit. She cursed and left in a hurry. This Xiao Li is his secretary and is also recognized as his first lover. Now that his lover called, Lin Yu was also surprised, because she brought a piece of news that Lin Yu almost forgot something was going to happen to his fifth daughter. Chapter 4, You Are Blackmailing Me. Boss Tilder. An extremely excited and somewhat charming shout came from the phone Tilder. No matter how strong Lin Yu's self-control was, he got hot-headed when he was called boss. What do you want from me? He couldn't help but sigh. He is worthy of being the number one lover in the book. He can make people fall in love with him with just a few words. Xiao Li on the phone smiled particularly brightly, more like a little princess seeking credit, and replied delicately, You asked me to keep an eye on a few young ladies, and there has been a breakthrough. A breakthrough. Lin Yu thought about Xiao Li's personality for a while. In terms of character setting, Xiao Li is a loyal dog and lover to Lin Yu who is devoted to him. Especially after he was besieged and killed by his daughters, in order to avenge himself, he joined forces with various forces to create a lot of trouble for his 7 daughters, and finally ended up with a violent death. Lin Yu subconsciously treated such a loyal dog as his own daughter, and assigned her the task of keeping an eye on his daughters. Once there was any opportunity to blackmail them, she would take the initiative. The news she brought to him this time was the main plot that Lin Yu almost forgot. Tell me about it. Xiao Li chuckled and said excitedly, According to my recent findings, Miss Fifth's pet love agency is reselling pets. I have a lot of evidence in my hands, so we can take the opportunity to blackmail them Tilder. This news, like a thunderclap, inexplicably brought out the plot in Lin Yu's mind. Their 5th daughter, Lin Qianqian, is the head of the city's largest pet charity organization. She has received widespread attention from the society for her many good deeds and was recently named one of the city's top 10 outstanding young people. He can be said to be an ambitious young man with great prospects and a bright future. Because her subordinates were reselling pets, she failed to discover it in time and was harassed by Long Yushuan and the second female protagonist. In order to protect her reputation, she gradually turned evil and did many things that hurt small animals and went against her conscience. Tonight is the time when Long Yushuan will bring the second female protagonist to harass. If Lin Yu cannot handle it in time, Lin Qianqian will be hurt, and his anger will be suppressed and he will kill himself in a few days. Xiao Li, come to my house and pick me up. After we get the money, we want to go to your seafood dinner tonight Tilder. Xiao Li chuckled after hearing this, and snorted softly, Boss Tilder, our seafood dinner has been waiting for you Tilder. I'm at your door now, come out quickly Tilder. I can't wait Tilder. Lin Yu. He really admired this girl. Every time she talked about these things, she was more excited than himself. Lin Yu was afraid that he would die at the hands of this girl one day. Went out the door. A large Lao limousine with license plate number B001 and double flashes on had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yu had just approached when a woman with a graceful figure, plump hips, and a thin waist got out of the cab. She was wearing a professional OL short skirt, and with her charming and enchanting face, her every frown and smile made people fascinated. Boss tilde. She walked to Lin Yu with her slender waist twisted in a coquettish voice and hugged him tenderly. Lin Yu was shocked, but he put his hands on her shoulders naturally. Revised many times. Tilde. Xiao Li breathed softly into her ear, "Boss, I miss you so much tilde." Lin Yu swallowed subconsciously and pinched her slender waist heavily. "Little goblin, now is not the time, go and do your business first." Xiao Li laughed and turned around to open the car door for him. "Okay tilde. Then let's go and finish the job quickly tilde. The big Lao parked in front of the villa, turned off the hazard lights and drove quickly into the distance. Lin Xianxing, who was standing in front of the window, saw all of this. She silently clenched her fists and shouted in a low voice, "I knew that a dog will always eat shit. Lin Yu, have fun. If your plan doesn't work at all, then be prepared to face my wrath." Half an hour later. Everyday Love Pet Protection Center. "Uncle Lin, I'm not in there every day. Please come back next time." Lin Yu took Xiao Li and pushed open the door of the office despite the dissuasion of the man with glasses. "Isn't she just sitting there? When I walked into the office, I saw a cute girl in a white cardigan staring at the computer. She is not as tall as Lin Yu's other daughters. She is short and has a cute face with some baby fat. At first glance, she looks like a little angel." When Lin Qianqian saw Lin Yu coming, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, and an undisguised look of disgust appeared on her face, giving people a sense of déjà vu that was extremely cute. "Senior, please go out first." She called out softly to the man with glasses, who sighed helplessly, turned around and walked out the door. As soon as he left, Xiao Li quickly closed the office door. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Yu coldly from beginning to end, as if he was not looking at his father, but more like looking at a mortal enemy. "Old man, didn't I break off relations with you? Why are you here to make trouble in the middle of the night instead of going to a crooked tree to hang yourself? This is not a meeting between father and daughter, it's a meeting between enemies." Lin Yu chuckled, sat down in front of Lin Qianqian casually, took out a cigar from his pocket, and Xiao Li behind him lit it for him immediately. Tilde. A puff of unpleasant smoke came out of his mouth, and he crossed his legs comfortably, and replied with a playful smile, "I miss you. How can I not love my daughter tilde?" Lin Qianqian shook her head indifferently, "I'm sorry, I'm no longer your daughter since last month. After all, you said it yourself, if I give you 100,000 yuan a month, we will have no relationship at all." Lin Yu. According to the plot, in order to make money to live a life of luxury, he severed the father-daughter relationship on the condition that his fifth daughter would pay him 100,000 yuan a month. Facing Lin Qianqian's cold and murderous eyes, Lin Yu did not show any fear, and his expression gradually became playful. "Since he is a stranger who is only related to me by blood, I don't need to be lenient this time." He held up 5 fingers, 5 million. Lin Qianqian. She was so angry that she stood up from the chair and roared fiercely, "Lin Yu, you are crazy about money." Lin Yu calmly took out a prepared USB flash drive from his pocket and chuckled, "It contains the complete chain of evidence of your subordinates illegally reselling pets. And all the records of your people illegally abusing pets and live streaming them online to gain sympathy. Ms. Lin Qianqian, you don't want your pet agency to be closed down, do you?" Lin Qianqian. This guy misses me, is he trying to blackmail me for money? Chapter 5, Lin Qianqian collapsed. "Ms. Lin Qianqian, you don't want your pet agency to be closed down, do you?" Lin Yu's plain words were like a thunderclap, which made Lin Qianqian's hands and feet numb. She knew her scumbag father's character very well. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he would never go to ask for money. "Lin Yu." Lin Qianqian pretended to be calm and shouted, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation." Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk, staring coldly at Lin Yu. "Our pet agency has always been a conscientious agency that accepts supervision from the whole society. Don't think that you can use it to blackmail me just because you forged something in secret." Lin Qianqian is devoted to pet organizations and is completely devoted to the cause of rescuing animals. She loves them even more than her own father, so how could she do something to hurt them for attention or sell them privately? Lin Yu heard this and clapped his hands, "Good, good, good. Well said." He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of sarcasm on his face. "What you have done is indeed worthy of the kind-hearted people in the whole society, but what if it is your subordinates? These words immediately set off a storm in Lin Qianqian's heart. How? She began to lose confidence, and seemed to realize something, and suddenly said in shock, "You mean, the people under my command did those things behind my back?" According to the plot, she really didn't know that her subordinates were doing this kind of selfish business, but because the male protagonist pressed her step by step, she gradually turned evil. Lin Yu reached out and pushed the USB flash drive on the table in front of her. As for whether it is true or not, won't you know after reading these? Lin Qianqian bit her cute little lips and made a conflicted expression. She was thinking, what should she do if something like this happens? How can she face those kind people who keep helping the organization, and how can she face those little animals that have just been rescued? All her pride and persistence will be destroyed and shattered because of this USB flash drive. Lin Yu also noticed the change in Lin Qianqian's expression. Did he want to live in his own beautiful fantasy and learn to grow up after Long Yuxuan came over and pressed him step by step, or did he have to face his broken dream and accept himself as a failure? Lin Yu felt that it was necessary to give her a push, so he quickly added, "Why? Didn't you swear that your organization is clean? Have you started to learn how to escape? Do you want to stand in front of me crying like when we were little and tell me that people who hurt small animals must be killed without a burial place?" This sentence. It brought back those bad memories of Lin Qianqian's childhood. Amy, Wang. She would never forget them, the desperate look on their faces as they died tragically in front of her. Their deaths also made Lin Qianqian regret for the rest of his life, and he even hated Lin Yu to the core. "You don't deserve to bring that up." Lin Qianqian stared at Lin Yu murderously. If looks could kill, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. In a rage, she heavily picked up the USB drive, inserted it into the computer, and immediately clicked on the evidence collected by Xiao Li. The first video surprised her. The scene is a large slaughterhouse, where a whole truckload of hundreds of dogs are sent in. The person in charge of the handover was the senior who had just stopped Lin Yu from entering. On the surface, he was honest, but when he was counting the money, the greed revealed on his face made Lin Qianqian feel nauseous. Senior. This carload of dogs, we just rescued them. Didn't he say, that they were sent to a charity organization in the next city? Why? The first video made Lin Qianqian's heart explode, and tears were already streaming down her cute face. Would you like to watch the second video? Lin Yu behaved extremely calmly from beginning to end, as if the person who was hurt was a stranger. The first video was explosive enough, and with another one, Lin Qianqian must have really killed someone. She took several deep breaths before clicking on the second video. The scene was secretly filmed, and the person hired by Xiao Li met with the senior student. A good dog is definitely worthless, but a sick or disabled dog is the capital that makes money quickly. Brother, if you didn't give me enough money, I wouldn't introduce the way to you. The senior student patted the undercover investigator's shoulder earnestly, like an older brother. Then he found a big hammer and hit the pet dog's legs several times. Woo woo. The dog's whining was drowned out by his hearty laughter. When the live broadcast room opens, give enough shares, just don't forget your brother's share tilde. Happy cooperation, he tilde. The two blows from his hammer just now broke Lin Qianqian's heart, and the anger in his heart instantly spread throughout his body. She worked hard to rescue the animals, but she never expected that there would be such a big scoundrel inside, and he was the person she trusted the most. Woo woo. Lin Qianqian collapsed on the table and burst into tears. Why is he so cruel? Lin Yu said at the right time, don't cry, give me 5 million and then go cry. Xiao Li silently nodded in his heart. As expected of a boss, he is very clear about gratitude and resentment. My daughter is almost crying, but he still remembers to grab the money and take me out to have fun. Lin Yu's mind was full of money, get the money quickly. Firstly, it is to stabilize the personal image, and secondly, big events are going to happen next and we can't waste time here anymore. Money. You're obsessed with money, aren't you? Lin Qianqian was so anxious that he took out a bank card from the drawer and slammed it on the table. This is all the savings I've made from my pet online store over the years. 4 million. Take it. Facing the roaring Lin Qianqian, Lin Yu was like a piece of tough meat, and he put it in his arms with a calm expression. Then thank you Ms. Lin for your reward. Let's go tilde. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back, leaving Lin Qianqian sitting on the chair and crying with her face covered. Walking out of the office, the smile on Lin Yu's face suddenly turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in Heyao's eyes. Xiao Li. His voice also changed from frivolous to deep, like an angry beast. Xiao Li, who was standing behind him, was shocked. This was the first time she saw Lin Yu show such ferocity. Although time is tight, beat that guy up and hand over all the criminal evidence to the judicial authorities. Anyone who seeks profit from pet institutions, not one will be spared. Xiao Li straightened his back and nodded solemnly, yes. At that time, a red convertible sports car had parked steadily in front of the pet agency. A handsome man and a beautiful woman got out of the car and rushed into their house immediately after getting out of the car. Lin Yu heard the roar of a sports car outside, and knew that the male lead and the second female lead had come over to question him. Chapter 6. As expected of the male protagonist, he starts to act cool as soon as he appears on the stage. Bang! 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 As soon as this handsome man and beautiful woman got out of the car, they were attracted by the noise coming from a remote room inside. What's going on? From time to time, wailing sounds were heard in the air, which made the handsome and burly boy's face suddenly darken, and he immediately became alert. The ethereal lady with outstanding temperament and like a fairy just frowned, but her face still showed anxiety. Mr. Long, shall we go over and take a look? According to the location, Xiaobai is inside. Many tragic scenes of Xiaobai being murdered appeared in her mind. Long Yuxuan's eyes turned cold, and he led the girl behind him towards the remote room. The closer they got to the room, the louder the screams became, as if they were experiencing some kind of torture. I confessed everything, everything. Stop hitting me. Crunch. The door was gently pushed open by Long Yuxuan. His two sandbag-sized fists were ready to strike at the first opportunity if there was any danger. Result. A thin man covered in blood hugged a beautiful leg and cried, begging for mercy. I beat you because I was afraid you wouldn't be honest. It seems you have indeed confessed everything. Xiao Li raised her high heels seductively and kicked him aside ruthlessly. Lin Yu, who was standing beside her and smoking a cigar, had recorded the entire process in detail. Xiao Li, if you get tired of fighting, let me take over. We can't let this kid get away with it. After that, he saw two unfamiliar faces standing at the door. Long Yuxuan also noticed Lin Yu, and when the two looked at each other, there was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Who are you? On the surface, Lin Yu was calm, but in reality, his heart was already in turmoil. The male protagonist who was supposed to come finally came. Long Yuxuan looked at the messy storage room, then looked at the thin man covered with bruises, and walked in very naturally. Sir, I don't know what happened, but it's unreasonable to bully the weak. Lin Yu. He sighed in his heart, as expected of the male protagonist, no matter where he goes, as long as there are people of the opposite sex around, he will subconsciously pretend to be cool. Lin Yu shrugged slightly and replied arrogantly, my subordinates made a mistake. It's my business how I teach them a lesson. It's not your turn to bark here. Long Yuxuan. Wow. Isn't this just looking for a slap in the face? Before Long Yuxuan could respond, the ethereal woman standing behind him took a step forward, bowed politely and greeted, it turns out to be Uncle Lin. Although she was polite, her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Lin Yu's name is well known in the upper class of Qinqiang City. The noble families often use this scum as a negative example when educating their children. Lin Yu nodded calmly, the little boy from the Gongsun family. My little girl Gongsun Feihong greets Uncle Lin. Lin Yu hummed, pointed at Long Yuxuan and shouted, you are polite, but the dog mouth under you is too stinky. I'm busy lecturing someone. Please close the door. These two sentences made Long Yuxuan extremely angry. I just said hello and you ordered me to leave. No, you are bullying people here. Now that we have encountered you, we can't just sit there and watch. Look at you, what have you done to that person? If you don't stop, don't blame me. In order to leave a good impression in front of Gongsun Feihong, Long Yuxuan transformed himself into a messenger of justice and righteously demanded to stop this bloody devastation. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered coldly, do you still want to act wild in my territory? Xiao Li subconsciously took a step forward. Although she could feel that the other party was very powerful and must be stronger than herself, in order to protect the boss, she could not retreat even if it meant risking her life. One sentence made the whole storage room full of tension. Long Yuxuan's tone gradually turned colder, and he replied in a tough manner, going wild. I'm just doing what's right. Lin Yu clicked his tongue twice and looked at Gong Sun Feihong again. The other party's silence made Lin Yu ecstatic. Silence is good tilde. Don't get slapped in the face later tilde. It is worth mentioning that the Gongsun lineage is the second most important family in Qinqiang City. As for Lin Yu's family, if it were not for Lin Xianqing's hard work, they would have been kicked out of the group chat long ago. He himself is just a negative example in the upper-class society. Gongsun Feihong is polite to him just because of her good family education. It's like a New Year's Day if I can pay attention to him at ordinary times. In that case, I will give the Gongsun family's kid some face. He exhaled a puff of his cigar and asked calmly, "Why are you coming to my pet agency in the middle of the night?" When she said this, Gongsun Feihong's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and her tone changed from gentle to sharp. "I heard that the pet agency run by Miss Lin is already well known for its love for small animals tilde. They always like to snatch other people's pets, abuse them, and then post their misery online to gain sympathy. I am a girl with limited experience, so I came here to broaden my horizons and learn. A master is a master, he can mock others in a roundabout way." Lin Yu nodded slightly and admitted it without hesitation. "Oh. If most people want to learn this, there is really no way. But this time we have a video so you can learn as you watch. I just didn't expect you to be so pretty, but you have such a cruel heart. Gongsun Feihong? You are such a jerk, you can't tell the difference between good and bad. Do you really think I'm here to learn?" She could hardly suppress the anger in her heart before she came here. As he spoke, Lin Yu handed the prepared video to Gongsun Feihong. He remembers the original plot clearly. For the sake of her pet, this girl came to Lin Qianqian overnight to question him. With the help of Long Yuxuan, she successfully rescued the bruised and battered puppy. However, she then implicated Lin Qianqian, and his reputation was ruined overnight. The pet agency was closed down from then on. As expected, after watching the video, Gongsun Feihong could no longer suppress her anger. "Noob! My little white!" Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold, staring at the skinny boy with bruises all over his body in the corner, and roared coldly, "You killed my xiaobai. You beat my xiaobai like this." Yes tilde. The video that Lin Yu showed him was the entire process of this guy abusing xiaobai to gain sympathy, and it was painstakingly found out from hundreds of videos of this guy. Hey tilde. Lin Yu stepped forward at the right time and said in a mean way, "Don't hit people tilde." Lin Yu. Gongsun Feihong burst into anger and asked coldly, "You condoned his behavior? You really deserve to die." Lin Yu shrugged slightly and said, "That's not the case. Uncle just collected the evidence today. Just now, in order to confirm whether he had hidden anything else, I had to teach him a lesson. But you said you can't hit people, so I think we should just leave it at that tilde." Gongsun Feihong. "You bastard, you're putting the blame on us. Whereas the dog in the video?" Lin Yu replied calmly, "Oh, it seems that he accidentally killed it, and then cut it into pieces and threw it into the river to feed the fish." The skinny boy curled up in the corner with bruises all over his body was already confused. He thought it was a female bodhisattva who came to save him, but how could it turn into a female Azura in the blink of an eye? This murderous momentum of choosing one's prey is even more ferocious than that of Xiao Li just now. Chapter 7, The Male Protagonist Who Scoops Up Feces. Facing the furious Gongsun Feihong, Lin Yu acted more like a caring elder and began to speak earnestly. "You can be angry, but you can't hit anyone. Gongsun Feihong." She glared at Long Yuxuan coldly. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business just now, he wouldn't have been ridiculed by Lin Yu like that. Long Yuxuan. He was speechless in his heart. Why don't you just say he is a bad guy? Lin Yu also quickly distanced himself from the incident on behalf of the pet organization. "Our pet agency is designed to rescue homeless animals." He pointed at the skinny boy curled up in the corner and snorted, "In order to profit from it, this guy did a lot of things that hurt small animals behind our backs. I beat him just now because I wanted to vent my anger on behalf of the animals he had hurt. Secondly, I want to find out more about the guilt." Gongsun Feihong's eyes looked at Lin Yu with less hostility. "I called the police before you guys came. Don't worry, I will never tolerate such people." Gongsun Feihong snorted coldly, "Are you really failing to supervise? Can I doubt that you are also profiting from this?" Her tone was full of accusation, and she was prepared that if Lin Yu admitted it, the fight would not stop until one side died. Lin Yu nodded slightly, yes. Gongsun Feihong's heart sank, and before she could even react, she was choked back by Lin Yu's explanation. It is true that we did not supervise the situation well enough, but if you say we benefited from it, that would be unfair. But it is normal to have doubts. We will disclose all our expenses and accept all inspections. If we have made even the slightest profit from it, we are willing to accept any punishment. Lin Yu's attitude directly shocked Gongsun Feihong. This is not a negative example of the upper class at all. He is simply a good comrade who knows how to eliminate negativity. Now that Uncle Lin has said this, you will definitely accept the inspection by the people I send, right? Gongsun Feihong's words were immediately affirmed by Lin Yu. Yes, you are welcome anytime. You came here today to look for that dog named Xiaobai, right? Gongsun Feihong's eyes reddened when talking about Xiaobai. This dog was a companion left to her by her deceased grandmother. It had already exceeded the boundaries of a pet. However, she never expected that the dog would be separated from her by the yin and yang because of its loss. Lin Yu pointed at the thin boy curled up in the corner and whispered, "Is he dead? If he's not dead, why don't you take them to the river to fish out the dog?" The thin boy was so scared that he quickly stood up and replied tremblingly, "Okay, okay. I'll take you there right away." He was already scared out of his wits. Who could have thought that a random dog would turn out to be the treasure of the Gongsun family? Just as they were about to walk out of the utility room, they ran into a girl who looked a little crazy. Despite his short stature, his cute face looked extremely ferocious. She was holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and when she saw the skinny boy, she immediately roared, "Wang Jinyu! I'll let you hurt them. Today, only one of you and I can survive." Long Yuxuan was also frightened by Lin Qinqian's furious state. He happened to be standing in front and immediately grabbed Lin Qinqian's hand holding the knife. Lin Yu sighed helplessly and said, "She just found out about this. Don't be surprised by her big reaction." Long Yuxuan persuaded silently, "Ms. Lin, the bad guys who hurt small animals will definitely get the punishment they deserve. We understand how you feel. Please control yourself. You are also a victim. Your father has already explained this matter to us clearly." When Lin Qianqian heard Lin Yu explaining for her, her crazy eyes regained some sanity and she looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu sighed and made a sigh that made Lin Qianqian feel sick. As a father, it is normal to wipe your daughter's butt. "Lin Qianqian. You took all my savings from me, how dare you say that out loud?" Lin Qianqian finally put down the kitchen knife, threw himself into Gongsun Feihong's arms like a child and burst into tears. "Sister Gongsun, I am so desperate. I was wholeheartedly protecting them, but in the end, I became an accomplice, woo woo woo." Lin Yu added in a mean way, "He is indeed an accomplice. Gongsun Feihong's little white is still floating in the river." Lin Qianqian. What? Sister Gongsuan's Xiaobai also. They are all upper class people, and they all like small animals. They are also familiar with each other. What Lin Qianqian did not expect was that even Xiaobai was killed. Gongsun Feihong suppressed her grief and comforted Lin Qianqian, "I don't blame you for this. You are also a victim. Run the institution well in the future and don't let this kind of thing happen again." Lin Qianqian burst into tears again and apologized repeatedly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sister." Lin Yu felt so happy when he saw the two girls, the good and the bad, getting along so harmoniously. If I didn't show up tonight, the two girls would become enemies, and Lin Qianqian would turn evil after being bullied. "Hey, hey, hey. That dog, Bar, that whore." Lin Yu pointed at Long Yuxuan and shouted lightly, "Do you have any eyesight? They are crying and holding their heads. You have to give them some space. Get out now and fish the dog out of the river." Long Yuxuan. "I am the great dragon king of the sky, the undefeated legend in the northern frontier, and I am letting you order me around and scold me at will. You want me to fish out the dog now?" Even though Long Yuxuan was extremely unhappy, he had to bite the bullet and agree in order to hook up with Gongsun Feihong. Okay, let's go." It was only after he agreed that Long Yuxuan realized that he had been fooled. He stared at Wang Jinyu with a bitter look on his face and whispered coldly, "Didn't you throw it into the river? Are you sure this is a river?" He looked at the small river in front of him that was full of animal feces and felt very uncomfortable. Wang Jinyu nodded slightly, "Yes, sir. This is the sewage pipe that connects to the organization. In order to avoid attracting attention, I chopped it off and threw it here. It was lost in the evening, and it hasn't been washed away yet. Long Yuxuan. A great and powerful dragon king would do such a lowly thing. But now I am forced to do it. I have already agreed to it. If I don't complete it, how can I leave a good impression on Gongsun Feihong? Okay. He rolled up his trouser legs and jumped in. He looked up and found that everyone else was standing on the shore, unmoved. He felt extremely frustrated. No, why don't you come down and help? Wang Jinyu said weakly, I am covered in wounds, and I have to go to the police station for investigation later. Lin Yu shrugged slightly, I'm already old, you won't let me go down to help, right? Xiaoli chuckled and said, I am only responsible for accompanying my boss, and I don't care about anything else tilde. Long Yuxuan. Okay, you all have excuses, right? He found that this was like a pit that Lin Yu had dug for him. He knew it was a place with manure, but he still asked him to go down to the river to fish. Just as he reached out his hand to feel around in the river, he grabbed something soft and excitedly picked it up to take a closer look. I found it. The result is a pile of. Chapter 8, Lin Qinqian's Favorability +5. Vomit. At the entrance of the pet institution. Even though Gongsun Feihong was a lady from a wealthy family, she couldn't help but vomit when she saw Long Yuxuan, who was covered in filth. Long Yuxuan felt the disdainful gazes of everyone and felt extremely aggrieved. After vomiting for a long time, Gongsun Feihong said to Long Yuxuan with an apologetic look on her face, I'm sorry, Mr. Long. I really can't stand the smell. It's a bit disrespectful. A gentle apology wiped away all the dissatisfaction in Long Yuxuan's heart. He smiled and replied, I understand. Lin Yu knew that Long Yuxuan's purpose of approaching Gongsun Feihong was to use the power of the Qinqiang city families to take revenge on his enemies. This kid chose the easiest way, which was to get close to the daughters of various aristocratic families, tease them to the point where they couldn't stop, and then swallow up their family properties to take revenge on his enemies. In the original novel, it was indeed successful, and the female protagonists were particularly crazy about him, but in Lin Yu's eyes, he was an absolute scumbag. A man dated more than 10 beautiful women and called it true love. True love. You didn't even show any love to the old sow in the next village. Since you are covered in feces, you might as well clean the body parts on the ground. So that after we cremate him, we can leave a clean memory for Gongsun. Long Yuxuan. I haven't even cleaned my body yet, and now you want me to clean the corpse. All right. Facing Gongsun Feihong's gentle gaze, Long Yuxuan couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and pick up the body parts on the ground and wash them. Seeing that Long Yuxuan had been almost fooled by him, Lin Yu took the opportunity while Long Yuxuan was washing the body parts to start the next step. Good girl, go and see how the crematorium is being prepared. Lin Qianqian felt uncomfortable both physically and mentally when she was called a good girl, but she still suppressed her disgust and nodded to check. Only Gongsun Feihong and Lin Yu were left at the scene. Thank you for what happened today, uncle. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find Xiaobai's body. He didn't do anything, but he got Gongsun Feihong's thanks. On the contrary, the unlucky Long Yuxuan, who had to clean and dig out excrement, ended up becoming a clown. This is what I should do. But the man following you looks strange to me. Didn't he want to get close to Gongsun Feihong? Oh tilde. Lin Yu just wanted to do something bad. Uncle, you can say whatever you want. Gongsun Feihong's attitude towards Lin Yu improved a little, at least she was not as disgusted as before. Lin Yu said lightly, he doesn't look like your bodyguard, and you call him Mr. Long. Is there anything special about him? Gongsun Feihong shook her head slightly, in fact, we met yesterday when we were looking for the dog. I accidentally entered a remote place and was blocked by gangsters. He appeared to save me and then accompanied me to look for the dog. Lin Yu. As expected, the male protagonist can always act as a hero and save the damsel in distress wherever he goes. I think he is quite busy. I saw him at Neptune Entertainment yesterday morning, accompanying the young rookie Wang Yuyan to record a song. I will accompany you to look for the dog today. Gongsun Feihong looked at Long Yuxuan, who was carefully cleaning the body parts. The good impression she had in her heart was reduced to gratitude, and her eyes became quite distant. Gongsun Feihong smiled calmly, it seems that he is indeed very busy. Lin Yu just stopped there and did not smear further. Since there is nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. Xiao Li tilde. Xiao Li, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately became happy. Here tilde. What are our activities tonight? Xiao Li smiled charmingly and replied sweetly, report to the boss, let's go to Bawan KTV tonight to sing for 2 hours. The princesses have all been arranged tilde. If I get tired of singing, I'll take boss back to their hotel for a massage tilde. Lin Yu snapped his fingers, that's it. To Gongsun Feihong's shock, Lin Yu just left in a swagger. My previous favorable impression of him suddenly cooled, but when I thought about the fact that he was a well-known scumbag, it didn't seem so outrageous. Maybe everyone has a different lifestyle. I shouldn't look at him with tinted glasses. Her impression of Lin Yu has changed. He appears to be a scumbag, but in reality he lives more freely than anyone else. Lin Yu had just left when Long Yuxuan brought the cleaned body parts to Gongsun Feihong and said with some credit, Miss Gongsun, you have to treat me to a midnight snack later tilde. Gongsun Feihong nodded indifferently, okay. But when he took a few steps closer, he saw Gongsun Feihong taking a few steps back in disgust. He also found that the gentleness in the other's eyes disappeared without a trace, and was instead filled with a sense of distance. Just by washing a corpse, this girl has lost interest in me. What went wrong? Did I help the wrong person? Long Yuxuan racked his brains but could not figure out that it was Lin Yu who was behind this. Finally, with the help of Lin Qianqian, Xiaobai's body turned into a jar of ashes. After being taken into the car by Gongsun Feihong, Long Yuxuan was coldly stopped before he could get in. I want to take Xiaobai home first. As for treating you to a midnight snack, I have already asked the driver to pick you up. Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want, I'll pay for it. Long Yuxuan. I am here for your midnight snack, right? If you don't go, I'll have nothing to eat. Gongsun Feihong said calmly, I am very grateful for what happened tonight. See you next time if we are lucky enough. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, leaving Long Yuxuan alone in a mess. He looked at the sports car that was leaving and couldn't help muttering in a low voice, what went wrong? As for Lin Qianqian, who returned to the office, he began to recall what Lin Yu had done tonight. This scumbag, what he did tonight was so abnormal. As if he knew Gongsun Feihong was coming, he beat Wang Jinyu up and explained everything to me. If Gongsun Feihong is held accountable, her pet organization will certainly be destroyed. Every time she thinks about her ruined reputation and the fact that she will not be able to participate in the cause of rescuing animals in the future, she becomes terrified. Maybe he is also changing. She didn't know why, but this rare warmth, once it appeared, brought her back to the warm moments before her mother passed away. Lin Yu, who was singing with the princess in the KTV, suddenly heard the system prompt sound and became even more excited. Ding dong. Lin Qianqian's favorability +5. Congratulations on completing your first impression improvement, reward lottery +1. Friendly reminder, every 5 points of favorability can be exchanged for a lucky draw tilde. Lin Yu. It's so comfortable to be a villain. Just when he was busy drawing the lottery, the door was kicked open by a huge force. The princesses who were cheering in the room were frightened by the young men with tattoos of dragons and tigers who came in. Because they were holding machetes, it was obvious that they came in to commit murder. According to the plot, Lin Yu knew that he couldn't escape what was coming. Chapter 9, 2 Rewards. The atmosphere in the KTV reached freezing point. All the ladies stood stiffly on the sofa, holding their breath and not daring to move. They watched helplessly as this group of gangsters armed with machetes rushed towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy, and Xiao Li beside him immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" The bald man standing at the front had a ferocious look on his face, but a hint of ingratiating smile appeared on his face. Something big has happened. Boss Lin. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. If you have anything to fart, let it out. These people are the thugs he usually keeps to do things for him. They come here tonight to drink and have fun, and also because they want to get close to key figures, so they are waiting for them to come to them for help. Well, our tiger brother. The bald man sighed helplessly and said, our tiger brother was drunk just now, and was bumped by a little girl when he went to the toilet. Then there was an argument with the other party, and several men pinned him to the ground and beat him severely. When the brothers ahead found out about this and went in to help, they were also beaten by them. He lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, I knew you were here tonight, so I wanted to ask you what I should do. Should we brothers chop them all up with knives, or let them give an explanation? The more he spoke, the less confident he became. After all, the boss had finally come here, and then such an embarrassing thing happened. Lin Yu didn't say a word from beginning to end, but drank one glass of wine after another. The less he spoke, the more pressure the younger brothers in front of him felt. According to the original plot, brother who was hit by someone and wanted to molest the person, so he was pinned to the ground and beaten by the boy next to him. After brother who knew about this, he led a group of younger brothers to chop people up. As it happened, Long Yuxuan, who had nowhere to go, actually came to attend the party. The most fatal thing is that the girl who was molested was the first female lead, Wang Yuyan. Through this incident, the two of them became much closer. How could Lin Yu agree to it when someone stepped on his shoulders and kept pretending to be cool? System, double draw. Gain 5 points of favorability and receive the first lottery reward. If you want to cause trouble, you have to improve your strength first, and then you can pin Long Yuxuan to the ground and rub him. Ding dong. After a while, there was a ding dong sound from the system. Congratulations to the host for winning the following items. You can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Features: the alcohol capacity is endless, and no matter how much you drink, it can be digested quickly. Title: Kitchen God. Title features: incredible cooking skills. Lin Yu frowned when he saw the two rewards. Right now, he was going to challenge the male lead to a head-on PK, but he ended up winning these two incredible rewards. Do I have to compete with others in cooking skills? Can they agree to that? He took a deep breath silently, and the younger brothers standing in front of him mistakenly thought that he was angry, and they all lowered their heads like elementary school students who had made a mistake. After all, the reason they were able to stay here and continue to show off their power was all due to Lin Yu's relationship. Bang! Lin Yu threw the wine glass in his hand aside, stood up suddenly, and his younger brothers all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Boss Lin, don't be angry. We will handle this matter properly. Yes, yes, yes. At worst, I can just stay in jail for a few years. Please don't be angry. Lin Yu's expression rose slightly, and he waved his hand. Hey, let's go. He had already thought of a unique skill that would make Long Yuxuan embarrassed. To the surprise of the younger brothers, they followed Lin Yu silently and broke into a luxurious box with ferocious looks. Bang! At Lin Yu's instruction, a younger brother ruthlessly kicked the door of the box open. The joyful sounds inside came to an abrupt end with the arrival of a dozen thugs. Lin Yu put his hands behind his back, pretended to be angry and picked up the microphone on the table, and whispered coldly, "Who hit my little brother just now?" Everyone's eyes revealed fear. After all, no one wanted to face a dozen burly villains holding machetes. The place was completely silent, with only the faint accompaniment playing annoyingly. Lin Yu glanced around the scene. There were 13 people in total, 7 men and 7 women. What surprised him was that Long Yuxuan was not present. The boys sitting in the corner all lowered their heads, frightened by Lin Yu's aura, and dared not even fart. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Stand up now and I'll consider being gentler. What he needs to do now is to be arrogant and go crazy. Only in this way can you enjoy the great assists sent by others. As expected, under this pressure, several boys in the corner finally stood up. Yuyan, help them quickly. That's right, they just helped you teach that guy a lesson out of kindness, how could you remain silent? 2 ordinary-looking girls were shouting crazily at a pretty girl with an extraordinary temperament. If it weren't for them just now, you would have been dragged into the room. You have to step up now, quickly. Wang Yuyan's calves trembled slightly and she was extremely nervous, but she still stood up. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with them. She was so scared that she was trembling as she spoke. It was your people who wanted to bully me, and they acted bravely. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the 2 girls next to her. It's all her fault. This matter has nothing to do with the rest of us. Another girl immediately agreed. Yes, she is beautiful and dresses so gorgeously just to seduce people. If you want to blame her, just let her take the blame. Don't retaliate against her. After hearing what the girl said, Wang Yuyan felt inexplicably nervous. Are these still my former classmates and friends? Isn't this deliberately pushing yourself into the fire pit? Lin Yu did not speak the whole time, but looked at the girls with a smile, waiting for more of their help. She is now famous and popular on the internet. She even came to the class reunion to show off. She is a very scheming woman. Yes, yes, brother, if you want to calm down, just drag her away. She got famous by sleeping with you anyway. Just don't mess with the rest of us. Wang Yuyan, this incident was caused by you, so you will take full responsibility, right? Wang Yuyan felt disheartened. She never thought that she would be so unbearable in the eyes of her classmates. What's more, they are so cruel that they keep pushing themselves into the fire pit. Lin Yu also felt that things were almost done, so he snapped his fingers slightly and pointed at Wang Yuyan. She was trembling with fear, as if she were cursed by the god of death. But in the next second, Lin Yu's fingers suddenly moved to other people, sneering and whispering, "Noisy things, it's killing me. Someone, give them some big dicks." Bang! Before his men could make any move, the bathroom door was suddenly broken open by a huge force. Let's see who dares. Long Yuxuan finally waited for the right opportunity to show off, but his appearance stunned Wang Yuyan again. Okay, you didn't come out when I was being ridiculed and bullied. They are about to be beaten, and you're here to show off your strength, right? Why don't you die in the bathroom and mold? Chapter 10, Drinking with a Good Friend. Let's see who dares. Such a resounding shout immediately silenced the entire audience. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Yuxuan, who had just walked out of the bathroom. Even though he looked like a country bumpkin, he shone brightly in the eyes of several girls. Yuxuan, I didn't expect that we ridiculed you just now, but you not only forgave us, but also. The mean-looking girl covered her mouth with her hands. She was so moved that she almost cried. You stood up for us. Another girl immediately echoed, once classmates, we are classmates for life. Long Yuxuan. His whole face suddenly turned dark, and Wang Yuyan's face was even darker than his. Just now, Long Yuxuan was late for the party and was ridiculed by everyone, and it was she who spoke up to help him out. I was pushed onto the grill just now and was almost bullied to death. Now it's their turn to be beaten, and you come out to be a hero. Long Yuxuan also sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and recognized that the instigator was Lin Yu. He couldn't help but cough twice. Hey, you are here too. Lin Yu chuckled, you are quite busy, little guy. The first thing he did was call you little bastard, which immediately made it clear who was better. You just broke up with the girl from the Gongsun family, and now you're attending a party and picking up other girls. It's good to be young, har ha ha ha. Long Yuxuan. If you don't want to talk, then stop talking nonsense. What are you talking about? Long Yuxuan had just entered the secular world, so he could only try to be low-key in doing things. Facing Lin Yu's nonsense, he didn't know how to retort. Just attending a party. He took over the conversation calmly, but unexpectedly, these words caused a strong rejection in Wang Yuyan's heart. Scumbag. I actually have a good impression of this guy. I never thought that he looked so honest, but he is actually a sea king. Pooh. She didn't know how many times she cursed in her heart, but she had no choice but to stand aside and watch silently. The atmosphere also became a little weird. No one else dared to speak, so it became Long Yuxuan's place to show off. You must have come here because of the fight just now. Although I was late, I still heard a little about it. Long Yuxuan waved his hand slightly. Your people are also at fault in this matter, why bother to dwell on it? Why not? Before he could finish his words, he was choked back by Lin Yu. If my people make a mistake, there is a law to punish them. Instead of you guys beating him up. Long Yuxuan. You are known to everyone as a scumbag. You have done a lot of evil things behind the scenes. Now you know how to take legal action. Besides, I can't stand it when a group of people put the blame on a weak girl after something happens. Your way of kicking the door out was indeed quite cool, but you really disappoint me. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Long Yuxuan was speechless. If he had known that he was going to beat up those gossipy women, would he have come out to support him? Lin Yu sighed deeply. Instead of helping such a lovely girl, he helped those guys who only know how to bully others. Wang Yuyan felt a little warm in her heart. Perhaps the uncle in front of her was here to seek justice. After a few words, Long Yuxuan was put on Wang Yuyan's blacklist. I won't argue with you. What do you want to do today? With me here, you can't hurt anyone else. Long Yuxuan simply revealed his cards in a domineering manner and showed off to everyone. But such words not only failed to attract admiration from the audience, but everyone seemed to be looking at him as if he were an idiot. They are just here to seek justice, not to kill or burn people. Do you have to start a war? Lin Yu chuckled, he is indeed a young man with blood. So loyal. Long Yuxuan. Isn't that right? The script is wrong. Shouldn't this guy start yelling in frustration and then have his men kill him? Why is he bragging about himself so much? What the hell? While Long Yuxuan was still down, Lin Yu sat on the sofa generously and opened 2 bottles of foreign wine. My little brother certainly made a mistake in this matter, but it's also wrong for you to hit him. Why don't we follow the example of the ancients and forget our grudges over a drink, so that I can establish a friendship with you, little brat? Your loyalty really touched me. While flattering him, Lin Yu handed the opened foreign wine to Long Yuxuan. Long Yuxuan was also flattered by this flattery and his vanity exploded. He immediately took the foreign wine and solemnly apologized to Lin Yu. I was impulsive just now and misunderstood you. This bottle of wine is my apology. Coo. In just 3 seconds, Long Yuxuan drank the entire bottle of foreign liquor. Lin Yu was not idle either, and replied with a faint smile, grandeur. Then I can't let you look down on me. He also picked up the foreign liquor and drank it all in one gulp. As soon as the foreign liquor flowed into his stomach, it was quickly digested by a strange energy and did not cause any burden to his body at all. Lin Yu knew that this was the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk that had been triggered. It's so refreshing. It's so refreshing. Lin Yu threw the empty bottle aside and laughed at Long Yuxuan. It's true that 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when you meet a bosom friend. Someone, bring me all the good wine in the store. Today I want to have a good exchange of ideas with this little brother. Long Yuxuan. Isn't this just one bottle? What is this? After a while, a group of people came in with dozens of boxes of foreign liquor. Seeing this scene, Long Yuxuan couldn't help but said with a bit of timidity, I have something else to do later. How could Lin Yu let him go? So, another round of flattery. What's the matter? You just said that no one can get hurt when you are here, Tilder. In my eyes, you are a hero. You can't just run away due to stage fright at a time like this, can you? Long Yuxuan. Lin Yu did not give him a chance to refuse. He raised the wine in his hand and shouted to everyone, let's toast to the hero together, okay. The students at the scene dared not to disobey, and all picked up their glasses and shouted in unison, cheers to the heroes. Long Yuxuan wanted to show off, but he didn't want to do it in such a passive way. Out of desperation, he had to pick up a whole bottle of foreign wine and clink it with Lin Yu. Drink. Coo. After starting with 1 bottle, Long Yuxuan didn't know how many bottles he drank. He only knew that he passed out in the end and ruined his reputation. Please watch VCR tilde. Chapter 11, The Vomiting Dragon King. Boss Lin, listen to me. Long Yuxuan didn't know how many bottles he drank. He just felt stars in his eyes and even his speech became stuttering. He put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders, smiled and said, it's your blessing to know me. I am the sky-catching dragon king from the northern frontier. Under 1 person, above 10,000 people. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the contempt of the classmates. This guy is wearing cheap clothes and smells like shit, and he still has the nerve to say he is some kind of dragon king. Hey, online novels are really harmful to people. You have no money, no strength, and you just pretend all day. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's good temper, I'm afraid we would all have suffered. Everyone sneered at Long Yuxuan's bragging, even the female classmates who were mistakenly rescued by him did not speak up for him. Wang Yuyan just felt embarrassed. Thinking about how she had brought him to the company for an interview in the morning, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Long Yuxuan is now completely drunk. He stood up, staring at everyone drunkenly, his face almost going crazy as he held the bottle of wine. Hey. Why don't you kneel when you see this Dragon King? Don't you all think of this Dragon King as a paper tiger? Lin Yu silently picked up his mobile phone and took a picture of Long Yuxuan's dark history. Snap! He smashed the bottle in his hand to the ground and laughed comically. It seems that unless I, the Dragon King, show my true abilities, you won't take me seriously, right? Okay, then I'll take Wu Duan. Drink. He stood in a horse stance steadily, took a deep breath, and shouted to the people on the sofa, Tyrannosaurus repulse. Puff. Because of his good luck, his stomach churned and he vomited out all the wine in his stomach. A long stream of water sprayed directly towards everyone on the sofa. Everyone subconsciously moved aside, except Wang Yuyan who was sitting in the middle. Wow wow wow. Wang Yuyan's body was covered with alcohol. The sour smell made her stunned for 2 seconds, and then she vomited. Vomit. Lin Yu stood up unexpectedly, watching Wang Yuyan being sprayed with wine all over her body, and Long Yuxuan laughed out loud like a fool. Har ha 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 ha. Such a shrill laughter, like a nightmare, deeply hurt Wang Yuyan's heart. Long Yuxuan. I can't stand with you. Wang Yuyan endured the mocking looks from the whole audience, and all her pride was shattered by Long Yuxuan. Faced with her embarrassment, everyone around silently moved away a little, as no one wanted to be contaminated by the smelly wine. At that time, a suit was suddenly draped over her. Wang Yuyan raised her head in a daze and saw a face full of heartache. Naya, let me take you to change your clothes. Lin Yu gave her a reassuring look. Wang Yuyan stood up as if possessed by a ghost, and walked out silently behind him. As for Long Yuxuan, who was drunk and crazy in the house, Lin Yu handed him over to Xiao Li. He tilde. Xiao Li smiled charmingly and whispered, everyone, don't be idle, hurry up and shoot a few more videos first tilde. Tilde. I'll just start a live broadcast. After all, I'm so happy and I want to pass on this happiness tilde. Everyone. Long Yuxuan's fame is ruined. About half an hour later, in the business suite on the 4th floor. After Wang Yuyan changed into the clothes prepared by Lin Yu, she walked out of the room nervously and met Xiao Li, who had been waiting for a long time. Where's Mr. Lin? Wang Yuyan didn't see Lin Yu, but was a little curious. Xiao Li replied with a smile, Boss Lin had something urgent to do and went back early. He told me to take good care of Miss Wang here. This move undoubtedly won Wang Yuyan's favor. He was not as arrogant and domineering as the rumors said. On the contrary, his behavior was just right, without any transgression at all. Could the rumors be false? She couldn't help but murmur in her heart. She was a little scared just now and it was difficult to escape from Lin Yu. Then I can rest here tonight, right? Xiao Li nodded gently, yes, you can call me if you need anything. And Mr. Lin asked you to have lunch tomorrow as a token of his deep apology for the behavior of his men. If you don't have time, you can refuse. The latter sentence was to let her know that this was not a hongmen banquet. Wang Yuyan thought for a moment and said, I'm free tomorrow at noon, so I can definitely keep the appointment. Xiao Li got the reply and took a step back with satisfaction, I will convey it to Mr. Lin. I wish you a good dream. After saying that, Xiao Li turned around and left. In the car. Lin Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally waited for Xiao Li's arrival. Boss, sorry to have kept you waiting tilde. As soon as Xiao Li got in the car, he sat in the driver's seat, and Lin Yu's hands naturally rested on the key parts. Xiao Li snorted, Boss, you've taken a fancy to Wang Yuyan, why don't you just use money to seduce her like you did before? It's so troublesome tilde. Lin Yu shook his head slightly and said, No, I just want to make friends with her. The protagonist's woman. He dares to move. The reason why he showed kindness to Wang Yuyan in every way was also to shatter the halo of the first protagonist and make it difficult for the male protagonist to pick up girls. Now Gongsun Feihong has no good impression of him, and Wang Yuyan has put him on the blacklist. In just half a day, everything developed as Lin Yu imagined. Boss, should we go find some fun next tilde? Xiao Li accompanied Lin Yu for the whole night and finally came to the fun-filled session that she had been longing for. After listening to this, Lin Yu shook his head, no. The charming expression on Xiao Li's face froze instantly. Lin Yu said with a smile, I really have something to do tonight, please take me home. Xiao Li muttered angrily, what? I've been waiting for so long, and now I finally have time to spend with you. You are going home now. Going back to that broken home, I have to endure their bullying. Lin Yu also coaxed her appropriately, don't be emotional. After having lunch with Wang Yuyan tomorrow at noon, I will accompany you to the mall to buy a lot of things. No girl can refuse to shop. After complaining for a few words, Xiao Li immediately smiled happily. Then you have to promise to accompany me well tomorrow. Lin Yu has a reason to go home, because a meeting to murder him is about to begin. However, he has already prepared countermeasures. Whether he can overcome the difficulties depends on his next plans. Chapter 12, Gnashing Hatred for Lin Yu. Late at night. Lin Xianqing couldn't sleep because of insomnia. He sat in the living room and recalled his childhood when his mother was still alive and his father still behaved like a human being. It would be great if we could go back to that time. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. No matter how strong a person is, they still have a fragile side. Every late night, after helping her father clean up the mess, she would forgive him again and again. Now the day of conspiracy to murder her father as agreed with her sisters is imminent, which is why she can't sleep. Knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Lin Xianqing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and once again became the big boss who dominated the business world. Sister, are you asleep? A slightly worried voice came from the other side of the door. Lin Xianqing adjusted his mood and replied, I haven't slept yet. The voice outside the door became a little hesitant, can I talk to you? The door opened. Standing outside the door was a girl wearing cute blue pajamas. She looked about 50% similar to Lin Yu, but her features were more like her mother's, giving people the feeling that she was born beautiful and could not be helped. Xiaoqi, what's wrong with you? Having a nightmare again. The visitor was none other than Lin Yu's seventh daughter, Lin Qianan. The noble princess, who had been spoiled by her sisters since she was a child, was qualified to be the director at a young age because of her amazing medical talent. However, behind this glory, there is something that makes her suffer. That is the lingering nightmare. When she was 1 year old, her mother left her in a car accident. She had never experienced maternal love since she was a child, so she put all the blame on Lin Yu, and she saw her dying mother in her dreams countless times. Whenever she dreamed of her mother covered in blood and looking at her with despair, she felt suffocated by the pain. She lowered her head helplessly, and crawled into Lin Xuanqing's arms as before, crying softly, I dreamed of my mother again. She still has that look in her eyes. I'm in so much pain, big sister. Lin Xuanqing's heart bled when he heard this. This nightmare has accompanied Lin Qianan throughout his life. Come in, I'll sleep with you tonight. The door closed gently. The two of them lay on the bed, but instead of falling asleep immediately, they started chatting. The day is almost here. Lin Xianqing murmured in melancholy. Lin Qianan sat up from the bed with some excitement, his eyes blinking, as if he had foreseen Lin Yu's death. That person is finally going to die. Very good. Lin Xuanqing's heart skipped a beat. She was still thinking about how to persuade her sister to put the matter aside for the time being, but now seeing her reaction, she didn't know how to start. Do you really want to kill him? Lin Xianqing asked tentatively. Lin Qianan nodded heavily and said, yes. Her beautiful eyes revealed hatred towards Lin Yu. Hate, overwhelming hatred. It was him who made us lose our mother. He is the one who has been ignoring us all this time. She spoke excitedly, tears flashing in her eyes, and said angrily, kill him, this family is still home. Kill him, and I won't have nightmares every night. Mom, she's been in my dreams all the time. She must want us to kill him quickly. Lin Xianqing hugged her in his arms and comforted her softly, calm down, my dear sister, don't always be affected by him. He has been behaving very well recently and hasn't caused me any trouble. I think. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Qianan. No. Lin Qianan shouted resolutely, we all agreed that he must be killed. My second sister has already boarded the plane back home. If she knew you hesitated, she would definitely be disappointed. Her dream since she was a child has been to kill Lin Yu. The day is imminent. If you tell her no, how can she agree? Lin Xianqing looked at his sister's hateful expression and sighed helplessly, killing him is not a trivial matter. Let's see what other people think. Because. Lin Xianqing paused for a moment and said, I think he is changing. Lin Qianan frowned and replied in a rather cold voice, sister, I'm hungry. I'll go cook for myself. You go to sleep first. Lin Xianqing didn't stop him either, but just grinned bitterly. After all, she was still hesitant about killing her father. Lin Qianan walked out of the room angrily and went straight to the kitchen downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I was attracted by the fragrant smell of wheat. She suppressed her curiosity and approached cautiously, but what she saw was a man that made her hate him to the core. Hey, you were born in the year of the dog, how come you know I'm cooking? Lin Yu shouted indifferently, but it caused Lin Qianan to roar, what are you barking like a dog? This is my house, can't I come down and take a look? You old fool, making cakes in the middle of the night is so noisy. Please, can you please get out of here and stop hanging around here? As usual, whenever Lin Yu said a word, Lin Qianan would curse him violently. Lin Yu did not smash things like the villain in the plot. Instead, he looked at her with a smile. Are you done scolding me? After you're done scolding me, go to sleep. Lin Qianen's pretty face was furious, and he rushed over angrily, intending to throw away what Lin Yu had made. But when I got closer, I found that what Lin Yu made was steamed buns. When she saw the steamed buns, she actually hesitated. Because the older sisters always said that when they were young, their mother loved to make steamed buns for them to eat, so she has loved to eat steamed buns since she was a child. When she sees steamed buns, she thinks of her mother. If you want to eat, make it yourself. According to the plot, this crazy seventh daughter is the most difficult to deal with among all the people. Everyone said that they wanted to kill me because I had done something wrong and they couldn't bear it anymore, so they wanted to kill me. But the seventh daughter is different. Because she lacks maternal love, her wish since she was a child is to die early. If she is not dealt with sooner rather than later, then during the initial interview tomorrow, she will still go against everyone's will and let everyone kill her. So, Lin Yu thought that she would go downstairs to find something to eat tonight because of the unpleasantness with Lin Xianqing. To this end, he made the steamed bun that his wife often made and which was her favorite to get closer to her. Now that he saw that Lin Qianen didn't smash the steamed buns, he knew that his plan was half successful. Every time I miss your mother, I always. Before she finished her words, Lin Qianen scolded her, you are such a bullshit, stop pretending here. Why didn't you think so when you were having a good time? Why wasn't you the one who died? Hatred. All the long-standing hatred burst out at this time. Lin Yu looked at her with a half-smile, as if he had expected it. Chapter 13, Mom's Gift. You still hate me as much as ever, Tilda. In response to his daughter's insults, Lin Yu smiled and responded as if nothing had happened. Do you like Aang very much? Lin Qianen glared at him fiercely and growled word by word, you are not worthy of calling my mother's name. Lin Yu clicked his tongue twice, looked at her mockingly and said, Tilda. It seems that you really care about him or her. These steamed buns cost 50,000 yuan each, so 10 of them cost 500,000 yuan in total. You buy it. I'm short of money recently. Lin Qianen clenched his fists tightly. If looks could kill, this guy would have died countless times. Knowing that I wish I could kill him with my own hands, he still dares to provoke me so arrogantly. I'm not like my sisters who would give you money to spend on wine, women and girls. Lin Qianen cursed word by word, I wish you would die soon, you bastard. These curses were like hitting cotton and had no effect on Lin Yu at all. He Tilda. Lin Yu chuckled a few times, as if he was determined to win, and replied lightly, if I die, you probably won't be able to see what your mother wants to say to you, Tilda. When Lin Qianen heard the word, Mom, his eyes lit up slightly and he suddenly became nervous. What did my mom say to me? Lin Yu said calmly, if I wasn't short of money, I wouldn't give it to you because you hate me so much. On the eve of your first birthday, and the day before the car accident, I recorded a blessing video for Ying, if you want to see it, Tilda. Lin Yu glanced at the 10 steamed buns on the plate and said with a smile, a total of 500,000, buy them. In order to maintain his image, he can only continue to play the role of a scumbag father, so that his daughter can see the video that was recorded at the beginning, and try to let Aang influence her. As expected, Lin Qianen began to hesitate. She had been deprived of maternal love since she was a child, and when she found out that her mother had recorded a video for her, she couldn't hold herself back. 500,000, right. Good. She clenched her fists, and the murderous intent in her eyes could hardly be concealed. After all, every time she mentioned her mother, her hatred for her father intensified. Ding dong, Tilda. After a while, Lin Yu received a text message about the money coming in, and with a smile, he sent her the video he had prepared long ago via his mobile phone. Okay, now that the money has arrived, I'm going to sleep first, Tilda. Eat the steamed buns while they are hot, Tilda. Lin Yu left with satisfaction, and only Lin Qianen, who saw the video, had tears in her eyes, because this was a video specially recorded by her mother for her. In the video, an elegant woman in a white dress was sitting on the sofa, holding 1-year-old Lin Qianen in her arms with a doting look on her face. A happy smile was on her face, as if she was the happiest woman in the world. Okay, Ayu, stop shaking the camera. Let me have a good talk with our Xiao Qi. Her voice is as gentle as water, and her every frown and smile is like a goddess, showing elegance everywhere. When Lin Qianen saw his mother's video again, the fierce look on his face was no longer there, but instead he was filled with joy and tears. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she whispered over and over again, "Mom. I miss you so much. I miss you so much." As the camera stopped shaking, the woman began to speak. "Xiaoqi, today is your first birthday. Happy birthday to you, Tilda. Mom suddenly had an idea and forced your dad to help me shoot a blessing video for you. I don't know if Xiaoqi, who has grown up, will dance with joy when he sees this video." Lin Qianan didn't dance around, but instead cried uncontrollably. Because her mother died in a car accident the next day and left her forever. "Our Xiaoqi, you must eat well in the future and don't be picky about food. Don't lose your temper easily, the sisters all like you very much, you are the little princess of this family, Tilda." "Oh, that's right, Tilda. Don't learn anything from your father's unreliable ways." Lin Yu's voice also appeared in the video. "How can I be unreliable? I also prepared a birthday cake for Xiaoqi. I was busy running around and was exhausted." "Wife, please, Tilda." Lin Qianan also saw the gentleness his scumbag father showed in front of his mother. As if she was used to it, her mother stroked his head gently. "Okay, don't disturb me and Xiaoqi talking. Xiaoqi, even though your father is usually unreliable, he dotes on you very much. Changing diapers and getting up in the middle of the night to comfort you are all his jobs, Tilda. Your other sisters don't enjoy this kind of service, Tilda." She smiled and continued, "Just because of this, no matter what happens in the future, you must never be angry with your father. Because we..." They both shouted in unison, "I'll always love you the most, Tilda." These words were like a thunderbolt, making Lin Qianan's whole body numb. "Mom said I can't be angry with Dad. But..." She collapsed and sat on the ground, helpless like a child, "But your death was caused by him alone." Just when she was in despair, her mother said again, "Mom has prepared a super gift for you. I want to wait until you are a little more sensible before giving it to you. Because I want to know that when you grow up and see the gifts your mother prepared before you were born, you must be very happy, Tilda. Oh, Tilda. The key is with your father, and he is responsible for keeping it. If you don't listen to him in the future, I won't let him give you the key, Tilda." "Oh my, this girl seems to be angry, she peed all over me. Honey, come and help me quickly, Tilda. The scene ends with Lin Qianan peeing randomly. She was already crying her eyes out. Now that she knew that the gift her mother had prepared for her was in Lin Yu's hands, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. If I hadn't seen this video, would those gifts have been taken by him again? Wrong. A terrible piece of information suddenly popped up in her mind. Maybe he had secretly sold the gift. Damn it. If he sells it, won't the things my mother gave me be gone? She didn't care that her eyes were swollen from crying, and rushed to the master bedroom on the first floor angrily, slamming Lin Yu's door angrily. "You old bastard. Get out of here. Get out now." All she could think about now was her mother's gift. If Lin Yu didn't give an explanation, this matter would definitely not be so easy to settle today. Chapter 15, To the Lovely Xiaoqi. "Are you willing to come back?" When Lin Qianan saw Lin Yu coming back, he picked up the kitchen knife on the table and glared at him fiercely with a fierce look on his face. A sense of crisis arose in Lin Yu's heart. He knew that if the situation was not properly resolved, he would probably die on the spot. "Do you still want to get the gift that Ying gave you?" Gift. Now is the key to his survival. Lin Qianan frowned and replied coldly, "Why don't you take out the gift before I lose my temper? I'm telling you, this is a gift my mother left for me. If you don't hand it over today..." She inexplicably tightened her grip on the kitchen knife in her hand and shouted in a deep and delicate voice, "Today, either you die or I die." Lin Yu sighed sadly, turned around and walked outside. Lin Qianan yelled anxiously, "You old bastard, you want to escape." She was so anxious that her eyes turned red, and she had made up her mind early on that if Lin Yu really didn't hand over the gift today, she would chop him into 8 pieces. Lin Yu was speechless to the extreme. The other daughters could at least communicate, but why did this little girl, Xiaoqi, act so vicious as soon as she saw her? "If you want a gift for Mom, then come with me. Stop yelling here." Lin Qianan looked at Lin Yu's departing back, then looked at the kitchen knife in her hand. In the end, she still held the kitchen knife, coldly followed him, and walked out together. "Why did you bring me here?" When the car parked in the parking space of the amusement park, Lin Qianan was so anxious that she put the kitchen knife against Lin Yu's neck. As long as he said a word of nonsense, she would chop him without hesitation. Lin Yu said lightly, "This is the first gift that Aang left for you." "Yes." He took out a letter from his pocket with premeditation. Lin Qianan snatched it away and began to read the words inside greedily. My little Chi, this is the first gift your mother gave you. When you were 8 years old, you would be like a little princess, jumping around in the playground with your parents. Now you can play in the playground with your parents for a whole day tilde tilde. These 3 short lines brought Lin Qianan to tears. Such a gentle mother, a mother who loved her so much, has left her forever. Your mother's first gift was me and you playing in the playground. Let's go in and walk through the formalities while the show is just starting. In fact, this was all made up by Lin Yu himself, in order to get closer to Lin Qianan through contact. After Lin Qianan carefully put away the letter, he put down the kitchen knife, silently opened the car door and walked out. Seeing her compromise, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile triumphantly. As expected, this crazy kid will obey whatever his mother says. Because the park had just opened, there weren't many tourists visiting, so the father and daughter didn't even have to queue and could directly sit on the super roller coaster. You girl, you really want me to die? Lin Yu angrily scolded, don't you know that I'm already old, and you still want me to ride a super roller coaster? Even though Lin Yu had lived 2 lives as a human, he was still afraid of this horrible thing. When Lin Qianan, the ungrateful man, saw Lin Yu in such a mess, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Oh, I really hope you die soon. After a while, the super roller coaster started. As soon as the father and daughter sat down, they started screaming. Lin Yu was frightened and glanced at Lin Qianan's expression with his peripheral vision. He found that she was so frightened that she had no control over her expression. He cursed in his heart, you are f-king scared, but you dragged me to play this thing with you. Are you going to hurt each other? Okay, I'll die with you today. About 5 minutes later, the father and daughter got off the super roller coaster with messy hair and numb expressions. Damn it, this didn't even kill you. Let's go play the super pendulum. After Lin Yu realized that he was not the only one who was afraid, he gave it his all. Okay, let's see who dies faster. Who's afraid of who? Lin Qianan snorted coldly, let's wait and see. So, the 2 of them spent 2 hours trying all the exciting rides in the amusement park. The final result was a draw. Come on, keep going. Lin Qianan became addicted and stomped his feet angrily, determined to fight Lin Yu to the death. Lin Yu sighed and replied helplessly, we have played everything we can play, it's time to go to the next place. Although he seemed as steady as an old dog, he actually gave up as early as the first project. Okay. As long as the project can make you die sooner, I will accompany you to the end. Until death. After the decisive battle at the amusement park just now, Lin Yu and Lin Qianan seemed to talk more. Under this slight change, Lin Yu struck while the iron was hot and took Lin Qianan to the most famous scenic spot in Qinqiong City. Sea of Sky. There is a sea that stretches as far as the eye can see, and a garden has been built on the coast. Every time the flowers bloom, countless tourists come here to check in and take photos. This is also one of the best attractions in Qinqiong City. Lin Qianan was also puzzled by Lin Yu bringing her here. Before she could ask, Lin Yu skillfully took out a prepared letter from his pocket. Yes. Lin Qianan read greedily again, but this time her whole body trembled as she read, and her longing for her mother became even stronger. Cute little 7 tilde tilde. You are 15 years old now, right? 15 is the age when flowers bloom. It is also the age when you are already a little adult under your mother's care tilde. At your age, you must have been tired of many things, but mom believes that you will definitely be obsessed with many flowers tilde. So, mom made this place your garden, named after you and called it my love. Welcome Xiaoqi, come to Qianan garden tilde tilde. Lin Qianan looked at the flowers planted all over the ground in front of him. They were of different colors and fluttered in the wind, as if waving to welcome him. Lin Yu looked at Lin Qianan's expression and couldn't help but add some explosive information. These are the flowers your mother planted for you after you were born. Each flower represents her feelings for you. In order to continue her love for you, I spend a lot of money every year to expand the planting scale, and slowly it becomes a sea of flowers. Of course, the money I asked from you was also invested here by me. This was not something Lin Yu made up. In the original novel, the scumbag father regarded this place as his home after his wife died in order to carry out her last wish. No matter what, I always come here to miss my deceased wife. Because only here, he is not that scumbag, but a good husband who misses his deceased wife. Listening to Lin Yu's explanation, The knot that had troubled Lin Qianan for many years seemed to be loosened a little. But she didn't believe her father's words, and whispered coldly, "Oh, you just want to deceive me. A scumbag is a scumbag. Do you still think you can change my opinion of you with this little trick? You really think I'm stupid, don't you? I will ask a random staff member to see if this place is really under your control as you said." Lin Yu. He watched Lin Qianan run towards the staff in a somewhat collapsed manner. Lin Yu did not stop him, but stood aside silently, with a triumphant expression on his face. Chapter 16, Awesome. The Dragon King is a cowherd. Excuse me for asking, but I want to know who their boss here is. Lin Qianan, who didn't believe in evil, ran to a trimmer and whispered his doubts. The hairdresser uncle looked at him as if he was an idiot, and Lin Qianan felt weird with that look. "Aren't you here with Mr. Lin? You still come to ask me?" Lin Qianan. She pointed at Lin Yu, who was looking at the scenery over there impatiently, and asked again, "Mr. Lin you mentioned, are you talking about him?" The pruner nodded slightly, then sighed helplessly, "Yes, Mr. Lin always comes here to take care of these flowers. It is said that this is a gift from his late wife to his little daughter. He comes here for a long time almost every day." Lin Qianan's eyes were filled with deep shock. She never expected that the scumbag whom she had resented for so many years actually had a sentimental side. She took several deep breaths and finally accepted the fact. "Okay, I got it, thank you." Lin Qianan walked to Lin Yu's side with some melancholy. She was now filled with mixed feelings and somewhat questioned her persistence over the years. "Since I was old enough to understand, it seems that I have never really communicated with him." She inexplicably began to reflect. He is able to stay here for his mother, so he is obviously not beyond redemption yet. Lin Qianan was still immersed in reflection, and Lin Yu beside him suddenly said, "We have finished appreciating, let's go to the next place." Lin Qianan did not curse abnormally, but just followed Lin Yu silently, and the hatred in his eyes seemed to have a hint of expectation. The other side. Long Yuxuan, who was still lying dead in the hotel, was awakened by a noisy phone call. "You're such a loser. As soon as the call was connected, I was scolded. I asked you to venture into the secular world, but what the hell did you do? I used to think you were quite an honest kid, but now you've become a big shot in the secular world, right?" Long Yuxuan. He covered his aching head, not knowing what mistake he had made to make his usually gentle boss so angry. "Sir? What on earth happened?" The old boss on the other end of the phone roared angrily, "From today on, I am no longer your boss. If you have any brains, you should go online and check what mistake you made." Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Long Yuxuan felt confused. He silently opened his mobile phone, and the screen was full of messages from his subordinates. He opened a chat box at random and saw the video sent by his subordinates. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be so fierce when you're drunk. Now you have become an internet celebrity, a national idol. I'm so jealous. I'm sure I can make a lot of money by live streaming tilde." Long Yuxuan opened the video with confusion, and then he felt terrible. "It is your blessing to know me. I am the sky-catching Dragon King from the northern frontier. Below 1 man, above 10,000 men." It was already socially depressing enough when Long Yuxuan saw me talking nonsense, but he still had to show everyone his unique skills. He was seen gathering his chi in his dantian, and after a while of practicing qigong, he shouted, "Tyrannosaurus rush!" Puff. The Tyrannosaurus didn't see it, but he saw a bunch of wine spurting out of his mouth. The most shocking thing was that all the wine was vomited onto Wang Yuyan. Long Yuxuan. I can't stand with you. Hearing Wang Yuyan's almost roaring words, he felt cold in his heart, and threw his phone to the ground, crying out in despair, "It's over, it's over." Wang Yuyan's path was a death sentence for him. He opened the short video app again, and the first thing pushed was his disgusting drunken video. After fermenting overnight, the number of likes for this video alone exceeded 10 million. The number of comments reached an unprecedented 300,000 plus. Har har, witness the rise of a new generation of Dragon King. The Dragon King is me, I am Yi's son-in-law. Online novels are very harmful tilde. I just had a fight with my mom, and I laughed when I saw this video. I ended up getting beaten up, but I don't regret it, har 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 har. I just went home and showed this video to my wife. She didn't laugh, but Lao Wang, who was hiding under the bed, laughed. Their whole screen was filled with laughter, which made Long Yuxuan completely unable to hold back. Who the hell posted this video online? Damn it, it must be Lin Yu who is causing trouble. Thinking back to the way he persuaded him to drink last night and the words of loyalty he spoke, he realized that he had been completely fooled. Now he couldn't buy a plane ticket to leave Blue Star in time. I just entered the secular world and I felt the most vicious beating in the world. Lin Yu. He clenched his fists in anger and whispered coldly, I can't stand with you. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw a waiter standing in front of him with the bill. Hello, sir. Since the bill for your private room last night has not been settled, I was sent here to settle it with you. The total is 3,250,000. Thank you for your cooperation. Long Yushuan's eyes widened. Well, you cheated me and made me get ridiculed by everyone, and now you have the nerve to ask me for money. What money? Mr. Lin paid for the bill last night. What does it have to do with me? 3,250,000. What I drank was nectar. When the waiter heard that Long Yushuan wanted to default on the bill, he silently took out a video. In the scene, Lin Yu wanted to pay the bill, but Long Yushuan refused to let him and insisted that he would pay himself. Brother, we are brothers, how can I let you treat me? I have to pay for this. If you dare to give it to me, I will be angry with you. I'll beat you to death. Lin Yu couldn't push him away, so he could only help him leave with a wry smile. Long Yushuan felt quite guilty. He had thought too badly of Lin Yu. He had messed up the drinking party, but he still asked him to clean it up and prevented him from paying. In fact, what he didn't know was that this video was deliberately filmed by Lin Yu in order to continue to trick him. Well, I'll make a phone call. Long Yushuan silently took out his cell phone and shamelessly called his superior. Hello. He. Long Yushuan smiled awkwardly and said, Sir, I know I was wrong. The officer snorted, and it was obvious that he was no longer as angry as before. This won't happen again. Long Yushuan shamelessly shouted, I know I was wrong, lend me 3.25 million first. Officer, get lost. Beep. Hearing the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Long Yushuan looked at the waiter awkwardly and whispered, can I work to pay off my debts? The waiter seemed to have thought of something, and then nodded, okay. Long Yushuan was relieved, but he never expected that this part-time job seemed to be misunderstood by others. Who the hell wears a suit when working, and dresses like a gigolo? Etc. Cowherd. Chapter 17, Forget it, I don't want to do stupid things anymore. Why did you bring me here? Lin Qianan stood in front of a warehouse and looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled look. Lin Yu smiled and handed over the key in his hand. Last stand. Now you can open the gift Yin gave you. Tears almost burst out of Lin Qianan's eyes, and he took the key with trembling hands. The gift my mother left for me is right in front of me. Beep. When she pressed the start switch of the electric gate, the dim warehouse was filled with a beam of golden light. Lin Qianan stood in the sunlight, staring blankly at the gifts inside as they appeared one by one. She looked at the warehouse filled with all kinds of gifts wrapped in beautiful gift boxes, and was completely stunned. If Lin Yu hadn't pushed her gently, she wouldn't have known to move forward. Each gift has its own number. Lin Yu picked up a number with 1 on it and said to her with a smile, This is your 1-year-old gift. He tore it open gently, and a can of milk powder was exposed to the air. This is your 2-year-old present. Tear, a delicate and small pacifier. A gift for a 3-year-old. A gift for a 4-year-old. As Lin Yu unpacked more and more, the gifts wrapped in exquisite gift boxes all emerged. There are a series of exquisite toys including princess dresses, skateboards, yo-yos, etc. There are 18 gifts in total, and each one is something that Lin Qianan should play with at his age. Lin Qianan was already mesmerized by these gifts and burst into tears. This was the surprise her long-cherished mother had arranged long before she spoke. Well, it's time for me to give you my last gift. Lin Yu held a remote control in his hand and pressed it gently. The curtain hanging at the top suddenly floated down. Beep. After a few beeps, the projector placed in the dark started to work. Hello tilde. A gentle female voice made Lin Qianan, who was bursting into tears, suddenly look up. The mother in the picture is still as beautiful as ever. She is dignified and gentle, exuding elegance. She grinned with a loving face, and looked so doting that it seemed as if she was not looking at the camera but was truly looking at her own child. My little seven tilde. Many years later, seeing my mother's youth again, I was amazed tilde. Oh yeah, now he must be crying because of the gift that mom prepared tilde. Over the years, our Xiaoqi must have grown up to be as beautiful as me tilde. This video is more than an hour long, and Ain talked about a lot of things that she fantasized about and longed for in the video. Lin Qian listened quietly to every word her mother said to her. Even after the song was over, she still wanted to listen to it again. But Lin Yu didn't have the time to stay here all the time, he still had to go have lunch with Wang Yuyan at noon. Here's the remote control. If you want to watch more, just watch it here. In order to maintain his image, Lin Yu had to pretend to be indifferent and said, I have an appointment with a beautiful woman in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. After Lin Qian took the remote control, he squatted on the ground and continued watching silently. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the door, a ding-dong sound came from his mind. Ding-dong. Lin Qian's favorability +5. Lin Yu. What the hell? He was stunned. The most difficult little daughter actually became more favorable to her because of her mother's gift. He just wanted to get involved and use his mother's gift to stabilize her. Now that his favorability is +5, is he still afraid that she will kill him? Most importantly, you can unlock a lucky draw. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was sitting in the car, was still immersed in the excitement of his rising favorability. Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to their host for winning the prize, a great singing voice. Features, able to sing heavenly music, and can easily master any song. Seeing this skill, Lin Yu almost couldn't hold back. He is already quite old, why would he want to be a singer? However, it is always good to have many skills. It will definitely not be a problem to hook up with some old ladies who dance in squares in the future. Just as he fell into silence, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He raised his hand and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He rejected the call several times, but the other party kept calling. I was already in a bad mood, and I still fought. Hey, you are sick. Don't you know that it's impolite to call again after being rejected? What the hell are you fighting for? As soon as he heard the other party's response, Lin Yu immediately regretted it. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were in a bad mood. Wang Yuyan's aggrieved voice came from the phone, and Lin Yu's anger subsided a lot. Well, it's Yuyan. Lin Yu coughed twice in embarrassment. After all, she was the #1 female lead. If she didn't take good care of her, she would be torn to pieces by Long Yuxuan. Something happened at home just now, and I feel a little depressed. Lin Yu made up a lie to gain some sympathy so that she wouldn't hate him. I guess that I should apologize. Your assistant asked me to call you just now, so I took the liberty of doing so. At noon. I'm free. Lin Yu listened to Wang Yuyan's shy voice and always felt that something was strange. Okay, where are you now? I'll pick you up. Since the other party had agreed to have dinner, Lin Yu felt it necessary to go all out and try to mess up the matter between her and Long Yuxuan. Oh, I'm still in the hotel I stayed at last night. You can just pick me up downstairs. Hang up the phone. Wang Yuyan was feeling a little depressed, and she happened to run into Lin Yu when he was in a bad mood. Wang Yuyan, you are so stupid. Wang Yuyan cursed herself in her heart. She has already rejected the call, but you keep bothering her. Now you've pissed me off and left me with a bad impression. How can you thank me for helping you last night? She is a child who knows how to be grateful, especially when Lin Yu was like a hero and helped her when she was in trouble. So she felt that she had made Lin Yu upset and blamed herself for all the mistakes. Forget it, forget it. I won't think about stupid things anymore. I'll have to think about how to thank him later. This is what she thought. If Lin Yu knew that scolding him not only did not scare him away, but made him even more confused. I guess he must have been very upset. P.S. Daily life first, then excitement. Chapter 18, Flax was stunned. Our Chung food stall. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Wang Yuyan looked at the crowded place with workers in simple clothes eating everywhere. She was not so pretentious. She nodded and smiled gently, well, just eat something casually. I'll have to trouble Mr. Lin to spend the money again this time. He deliberately brought Wang Yuyan to this kind of place in order to narrow the distance between them. According to her background, she is the hidden gem of a big family. When she becomes really famous, she will be discovered by the family elders who are far away overseas, and then she will become a phoenix and the undisputed successor to the super chaebol. Long Yuxuan was originally attracted by her beauty, but when he discovered her identity, his love for her became even stronger. Hey, it only costs a few dollars for a meal. Lin Yu smiled and said to Wang Yuyan, "This place is a treasure place I found. I won't bring ordinary people here." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan's cheeks turned slightly red and she lowered her head shyly. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Mr. Lin in front of her was humorous, polite, and did things flawlessly. He was exactly her ideal type. Sometimes she would always forget their ages and treat him as a peer. Although they had only met once, she couldn't help wanting to get to know him better. If Lin Yu knew what Wang Yuyan thought of him, he would definitely feel that the character of the first female protagonist had collapsed. The mountains are collapsing and the earth is breaking apart. I approached you because I wanted you to break up with Long Yuxuan. If that doesn't work, it's enough if you can save me a few times at the critical moment, not because you fancy me. Hey, order food. Lin Yu raised his hand and shouted, and the fat waiter and dishwasher came over with her big but twisted. "Boss, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yu pointed at Wang Yuyan and said, "Let that beautiful lady order. She is my guest today." The aunt narrowed her eyes and looked at Wang Yuyan carefully. There was a hint of contempt in her eyes and her tone became extremely cold. "Hey who, what do you want to eat? Wang Yuyan? Lin Yu, ? This old lady must have had some wrong ideas. The way she treated her was completely different. Lin Yu took out $200 bills from his pocket. "Please, be nice to her, she is really my guest." The auntie silently took the money, grinned a smile that was uglier than crying, and shouted enthusiastically, "What do you want to eat ? Wang Yuyan coughed twice and replied politely, "Do you have any introduction? The soup that brings back the soul to the old and strong. Stir-fried lamb with hot peppers. Grilled oysters. Bullwhip sashimi." Although Wang Yuyan had never heard of the things she recommended, she was not a fool and understood that the aunt had really misunderstood. Lin Yuzer looked unhappy. "Do I really look that weak?" He silently took out 200 yuan and handed it to the other person, saying politely with a smile, "Sister, stop playing, let's just have some delicious home-cooked dishes." The old lady nodded repeatedly, gave a look that said, "I know, I understand," turned around and ran away with a smile. Wang Yuyan blushed, thinking of Lin Yu's words, "She is my guest Tilder." Obviously Lin Yu already regards himself as a friend. While the dishes were being served, the two of them chatted casually. "Regarding that Long Yuxuan, how did you get to know him? It looks like you two know each other well." Wang Yuyan suddenly asked in confusion. Lin Yu was speechless. "What do you mean by that Long Yuxuan? Aren't you more familiar with him than me?" "Well, last night." He simply recounted how Long Yuxuan and Gongsun Feihong went to the pet agency together to cause trouble for their daughter, including the incident of digging out feces for love. When Wang Yuyan heard this, her big eyes were filled with disgust. Yes. She really hated Long Yuxuan. "I didn't expect this guy to be such a scumbag. He shamelessly accompanied me to the company in the morning, and then accompanied other girls in the afternoon and evening, and even dug feces for love. Then when we were in KTV, he always stayed close to me. No wonder he smelled so bad. I didn't expect you two could get along so well after just meeting once." Lin Yu shook his head slightly, denying what Wang Yuyan said. "Not really. I just found out this morning that he is not a good person. Yuyan, don't think I'm nagging. I don't like to say bad things about others." Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Yu's expression and it became serious, and her little heart couldn't help but become a lot nervous. Long Yuxuan is a complete scumbag who specializes in defrauding people of their money and sex. If you believe me, stay away from him. In the morning, I received a notice that he wanted to save face last night and had to compete with me to pay the bill. In the end, he was unable to pay and has become a model in a KTV. Model. There is a professional term for that, it's called cowherd. Wang Yuyan's eyes widened when she heard this. I didn't expect that Long Yuxuan would spell it out like this just to save face. Good. She laughed dryly. The most wrong thing she had ever done in her life was to be a classmate of Long Yuxuan, and to be so close to him. After the aunt finished serving the dishes, she thoughtfully gave Lin Yu a bowl of Lao Dang Yi Zhuang soul restoring soup. Wang Yuyan asked for 2 bottles of beer, and took the initiative to open 2 bottles, and then said to Lin Yu solemnly, "Mr. Lin, I apologize to you for what happened last night. Coo coo coo. She drank it all in one gulp. Lin Yu was stunned by what he saw. I'm going to have dinner with you, not just to watch you show off your drinking. My character is not broken, but your character as the number one female lead is broken. Hiccup tilde tilde. Wang Yuyan burped, and with her cheeks slightly red, she smiled innocently. I'm not very good at drinking. But seeing you guys drinking so happily last night, I think Mr. Lin also likes this. She was halfway through her sentence when she picked up another bottle of beer. One more thing, thank you for helping me last night when I was in trouble. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Seeing that she was about to drink it, Lin Yu got up quickly in fear. If you get drunk and happen to meet Long Yuxuan, you won't be able to explain yourself. He had even thought that once the first female protagonist fell, it would inevitably trigger the order for the male protagonist to appear. So no matter what, Wang Yuyan must not be allowed to get drunk. All right. Unfortunately, he was too late to stop her, and Wang Yuyan had already put the whole bottle of wine into her mouth. As a result, Lin Yu snatched the wine from her mouth in a hurry. Phew. Wang Yuyan couldn't hold it back and the wine in her mouth sprayed out. Lin Yu. Pour it tilde tilde tilde. Oh Lin boss Lin. Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Yu's wet body and anxiously picked up the tissue on the table and wiped it frantically. Lin Yu's eyes widened. He had seen a familiar figure walking out from a distance. This was really hard to explain. Chapter 19, Unlucky Long Yuxuan. You. Don't wipe it. Wang Yuyan touched Lin Yu with a tissue, and the aunt in the distance gave him an admiring look, and he couldn't hold it anymore. What the FCK has this become? His heart was beating wildly, and the most fatal thing was that a familiar figure was walking towards him from a distance. You don't know until you see it. I almost died when I saw it. Triggered. First female lead's order. Long Yuxuan walked into the Aizhong food stall with a tired face. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Yuyan frantically using tissues to wipe Lin Yu's body. He was petrified on the spot. How come the female classmate I just licked is now in a relationship with Lin Yu? No way. He was furiously thinking, I only managed to make up for what happened last night by drinking bottle after bottle. How come these two people are getting along with each other? With doubt in his mind, he walked over slowly. Oh, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Long Yuxuan started with the sentence, what a coincidence, but Wang Yuyan just glanced at him, turned around and continued to help Lin Yu wipe the wine off his body. Lin Yu's heart was beating wildly, and he replied with a guilty smile, hello, Yuxuan. Hey, what are you doing? Long Yuxuan pointed at Wang Yuyan in confusion. Why is Yuyan helping you wipe it? Lin Yu coughed twice, hinting to Wang Yuyan that it was enough. This girl seemed not to hear it and continued to wipe as usual. Oh. Yuyan accidentally sprayed some wine on me just now, and out of remorse, she helped me wipe it off. Please don't misunderstand me, Brother Long. The implication is if you really misunderstood, then you're screwed. Long Yuxuan sighed slightly, thinking that he still had more than 3 million yuan of debt to pay off and he still had to be a gigolo. Since he met Lin Yu here, it should be okay to ask him for help to pay it back. After all, they are all pigeons tilde. No misunderstanding, Mr. Lin, don't treat me as a human being bar. Don't treat me as an outsider, I understand your purity. After all, he had already taken a fancy to Wang Yuyan and was confident that he could win her over. As for this kind of situation, he could still control it. Har. Lin Yu was also amused. Brother Long is still so humorous when he speaks. Long Yuxuan pulled a chair and sat down naturally. When the aunt saw that there was one more person coming, the urban drama in her mind started to emerge wildly. He stopped working and just stared at their table. By the way, Mr. Lin. Long Yuxuan really didn't want to be a gigolo, so he had to shamelessly ask Lin Yu for help. I was drunk about what happened last night, so I'd like to apologize to you first. The second thing is the money for the drinks. I can't afford it. Could you please help me, Mr. Lin? He regarded Lin Yu as a brother from the bottom of his heart. If his superior had not been angry and suspended his card, he would not have been so humble. Wang Yuyan, who was helping to wipe the body, suddenly stopped and turned her head with a look of disgust. Long Yuxuan, you are so shameless. If Lin Yu had advised her to stay away from Long Yuxuan just now, she could still maintain her opinion. But now seeing him being so shameless, she was completely disappointed in him. Long Yuxuan. We are just discussing something, why are you complaining here? You insisted on paying the bill for the sake of appearance, but now you are asking others to help pay for it. So, you want both the inside and the outside, right? Long Yuxuan. It hurts so much to be scolded like this by my beloved goddess. But if he didn't want to be a gigolo just to pay off a debt of more than 3 million, what would a few words of scolding mean? If other people knew that the Dragon King of Northern Xinjiang worked as a gigolo in a KTV, how would he survive? Things are not what you think. Long Yuxuan still wanted to quibble, but Lin Yu felt that Wang Yuyan could scold him to death without him even opening his mouth. Wang Yuyan picked up the unfinished wine and poured it all over Long Yuxuan. Your shamelessness has nothing to do with me. I'm here to avenge what happened last night. Long Yuxuan was completely disappointed. Wang Yuyan didn't give him a chance to explain, and turned around and left with Lin Yu. The auntie who was hiding aside and watching the fun stopped eating melon seeds. When she saw them leave, she knew it was her turn to take the stage. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the 400 yuan that Lin Yu just gave him. Etc. Long Yuxuan was feeling depressed when he saw the old lady coming towards him with her hands on her hips. $520 in total. Long Yuxuan. He stood up in horror. No, I just got here, I didn't touch a bite. The old lady sneered and said, trash like you can only eat and drink for free. I really waited until they left before coming here to trouble you today. The undisguised provocation and the aunt's love and hatred of evil made her blood boil. Long Yuxuan had a question mark on his face. No, what did I do? Why are you bothering me? I just came over to say hello and you want me to pay. The old lady was like a knight. She laughed and said, I don't care. If you don't have money to give, just go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. Long Yuxuan. Because his card was suspended, he found an excuse to leave the KTV and go home to pack his luggage. Now his cell phone has been confiscated and he only has a few dozen dollars left on him. How can he pay off the debt? Can you lend me a phone? Long Yuxuan dialed the most familiar number on the old telephone. The phone beeped and then was picked up. Hello. The old commander's voice came out again, and Long Yuxuan said a little aggrievedly, Commander, I was wrong in the past. Please don't be angry with me. Considering our friendship over the years, can you please restore my card? The old officer replied coldly, You have almost brought shame upon me, and you still dare to mention this to me. If a Dragon King is stopped in the secular world, he will not be able to survive. Then I will consider removing you from your position as Dragon King. Long Yuxuan. He cursed several times in his heart, but he still acted like a grandson and kept trying to please her. I really know I was wrong. Don't worry, I will definitely achieve a good result this time. If the card cannot be unblocked, please scan the code and help me pay for this meal. Just 520 yuan. Beep, beep, beep. This time the old boss didn't even bother to curse, he just smashed the phone in his hand to pieces. If Long Yuxuan was here, he would not hesitate to let him know what the legendary fatal scissor kick is. He must cut this idiot to death. Chapter 20, Second Daughter Lin Jinming. Boss Lin, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Inside the car. Wang Yuyan clasped her hands together and sincerely apologized to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and smiled bitterly, It's okay, it's okay. Is this gonna be alright? You have offended the male lead so badly. As the first female lead, you can act tough, but don't bring me along with you. He also wanted to build a good relationship with the male protagonist, and then use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to weaken his power bit by bit. Now that's a problem. If he finds out that Wang Yuyan is secretly targeting him, he will probably be the first to die without his daughters having to do anything. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became weird. Wang Yuyan said shyly, Boss Lin, do you need to find a place to change clothes first? Lin Yu waved his hand slightly and said, Not for now, how about I take you back first? Anyway, the purpose of making him hate the male protagonist has been achieved, so there is no need to waste the rest of the time with her. Wang Yuyan felt a little reluctant, but she didn't say much. Okay, just send me to Qianwang Entertainment. Lin Yu didn't say anything else. He just gestured okay and started the car silently. That afternoon, the daughters of the Lin family have already started an initial discussion meeting on whether Lin Yu should stay or go. The participants this time are Lin Xianqing, Lin Muqiu, Lin Qianqian, and Lin Qianan. The four of them sat neatly on the sofa in the living room, all playing with their phones in silence. It was not until a beautiful figure slowly walked into their house that they put away their phones and stood up together. Lin Yan and Lin Qian rushed over happily. Second sister tilde. You are finally back, second sister tilde. The pretty girl standing at the entrance had a look of fatigue from the journey, but she did not reject the warm hugs from her sisters and responded actively. Her appearance is no less beautiful than that of her sisters. She has a slender figure and a face as pure as a piece of uncut jade. Her smile makes her as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting, giving people endless reverie. This is Lin Yu's second daughter, Lin Jinming. He is a top pastry chef with a reputation as a world-class pastry master. He has returned to China to deal with the issue of whether his father should stay or go. The crimes committed by Lin Yu have always been the nightmare of each of them. Now that she is far away abroad, she will return to China to strangle him to death. This is her heaviest revenge on Lin Yu. Lin Xianqing forced a smile. Jin Ming, are you tired from traveling? How about taking a break first? She was in a particularly heavy mood today. Regarding the matter of killing her father, Lin Yu's words had not been proven yet. What if he really became a better person? No. Lin Jinming's pretty face immediately showed a trace of determination, and she replied very seriously, Sister, you know me. I wish he would die soon, so let's talk about it. After that, she dropped her luggage and sat directly on the sofa, leaving her two younger sisters with smiles on their faces, feeling a little awkward. Okay. Seeing that the matter was no longer under her control, Lin Xianqing sat quietly in her seat, waiting for the sisters to accuse Lin Yu. Why do all your expressions become so strange? Could it be that, while I was away, you were brainwashed by that scumbag? As soon as Lin Jinming entered the room, he felt that the atmosphere had changed. Whenever they mentioned Lin Yu in the past, they became ferocious and wanted to tear him to pieces on the spot. Now a special meeting has been held to kill him. I have come back from abroad at great trouble, but why are all of them silent? What made her unbelievable was that Xiaoqi Lin Qianan, who always went crazy when Lin Yu was mentioned, actually lowered his head and dared not say a word. The third sister Lin Muqiu, who has been exploited for many years, has sold dozens of her hit songs, but she is silent at this time. The most outrageous one is the eldest sister. She has always been decisive in killing, but this time she hesitated. Xiao Wulin Qian, who seemed like a normal person, replied calmly, Actually, I don't know why. I always feel that everything has changed, but it seems that nothing has changed. Lin Jinming. Lin Qian pointed at the sisters' hesitant expressions and simply expressed his thoughts. To be honest, I don't want to kill him. Lin Jinming complained anxiously, Have you forgotten that your Wang was thrown to death by him? Because of this incident, you are determined to be a protector of small animals and never let them get hurt. Lin Qian nodded slightly and answered directly, But, he protected my dream. If it weren't for him a while ago, my organization would definitely be gone. She told him the whole story of how Lin Yu took Xiao Li to his office and blackmailed him. If he comes slower or fails to resolve the issue, not only will the organization be gone, but she will also be held accountable. By then, Lin Qian, who is one of the top 10 outstanding young people, will become the object of ridicule of the whole world. It was he who protected his daughter's face, so her hatred for Lin Yu was not so persistent. Where's Xiao Qi? When you usually talk about him, don't you want to chop him with a knife? Lin Jinming felt that the one who had changed the most was Xiao Qi. She was shouting before that she wished he would die soon, but now she doesn't even dare to fart. Xiaoqi Lin Qianan muttered and replied, Since I was a child, I have always blamed him for my mother's death. After he returned my mother's gift to me yesterday, my impression of him seemed to have changed. Everyone. Is this so outrageous? Just one gift changed the impression. Lin Qianan stated the fact helplessly. My mother prepared a huge garden as a gift for me. She asked the old man to wait until the right time to give it to me. As a result, I always hated him. There was no way I could communicate with him. It wasn't until yesterday that I found out that all the money she had swindled from you over the years was used to repair the garden. Everyone. Lin Muqiu, okay, I'll pay for your gift, right? Lin Qianan revealed a horrible truth. Is it possible that he is not bad at all? The scumbag we see only wants to be seen by us. This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking the other sisters to the point of being stunned. It was as if their faith had collapsed, and all their hatred almost fell apart. But such words made Lin Jinming extremely furious. She slammed the table in anger and glared at every sister, as if she was looking at every one of them as an enemy. Have you forgotten how he treated us all these years? Oh. You forgot, but I didn't. He is the real murderer who almost killed me. Facing everyone's silence, Lin Jinming knew that there was absolutely no way he could go on with the plan to kill Lin Yu. But how could she, who has always been paranoid, give up just because of everyone's inaction? On the contrary, she had a terrifying revenge plan in her mind. No matter what, she wanted Lin Yu to die. Even if they both died together, she would not hesitate. But when she told her sisters about this plan, she felt hurt by their expressions. Chapter 21, Boss, what should I do? Oh. You forgot, but I didn't. He is the real murderer who almost killed me. Faced with Lin Jinming's loud accusations, all the sisters lowered their heads and remained silent. Okay. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Lin Jinming's pretty face. She glanced coldly at the people present and then shouted, "If you don't join me in killing her, I will do it alone. When the time comes, I'll see who dares to stop me." After that, she picked up her luggage angrily, went upstairs and walked into the room alone. As soon as she entered the room, she broke down, hugged her mother's photo and burst into tears. Mother. After Lin Jinming took a stand angrily, the sisters present all turned their eyes to Lin Xianqing, waiting for her final decision. Lin Xianqing shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Let's observe for a while. If he still doesn't change, then we will implement it according to the original plan. Good. For some reason, Lin Qianan felt the heavy weight in his heart suddenly fall to the ground. Whenever that scumbag was mentioned in the past, she would object at the first moment. Why am I thinking about her at such a good time? Lin Muqiu sighed slightly, took out a few concert tickets from his pocket and handed them to them one by one. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Muqiu in surprise. Third sister, you haven't held a concert for a long time, right? Lin Muqiu replied excitedly, yes, this time I prepared a hit album and plan to make it shine at the concert. This time, I will definitely blow up the Chinese music scene. Lin Qianqian looked at her face full of fighting spirit and could not help but remind her in a low voice, you should be more careful about that old man. After all, she secretly sold all your hit songs many times. Their whole family resisted and even hated Lin Yu, only Lin Muqiu did not dare to resist, and could only act as a poor little person being sucked blood. So when she was about to sing this time, Lin Qianqian was inevitably a little worried. Lin Qianan simply made his attitude clear, rolled up his sleeves and said murderously, don't worry, I will definitely talk to him properly. If he dares to do anything to hurt my family again, he will be punished. Just because Lin Yu has guarded the gift for his mother for so many years, Lin Qianan decided to give him a chance to start a new life. If he still refuses to repent, then don't blame her for being cruel. Lin Muqiu felt relieved after listening to what her two sisters said. She rubbed Lin Qianan's little head lovingly and said with a silly smile, don't be afraid, he won't dare this time. She also wanted to complain the song she wrote had already been secretly sold by him. He wrote these hits for me. How could he steal my own songs? Sister, do you have time to visit in a week? Lin Xianqing, who was about to go to the company to take care of business, suddenly stopped and thought for a while, next week, I should be free. Lin Muqiu said with a smile, then I will wait for my elder sister to come tilder. Lin Xianqing laughed and scolded, you fool. After saying that, he walked out. The other side. Lin Yu, who was at Tianwang Entertainment, seemed to have encountered some troubles. At this moment, he parked his car in the parking lot. Looking at the dense crowds of reporters walking around outside, he felt sick. Wang Yuyan said a little embarrassedly, because the KTV video went viral, and because I'm a singer, I accidentally became popular. At this moment, they just want to grab some gossip about me. So, you'd better not get off the car now, otherwise it would be bad if you were discovered. Not good. That is quite bad. Lin Yu finally managed to ease off some tension with his family. If he was caught hanging out with a singer who was 20 years younger than him, he would be torn apart by his entire family. The most fatal thing is that you feel good after doing everything, but the key is that you did nothing and just took the blame. Don't worry, I can get it done with just a phone call. However, he also wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Wang Yuyan. Hey, Xiao Li. Do you still want to go shopping? Oh? Do you want to? I'm being ambushed by a group of paparazzi in the Tianwang Entertainment parking lot. Hurry up and find a way to save me. When Xiao Li heard that he could go shopping, he was so excited. Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll finish it right away. Just 5 minutes after I hung up the phone, vans rushed into the parking lot of Tianwang Entertainment one after another. Lin Yu, ? Wang Yuyan? Lin Yu was stunned. I asked you to find a way to help me get out of this situation, but why did you just call for help? As expected, the people getting off their van were a group of tough guys with tattoos and sticks in their hands. Xiao Li shouted loudly, "It's you, a bunch of blind people, who came to the parking lot to intercept our boss, right?" The reporters were confused. What the hell is your boss? Who knows where your boss is? I'll give you 1 minute, either get out or die. Xiao Li is also a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. If someone doesn't listen to him, he will be beaten. If I remember correctly, this is Tianwang Entertainment, not Lei Ting Entertainment. Your boss should be Lin Yu, the CEO of Lei Ting Entertainment, right? Some sharp-eyed people discovered Xiao Li's identity and began to shout indignantly. We are here at Tianwang Entertainment. Does it have anything to do with your Lei Ting Entertainment? That's right, if you dare to hit others, we will never let you go. Don't underestimate them because they are a group of paparazzi. However, who they want to blackmail and who they want to influence all depends on their reports. Xiao Li. Her mind was full of Lin Yu accompanying her shopping, so she took the most direct approach, but unexpectedly, these paparazzi didn't buy it at all. Lin Yu in the car was almost going crazy. How could Xiao Li, who is usually very reliable, fail at this time? The most deadly thing was that just as they uttered the harsh words, a group of security guards armed with sticks rushed in and surrounded the dozen or so thugs at the scene. You're quite brave, you dare to cross the line and come here to cause trouble, right? Do you really think our security personnel are just eating for free? The security captain glared at Xiao Li fiercely. The two entertainment companies had been grudges for a long time and they didn't get along with each other normally. Now they dared to come and cause trouble. Aren't they courting death? It is said that hooligans fight without regard for their lives, but these veterans are not vegetarians at all. Xiao Li looked a little pitiful, and he called out pitifully, "Boss tilder tilder. What should I do tilder tilder? Come and save them quickly tilder tilder. Everyone. Weren't you quite hard just now? Why do you need your boss to come out and save you now?" Lin Yu could never have imagined that one day he would appear like a hero and come to rescue his little honey. This is such a bloody plot, author, please die. Chapter 22, Cooperation. Save them tilder tilder. Faced with Xiao Li's call, Lin Yu sighed helplessly, and finally had to open the car door and get out of the car calmly. That's awesome. He had a cold and expressionless face as he scanned the large group of people present. You all are awesome. Under such a cold gaze, the thugs who had been cowardly just now suddenly stood up, and they were all rubbing their hands and waiting for Lin Yu to give orders. The paparazzi's hands never stopped, and they kept taking pictures of Lin Yu. They had even thought about tomorrow's front-page news. The CEO of Thunder Group secretly meets with the superstar entertainment singer Tilder. The scumbag Lin Yu has extended his hand into the entertainment industry. Guess which female singer was murdered, was it her? Or was it him or it? News like this, once released, will definitely attract a lot of attention. Lin Yu had already thought about it when he got off the car. This matter would definitely be seen by his family. But he had been a scumbag so many times, so what if it happened again? Hey who, answer me. Lin Yu stared at the security captain coldly, and shouted word by word, "Why can't our Lei Ting people come to Tianwang Entertainment?" The security captain was also frightened by Lin Yu's ferocious momentum, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "We don't welcome you. So please leave quickly." Lin Yu sneered, pointed at his nose and yelled, "You really have a dog brain. We didn't pay for parking?" This one sentence choked the security captain's words. A young man nearby yelled, "Have we paid the parking fee?" The security captain fell silent. After thinking for a while, he replied, "You guys caused a mess here, so we are responsible for it, so please get out." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. His character was originally a scumbag, but you didn't know how to be decent. In order to maintain your character, I had to help you be decent. Chaotic, huh? Then today I will let you know what real chaos is. Lin Yu shouted coldly, "Show DAFA, go over and give him a big slap. If you dare to fight back, I'll kill his whole family." Most people would only sneer at such a bold statement, but when it came from Lin Yu's mouth, it was absolutely terrifying. The security captain couldn't help but tremble all over after hearing this. I just said a few foul words to you and you're going to kill my whole family. Dashingfer was very domineering and used a big punching bag to beat the security captain so badly that he didn't know what to do. Did we pay the parking fee? Lin Yu walked up to the security captain domineeringly, gave a signaling look to the white-haired man beside him, put his hands in his pockets and left. The white-haired man threw the car keys into the arms of the security captain and said arrogantly, "Take good care of the car, or I'll break my legs." The boss is cruel, but the younger brother is even more cruel. Just as I was about to leave the parking lot, I was stopped loudly by a beautiful girl. "Boss Lin is so powerful. I'm afraid the entire Chincheong city is under your feet. If I hadn't just happened to go downstairs, I probably wouldn't have known that you were still the overlord of Sky City." This sentence is full of sarcasm. Lin Yu turned around and saw a woman with an angry face, a great figure, a pretty face, and some charm. She was wearing a bright red gown and her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and it was obvious that she was going to attend some event. But the expression on her face was full of anger, giving people the feeling that she was about to suddenly attack and hurt someone. Lin Yu had no intention of showing off. He was just going to scare her and leave, but who would have thought that he would run into this woman? If she had read the plot, she wouldn't have known that this girl was the most awesome woman in the early part of the story. What a coincidence today, I actually met Sister Fang Yuan Tilder. I have something else to do, please excuse me Tilder. He smiled innocently, turned around and was about to leave, but the other person had no intention of letting him go. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, "You beat up my people and you want to leave peacefully. If this gets out, will Fang Yuan still be able to survive in Chincheong?" Lin Yu. He just wants to go home, but he can't. Lin Yu stopped and looked at Fang Yuan with a smile and said, "Are there any good projects to cooperate on?" Fang Yuan took a deep breath and said in a more serious tone, "If you insist on playing dumb, we will never be done for." Lin Yu. She knew that this woman was protective of her people, but she didn't expect that she would even protect the security captain. The most fatal thing is that Lin Yu cannot offend her easily, so he can only beg for mercy in a nice voice. Then I'll pay for the medical expenses." Before he could finish his words, Fang Yuan interrupted him coldly, "I'll pay 100,000 yuan for one slap. Do you think it's okay?" Lin Yu. He spread his hands and sighed helplessly, "Then what do you say we should do?" What a scene! Even if the male protagonist comes now, he can't even be a gigolo. "Tell your people to get out of here, and come to my office for a talk." Lin Yu. He always felt that the other party was cheating, but Fang Yuan didn't give him any chance to refuse. After instructing the security guards to smash all the paparazzi's cameras, he turned around and walked into the elevator. Lin Yu had no choice but to follow him upstairs due to the situation. In the office, Fang Yuan lit a lady's cigarette for himself and politely handed one to Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand, "I just quit smoking Tilder." Fang Yuan listened to the other party's incoherent answer and asked unhappily, "What do you mean just now? Can I still poison you?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Just tell me what compensation you need. I still want to go shopping with Xiao Mi." In Lin Yu's opinion, this compensation was not about money at all, but rather an exploit with ulterior motives, otherwise this woman would not have gone to so much trouble to trick him into the office. Fang Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke, and the anger on his face disappeared without a trace. He said very bluntly, "Your third daughter has made a big move recently. I want her to help me recommend a new person, is it that simple?" Lin Yu. Big move means, eyeing those new songs again. "No, didn't I secretly sell you the song she wrote? The balance has not been settled yet." Lin Yu said this with some resentment. He couldn't just keep taking advantage of the third daughter. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. "According to the news she spread, there is a master who created 10 golden songs, so she is going to hold a golden song concert. What I am interested in is not her new songs, but the popularity." Lin Yu. I really caught a sheep and pulled it out. Fang Yuan also immediately gave an explanation. "Our two families have had a long-standing feud. If we invite our people to participate as guests at this time, the popularity will definitely explode. If you don't agree, be prepared for someone to collect your body." It is both intimidation and exploitation. Lin Yu pursed his lips, his mind working frantically. Should he help his third daughter take over this place, or should he solve it himself? If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible to seduce this rich woman while I still have energy. "Sister Fang, you really give me a headache." He stood up silently, pulled a cigar from his pocket, slammed his hands on the table, and stared at her evilly. Fang Yuan remained calm from beginning to end and didn't take him seriously at all. Because she added lightly, "After the matter is done, I will give you 5 million. Lin Yu, ? You may have always thought that I am a money-hungry person. But she is my good daughter, so 5 million is not enough, we need more money." Fang Yuan. Chapter 23, You sold me out, didn't you? Tianwang Entertainment. The door of the office was broken open by a huge force, and a young girl rushed in hurriedly. She saw Lin Yu sitting in a chair and drinking coffee elegantly as if nothing had happened, and the expression on his face was so ugly. "You old bastard. You lied to me again." The person who came was none other than his third daughter, Lin Yu. She almost roared, but the concern in her eyes took a long time to dissipate. Lin Yu sighed, pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Don't blame me for this, she forced me to do it." Fang Yuan. You are so shameless. I asked you to call someone over to discuss cooperation, but you let me take the blame, right? Fang Yuan stood up gracefully and nodded calmly, "Yes, it's me. If you don't come, you really will have to collect your father's body." Lin Yu. She had also heard about Fang Yuan's background. Although the two companies had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, it could be said that it was just business competition and there was nothing disgusting about it. So when Lin Yu faced her, he remained calm. Now Fang Yuan has threatened to kill his father, which would be as easy as killing a chicken. Your father is very courageous. He brought people to Tianwang Entertainment to cause trouble and even beat up the security guards in public. For your sake, I'll let you come over to rescue him. Fang Yuan's aura was fully open at this moment, like a queen high above everyone else. She stared at Lin Yu with sharp eyes, waiting for his answer. Lin Yu took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then kicked Lin Yu angrily. "You old bastard. You're giving up your good life and running to Tianwang Entertainment to act wild. Aren't you seeking death on purpose?" As she spoke, she used her hands and feet, punching Lin Yu again and again, with a look of disapproval. Lin Yu naturally accepted it all and did not dare to resist at all. He accepted this cooperation in order to plan for the next step. If he uses this opportunity to hook up with the rich woman Fang Yuan and control Wang Yuyan, he will be able to get by anywhere in the future. Hey, if you want to hit someone, go home and do it. Fang Yuan stopped him at the right time and stated his conditions. Your father made me lose face, so I'll use my power to have a good time with your Lin family. There was a hint of fierceness in Fang Yuan's eyes, and it was obvious that he was not joking with her. Or. She paused for a moment and said, "Let's cooperate." Hearing about cooperation, Lin Yu subconsciously shouted, "Cooperation is absolutely impossible. The business path of our two families is completely dead. You poached all the new generation singers I trained before. I'm still angry. If I work with you, I'll be laughed to death by everyone. Business competition, isn't it just you poaching my people and I poaching your people? But everyone is free, and even if she has to pay a high penalty, she can't stop it at all." Fang Yuan clicked his tongue twice, laughed sarcastically a few times, and then said, "You are such a little girl. I really want to see your whole family destroyed because of your rejection. I don't ask for much, just help me promote a new artist at your recent concert. Don't worry, I'll pay for the venue. What do you think?" After hearing about this cooperation, Lin Yu's expression eased a lot. If that's the case, then it's not impossible. Just to help promote a new collaboration in exchange for a stable life for the whole family, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and agreed. When Lin Yu saw that the matter was accomplished, he secretly gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up, and his eyes seemed to say, "You are worthy of being the one who can control my daughter better than I can." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes imperceptibly. After all, I was the one who took the blame, I was the one who did the hard work, and I was the one who paid for it. Lin Yu just sat there without even having to fart and got 5 million for free. Anyone would be able to laugh with grimace. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan made a phone call, shouted something casually and hung up. "Before that, let's meet the newcomer you're going to promote." As she spoke, she set her sights on Lin Yu. Perhaps she felt that this guy had earned 5 million without doing anything, so she wanted to make him suffer. "I'll let you handle the cooperation matters we discussed." Lin Yu. I was just watching the fun, but I could stand opposite my daughter and talk to her about cooperation in the performance. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Fang Yuan holding out 5 fingers, as if warning him, "You still have 5 million in my hands." Lin Yu sighed, okay, okay. Lin Mucho looked at his father in disbelief. He was not acting anymore, right? He was wearing the same pants as the other person, right? What made her even more speechless was that after the person Fang Yuan mentioned came in, she felt numb. Mr. Fang, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Yuyan. When Lin Mucho saw Wang Yuyan, he was like a cat seeing a mouse. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and there was no sign of restraint at all. Wang Yuyan was also a little surprised to see Lin Mucho, but she still nodded politely, Sister Mucho Tilder. When she saw Lin Yu again, she smiled sweetly, hello, Mr. Lin Tilder. Lin Yu smiled and replied, okay, Tilder. Everyone in the audience was laughing, except Lin Mucho, who looked murderous, as if he had seen his mortal enemy. Lin Mucho took a deep breath and said, if the partner is her, I refuse. Her attitude became extremely tough, and she refused ferociously as if she was possessed by a demon. Why? Yuyan won the Chinese Newcomer Award, so her ability should not be underestimated. Fang Yuan looked at Lin Mucho innocently, but the latter was so angry that his face was almost deformed. I think everyone here knows better than anyone how she won the Chinese Language Award. Everyone. Because the song she won the award for was the one that Lin Yu had sold to Tianwang Entertainment earlier. Who knew that the album would become a huge hit, making Wang Yuyan famous overnight? And she, the creator who stayed up all night and wrote the work, ended up working for nothing. She hates. She wanted to tear Wang Yuyan apart. Fang Yuan chuckled and pointed at Lin Yu, anyway, I have already let him handle the cooperation. As for when our Yuyan will go on stage, how many songs she will sing, and what songs she will sing, it will be up to him to decide. After all, he took 5 million from me Tilder. Bang! The table in the office was smashed by a huge force and made a loud bang. Lin Mucho seemed to have lost his mind, and pounced on Lin Yu like a demon, pinching his neck tightly with both hands, and began to curse with vicious words one after another. What the hell? What the hell? You sold me out, didn't you? Chapter 24, None of the subordinates are good people. Ahem. After Lin Yu confirmed that Lin Mucho had completely left, he slowly woke up from Wang Yuyan's arms. Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Yu anxiously, fearing that he would be hurt. Boss Lin, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Fang Yuan seemed to have seen through his trick, and he laughed and shouted, if something happens to him, I can really save the 5 million. Yuyan, you are just too kind. You really can't tell that he was pretending to be unconscious just now. Wang Yuyan, meow? She looked at Lin Yu in her arms in confusion, and the latter was showing an awkward smile. If it weren't for my amazing acting skills, I would have been strangled to death by Lin Mucho on the spot. Lin Yu sat up from Wang Yuyan's arms, as if nothing had happened, and shamelessly shouted to Wang Yuyan, well, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. Wang Yuyan, meow? His face had flushed just now, how could he leave so calmly now? Mr. Lin. Wang Yuyan called him over somewhat embarrassedly, and asked shyly in a low voice, are you free tonight? I think I still need to talk to you about the concert. Lin Yu thought about it for a while. According to the plot, one of his daughters was going to go crazy tonight, so he had to go home for a PK to avoid being attacked. I have something to do tonight, let's do it another day. Fang Yuan. She had seen all kinds of storms and waves, but she was still shocked by the methods used by the two men. Wang Yuyan has a crush on Lin Yu. Lin Yu rejected Wang Yuyan. This mismatched couple looks like a perfect couple, right? After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked out the door without any hesitation. As for Wang Yuyan, she stared at Lin Yu's back with a dazed look, and her feeling of loss was beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly and advised softly, you, what can I say to you? Are you going to fall in love with this perverted old man? I'm sure you've heard about his deeds, or even witnessed them just now. Wang Yuyan replied in a panic, no. I just think Mr. Lin is a very nice person. Mr. Fang, don't think too much. Besides, I know what kind of person Mr. Lin is. He is not what everyone thinks. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, and reminded him with some regret, anyway, sister is here to remind you, don't provoke Lin Yu. He is not the same as you. Wang Yuyan, well. Okay. The other side. Lin Yu walked out of Tianwang Entertainment, ignoring his relatives, and left in a mighty manner with a group of Avilders. Lin Yu led them all their way to the most prosperous area, Thunder Street District. This entire block is Lin's property. Boss, why did you bring us here? Bai Mao tilted his head and looked at Lin Yu a little crazy. They live at the bottom of society and used to be gangsters hanging out in discos and KTVs. They were recruited by Lin Yu because they were fierce in fighting, otherwise they would have been eating the government's food long ago. Lin Yu patted Bai Mao's shoulder gently and chuckled. The boss is happy today and decided to give you a good explosion. What era is this? Don't act like a gangster. Da Xingfa at the side shouted angrily, if we are not a black society, then what are we? Tell me, am I a black society or not? Bai Mao slapped Da Xingfa in the face and said with an unpleasant smile, if you dare to bark at the boss again, I will cut off your tongue. Da Xingfa covered his face with his hands in grievance. After all, he had been talking like this since he was a child. He was like this to his parents, and he could only be like this to his eldest son. Lin Yu looked at this group of monsters and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He could only say that the author was too good at integrating into the character. Da Xingfa, Bai Mao, Crow, Chen Guilin, senior brother Duan Shuiliu, Chen Hanan, Liang Kuan, Wu Ying, and a bunch of other people. There is no one good person here. Lin Yu was afraid that he would speak too loudly and be killed by them. Lin Yu felt that he would have to face multiple forces in the future, so it would be better to win them over now and properly annex the underground world of Qinqiong City. Since you are villain, you might as well be a complete villain. Enter the mall. He shouted loudly as if he was possessed, and he was eager to let more people know that Lin Yu appeared. Boss Lin is here, everyone get out of the way. Lin Yu's expression froze instantly. He felt that this loud voice was meant to embarrass him on purpose. Trying to resist the looks of others who were looking at him as if he was an idiot, he gave Bai Mao a look, and the latter immediately slapped Da Xingfa on the head. In an instant, everyone's world became much quieter. Boss, what do you want to do by bringing them to the mall? Xiao Li was very unhappy about this shopping trip. It was clearly agreed that it was a matter for two people, but he had to bring along this group of annoying guys. Lin Yu laughed, of course I will buy them some decent clothes. He gently comforted them, you should also put in some effort in the near future and train them well. As compensation, we will travel abroad after this busy period. Xiao Li was so delighted after eating this cake that he happily took them on a shopping spree. About 2 hours later. After Xiao Li's thoughtful guidance, this group of people really changed their appearance. They all wore suits, looking like the gentlemen in the movies, but there was an exception, that is, they shouted loudly. He was in a nonchalant manner, with his tie wrapped around his hands and swinging it back and forth like an idiot. Brother. They stood in front of Lin Yu in an orderly manner and called him Big Brother respectfully. Lin Yu clapped his hands slightly, nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, in the next period of time, Xiao Li will teach you fighting skills. As he said that, he handed the supplementary gold card in his hand to Xiao Li, eat when you should, spend when you should, and train the people well. These people are the ruthless ones who dominate all major film and television shows and give the protagonists a headache. Well, except for shouting loudly. I will use them to deal with Long Yuxuan in the future, so why would I worry? Just when Lin Yu was feeling complacent, his second daughter Lin Jinming, who had been hiding in the room, temporarily gave up the idea of attacking him because of something. They are all gone, right? As evening approached, Lin Jinming, tired of crying, secretly popped her head out of the room and found the house extremely quiet. She made sure that no one was there before walking out of the room. What are you doing? If I had known, I would have made a big scene after dinner. I'm so hungry from crying. Lin Jinming felt a little resentful, but she still walked into the kitchen. Just as she opened the refrigerator to cook, she found something that caught her eye. This is Chapter 25, Teaching My Daughter to Make Steamed Buns. This is. Lin Jinming found something eye-catching in the refrigerator. A plate of simple white wo. As soon as she saw her, her mind involuntarily emerged with the days when her mother was still alive. Mingming, are the steamed buns Mom made delicious? Hey, don't eat so fast, or you'll choke Tilda. She still remembers that every time she cried, her mother would make her delicious steamed buns, so she regarded becoming a pastry chef as her life goal since she was a child. Now that she had returned from overseas and saw the familiar white steamed bun again, tears welled up in her eyes and she reached out and picked it up as if possessed. Although it was a cold white lump, at this moment, it was so warm in her hands. Lin Jinming took a light bite and could no longer hold back the tears in the corners of his eyes. The smell of Mom. This is a delicacy she has never tasted before after so many years. At this moment, any delicacies from land and sea are not as precious as this steamed bun. Mother. She seemed to be possessed, eating frantically, bite after bite. The tears burst out again, to the point where she couldn't hold them back anymore. Call. Before he knew it, Lin Jinming had quickly finished all 5 steamed buns. She just finished eating and she regretted it. Mom's steamed buns are all gone, will I never get to eat them again from now on? She ran upstairs with a bit of out-of-control emotion, and kept muttering, Big sister, it must have been Big sister who did it. She took out her cell phone and, not caring about the cold relationship, dialed the number with trembling hands. Beep beep beep. The call only beeped for a few seconds before it was connected. Hello. If you want to kill the old immortal, I think it is still debatable. Let's talk about this after I get home. Before Lin Xianqing could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Jinming. No. Her voice was trembling so much that it scared Lin Xianqing. Steamed bun. Who made the steamed buns in the refrigerator? She took several deep breaths before she finished the entire paragraph. She wanted to know the answer and also wanted to eat the steamed buns made by her mother again. Lin Xianqing grumbled and said in confusion, Why are you like Xiao Qi, breaking down as soon as you see steamed buns? Xiao Qi. Did Xiao Qi do this? This question made her realize something even more devastating. That was because the old man made some steamed buns and sold them to Xiao Qi in order to trick her. Is there something wrong with the bun? Why are you crying like this? Compared to steamed buns, she cares more about her sister's safety. After all, the second sister went abroad very early and had seen all kinds of storms, but how could she be so devastated by a steamed bun? Mother. These steamed buns taste like my mom's. Lin Xianqing. She looked a little surprised, even unbelievable. Lin Yu's random tricks have this deeper meaning. My mother really liked to make steamed buns for my sisters, so much so that even after she passed away many years ago, they would occasionally buy some for her as a souvenir. The old immortal did it. When Lin Jinming heard this, his pupils trembled violently. In his impression, this guy is a scum who hangs out all day and sucks the blood of his family. Bastard, you won't even look at me even if I'm dying. How could he possibly make steamed buns that taste like his mom's? Okay, I have something else to do here, so you can take it easy. After Lin Xianqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Because she also encountered a very special situation. According to Lin Yu's guess, she sent people to secretly survey the geology of that area. Today is the day they come back to hand in their homework. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xianqing looked at the 2 middle-aged men standing in front of him. Looking at the smiles on their faces, she almost guessed the answer. President, the results of the survey of that area have come out. The middle-aged man standing in the front said while cupping his hands and congratulating, Congratulations, President. We have tested it with professional instruments and are 100% sure that there is river sand underground. River sand can help him recover quickly. And it can also gain the favor and support of the government. This wave can be said to be a great victory. But the middle-aged man's next words shocked her beyond words. In addition to river sand, there is another major discovery, that is rare soil. The words, rare soil, made Lin Xianqing, who had seen many storms and waves, gasp in surprise. The previous wave was a complete victory, so this wave it's a big win, and it's also a big profit. Okay. Contact the government officials immediately and tell them that we have decided to sign the contract. No, I will go and sign the contract myself. Lin Xianqing knew that the sooner this happened, the better, and there would be absolutely no room for any mistakes. Night. After jumping around outside all day, Lin Yu slowly walked into their house, dragging his body against the wall. As she expected, no matter what time he came home, there was always a light on in the living room for her. You're back. Lin Jinming sat in the living room, staring at him with numb eyes. Lin Yu knew that the girl had returned home, but he didn't expect that she was so eager to kill him. There is no other reason. The kitchen knife on the table proves everything. Mingming is back. Do you miss Daddy? Why are you waiting for me here so obediently, Tilder? Lin Yu showed a cynical and somewhat scumbag smile. Lin Jinming spat in disgust, Shut up and don't try to get close to me. As she said that, she suddenly grabbed the kitchen knife on the table, pointed at Lin Yu's nose and yelled, You old bastard, how did you make those steamed buns? If you don't tell me the truth today, I will die with you. She missed her mother so much that when she ate steamed buns with familiar taste, She imagined that they were made by her mother. But the reality gave her a big blow, which made her extremely desperate. Those steamed buns were actually made by the person I hate the most. If you want to learn, just tell me. It's not like I won't teach you. Lin Yu showed an intriguing smile. I'll give you a family price for the tuition fee, so let's calculate it at 5 million. He is indeed a scumbag. Even a small fart can be used as a reason to ask his daughter for money. Lin Yu is now becoming more and more stable in his character, and is completely adept at it. All he needs to do is ask for money. But Lin Jinming was also fooled by this and directly handed over a bank card. Here's 10 million. Teach me how to make those steamed buns, and then use your steamed buns to compete with mine. If you win, the remaining 5 million is yours. She secretly roared in her heart, if you lose, then your life will no longer belong to you. She longed for revenge, but was stopped by her mother's steamed buns, so she decided to give Lin Yu a chance. If she really lost to me, there would be nothing to say. Chapter 26, She was conquered by Lin Yu. 10 million. Can I also improve my second daughter's favorability? After hearing what Lin Jinming said, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This is like giving someone a pillow when he is sleepy. He was still thinking about how to mend his relationship with his second daughter, and she came to him on her own initiative. He grinned like a villain and nodded happily, okay. He has cooking skills, how could he lose to this girl? A PK begins. Lin Yu and Lin Jinming both put on aprons. One of them explained to her very seriously how to make steamed buns, while the other one watched and took notes very carefully, for fear of missing anything. You knead the dough so gently, are you sure it took more than half an hour to knead the buns? Lin Jinming raised the question just as he started teaching. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, your mother said when she was making steamed buns that every time you knead the dough, you should treat it like a family member and be gentle with it. Gently knead all the loose things into warm dough. This is the gentleness your mother taught me. Gentle. Lin Jinming was slightly stunned. Obviously, this was a dough that was infused with a lot of love. Unfortunately, she couldn't feel any fatherly love from Lin Yu. Oh. She sneered and said sarcastically, are you worthy of mentioning the word gentle? Lin Yu did not refute, and continued seriously, your mother told me that when she was kneading the dough, she was thinking about the happiness of her family when they could eat the steamed buns. Even though I messed up everything before. Before Lin Yu finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind, ding ding ding, host, please do not deviate from your character setting. He was startled and quickly changed his words, but I don't regret it. Anyway, my life was gone with your mother when she died. The mockery on Lin Jinming's face suddenly disappeared, and he was stunned instead. After a long while, he said, just make your noodles well and don't say anything you shouldn't say. Although he appeared indifferent on the surface, ripples had already appeared in his heart. She never thought about who would be the saddest person after her mother died. She always put all the blame on Lin Yu, but she never thought that the light that belonged to his world was gone and no one understood his pain. Apart from numbing himself with alcohol all day long and trapping himself in a world of nothingness to escape everything, no one has ever helped him. Can you answer a question for me? Lin Jinming's voice sounded a little nervous, as if he wanted to ask a question that he had wanted to ask for years. Lin Yu nodded slightly, go ahead. When I was a child, I was sick. The word, sick, had just come out of his mouth when the door opened and a beautiful figure hurried in, interrupting Lin Jinming's words. What are you doing? The person who came was none other than Lin Qianan. She even thought she was hallucinating for a moment, because when she got home she saw her scumbag father kneading dough in the kitchen with her second sister who wanted to kill him. What a scene of loving father and filial daughter. Lin Jinming said calmly, of course I'll let this old man teach me how to make steamed buns that taste like my mom's. Lin Qianan immediately lost his composure when he heard this. Mom's steamed buns. She is usually a quiet girl, but becomes extremely excited when she hears something about her mother. You're not saying. She tried hard to suppress her excitement, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The steamed buns made by this old man taste like my mom's. She has never eaten her mother's cooking since she was a child, which is one of her regrets. How can I not be excited after hearing what my second sister said? Although Lin Jinming didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. Quick! Do it for me! Lin Qianan ran into the kitchen frantically, grabbed a kitchen knife and pointed it at Lin Yu and shouted, if you dare not do it, I will chop you up now. Lin Yu. Damn it. Do all of us like to point kitchen knives at others? And this is your attitude when asking for help? Lin Jinming pushed the kitchen knife down in her hand unhappily. If you want to eat, stay aside. If you come in and get in the way again, I'll beat you up. Faced with the risk of being beaten, Lin Chinon could only put away the knife with tears. Although he had been doted on by his sisters since he was a child, he would inevitably be beaten for being disobedient. While talking, Lin Yu also finished kneading the dough. He threw the dough into the basin and said calmly, "Let the dough rise for half an hour, then cut it into pieces and steam it for 15 minutes. It's done. Now it's your turn." After saying that, he walked to the living room without looking back and started browsing his phone out of boredom. Lin Jinming's beautiful eyes were filled with a fighting spirit that was ready to fight to the death. Now the kitchen is her battlefield. She must make steamed buns that taste exactly the same as her mother's, or even more like her mother's, to win. As long as he wins, it means that Lin Yu has missed this opportunity. She could also kill him calmly. It may seem like a childish opportunity, but in fact, she is giving herself another chance. Let us get started. Lin Jinming, you are the best. Stir and knead the dough. She replicated Lin Yu's technique in every step with precision. For a world-renowned pastry chef, this technique was a piece of cake. She imitated Lin Yu and kneaded the dough gently for half an hour. The strange thing was that Lin Yu's words appeared in her mind unconsciously. When your mother was making steamed buns, she said that you should treat your family members with tenderness every time you knead the dough. Gently knead all the loose things into warm dough. This is the tenderness your mother taught me. Her mind involuntarily began to appear scenes of when her mother had not died in the car accident and this home was still a home. Dad would take them outings every day, gently rub mom's shoulders, and gently hold them in his arms as they ran wildly on the grass. As she kneaded the dough, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, but a hasty tear fell from the corner of her eye and just fell onto the dough. Clatter. She frowned slightly. As a pastry chef, the most unacceptable mistake happened. In the past, in order to lock in the taste, she would resolutely choose to redo it. But this time, she hesitated. Because this is a dough that is related to my mother's memories, and it is also the dough that will be made into my ideal steamed buns that taste like my mother's. She looked down at the dough in her hands for a long time without being able to throw it away. Finally, I sighed and could only continue to do it. What she didn't expect was that the bottleneck period that she had been unable to break through before was directly broken through in this PK. And she was completely conquered by Lin Yu's buns. Chapter 27, the concert went viral. This is. After putting the steamed buns in the steamer, he sat on the sofa and watched short videos out of boredom. You won't know the result until you see it. You will be dumbfounded when you see it. Just after Lin Muqiu and Fang Yuan reached an agreement, Fang Yuan's Tianwang Entertainment took the lead and issued an announcement directly through the official account. Wang Yuyan was invited to participate in the Little Queen's Golden Melody concert. As soon as this announcement was issued, it immediately caused an uproar across the entire internet. Anyone who has heard of the turmoil in the entertainment industry knows that the two entertainment companies, Tianwang and Lei Ting, have been sworn enemies for many years. Now they are actually holding a concert together. Isn't this going to give the audience a big bang? Thunder and the King of Pop jointly held a concert, the Little Queen vs the newcomer, who is better? Unprecedented, Thunder King concert, is it a nemesis or destiny? In order to add fuel to the fire, Fang Yuan spent a huge amount of money to push the popularity to the peak. Countless promoters rushed to post articles. For a time, this concert dominated all major traffic apps and became the hottest topic. No way, the songs written by the little diva were all sold to Wang Yuyan by her father. Aren't they mortal enemies? Stop kidding, I'm a Yuyan fan, how could I possibly support the little diva? Hey, don't shoot. I was ignorant before tilde. You've made up. Then I was protecting the queen last night, fighting Wang Yuyan's fans single-handedly for the entire night. It is said that the little queen's father secretly sold a lot of songs, but the hit song she created this time is absolutely a masterpiece. The number of comments under each topic has basically reached an unprecedented 9999 plus. You can imagine how much the entire network is looking forward to this concert. After reading these tweets, Lin Yu secretly admired Fang Yuan. This woman has a really good eye. She can even use this to stir up hype. At the concert a week later, Lin Yu was also inspired and had his own ideas. On the surface, I am a scumbag, but what if I am not a scumbag anymore? I sang father in front of my daughters. No, I sang father to myself. He was still planning how to give his daughters a big surprise and win their favor, when Lin Jinming in the kitchen shouted, "Your steamed buns are ready, come over here quickly." When he heard that the steamed buns were ready, Lin Yu didn't move, but Lin Qianan next to him rushed over like a stick. "Where is it?" She licked her fingers cutely, her eyes full of desire. Lin Jinming didn't indulge her, and warned her angrily, "Wait until my steamed buns are ready before you can eat them. If you dare to eat them secretly, I'll show you how I'll punish you." Lin Qianan shrank his neck and finally walked back disappointed. Lin Yu put the big buns on the plate and nodded slightly to Lin Jinming, "Wait for you. Don't lose Tilder." He was very confident in his skills. If he could lose to Lin Jinming, it would prove that the system only produced junk. Lin Jinming glanced at the steamed buns still in the steamer and took a deep breath. "I absolutely cannot lose." 10 minutes later, Lin Jinming's steamed buns were also out of the pot. When the two steamed buns were placed in front of Lin Qianan, she chose to pick up the one made by Lin Yu without hesitation and began to eat it with a grunt. This. She danced with excitement and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that you, an old man, could make such a steamed bun." Hearing that Lin Qianan, who had always regarded him as his number one enemy, could say such affirmative words, Lin Yu was quite moved, proving that he would not be killed for the time being. Lin Jinming pointed at Lin Qianan's nose anxiously and shouted, "Are you done? When you're done, eat mine. See if it tastes exactly the same. As long as the taste is almost the same, it means she wins." This was her secret struggle with her stubborn self in her heart. She was giving Lin Yu a chance, and also giving her current self another chance. Lin Jinming pouted, but still obediently picked up the steamed buns she made. Grunt. After taking the first bite, her pretty brows frowned slightly, and she felt a little enlightened. This taste, so strange. Lin Jinming nervously observed the changes in Lin Qianan's expression. "What's strange?" "It's completely different from what the old immortal did, but also a little similar." She took another bite, pursed her lips and explained in a low voice, "The first bite is bitter, but the more you chew, the sweeter it becomes. Just like when I saw the old immortal before, I wanted to kill him all the time, but I just couldn't kill him. But, now I'm not so obsessed with whether or not to kill him." Lin Yu. What a vivid description. Lin Jinming found it weird and picked up the steamed buns he had made. Grunt. Just as Lin Qianan said, after the slightly bitter first bite, a hint of sweetness follows. That tear. She looked at the steamed bun in her hand with sudden enlightenment. She knew that the bitter taste was the emotion she had dropped into the dough when she was kneading it. It was the pain of the girl who had been obsessed for so many years and was abandoned at home and almost died of illness. But the sweetness behind it is happiness, the happiness of remembering how good her father was to her. "It seems like I haven't really understood him all these years. He only remembers the hatred but forgets that he doesn't hate anyone. Instead, he locks himself in a dark world and is depressed all day long. At this moment, Lin Jinming choked up and let go of his obsession. "Can I ask you a question?" From the old immortal to you, the change in the title also moved Lin Yu. A steamed bun made your head buzz. Ask. Lin Jinming took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had troubled him all his life. "That night when I was 12 years old and had a high fever, why did you leave me alone at home and almost die of illness, while you ran out in the middle of the night to have fun? Get ill?" Yes, she was seriously ill that year, to the point where her consciousness was almost blurred. "In the end, I only remember that my scumbag father was only interested in pleasure and totally ignored me. If it weren't for my elder sister Lin Xianqing carrying me on her back and rushing to the hospital in the rain, I would have been doomed." Lin Yu also found what happened that day in the character's memory. He smiled helplessly and said, "Do you hate me just because of this? Then have you ever thought about this? Something very sad happened that day." Lin Qianan and Lin Jinming's eyes suddenly froze, and they were both waiting for Lin Yu's explanation. Lin Yu's subsequent explanation was a big blow to them, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Chapter 28, I am the murderer of my mother's death. That day, Lin Yu's thoughts entered the plot. It was a stormy night. Xiao Jinming woke up from his coma, felt dizzy and climbed out of bed weakly. At this moment, she felt that the whole world was dark. "Ever since my mother passed away, our home has become eerily quiet and lonely. Dad, Mom." Xiao Jinming had a high fever and walked downstairs weakly in the dark. She called out miserably to her parents, but all she got in response was still the dead silence and darkness. Plop. Xiao Jinming accidentally fell to the ground. Woo woo. She fell to the ground and began to cry bitterly. I want mommy and daddy, mom and daddy. Mingming is in pain, dad and mom, where are you? She is 12 years old and has endured so much suffering at such a young age. Their biting cold made her shiver, and because of the high fever, her whole body was weak and she no longer had the strength to get up. Cold. She hugged her arms and her consciousness gradually fell into chaos. I don't know how long it took, but a beam of light came on from the entrance. She opened her eyes dazedly and found that the person who came was her father, whom she had been thinking about all the time. Dad. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the other party. What are you doing lying on the ground making a fuss in the middle of the night? I'm too lazy to care about you. If you want to die, hurry up and don't bother me from having fun. After saying that, he walked into the room and walked out without knowing what he did. He never looked at the child once during the whole process. At that moment, the seeds of hatred were planted in the young child's heart. She didn't know what she had done wrong, and she didn't know why her father was so angry when he saw her and treated her like an enemy. Dad. Bang. The moment the door closed, the father-daughter relationship between Lin Jinming and Lin Yu also closed. Rainy night. After closing the door, Lin Yu took out a cigarette, lit one for himself bitterly, called his eldest daughter, and walked out silently in the rain. Today is the 7th day after his wife's death. A car accident took away his beloved and his soul. Tonight he was very drunk and walked to the nearby cemetery. On the rainy night, he cried out the pain in his heart. Aim, you told me not to hate her, but I can't do it. She is my daughter, but why did she grab my steering wheel at that time? Boom. These words caused a thunderstorm. Lin Yu knelt in front of the grave and roared at the top of his lungs. Why did she want to kill you because of a trivial matter? You asked me not to hate her, what do you want me to do? Why don't you take me with you? His beloved died, and the murderer was his own daughter. This desperate situation almost suffocated him. In that case, Lin Yu took a deep breath, and the sadness in his eyes became more intense. From now on, I won't take care of anything. Just do what you like, okay? Otherwise, I really don't know how to live. I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill her. In his eyes, Lin Jinming is the murderer who killed his wife. If he wants to forget these things, he can only indulge himself all day long and do what his wife likes to do without caring about the world. After Lin Yu finished reading his character's story, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a heavy tone, "Are you sure you want to know about this?" Lin Jinming and Lin Qianan were both frightened by Lin Yu's eyes, as if at that moment, he had turned into a vicious tiger that was ready to eat anyone. Are you sure? Lin Yu focused his eyes on Lin Jinming, waiting for the other party's answer. Lin Jinming took a deep breath. I'm sure. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. I hope you don't regret it. He briefly recounted that year, he and his wife took 12-year-old Lin Jinming and 15-year-old Lin Xianqing to attend the art exhibition. The original intention was to broaden their horizons. It just so happened that Lin Xianqing had a great talent in this area and planned to develop into a painter in the future. Result: Lin Jinming didn't want to go and insisted on going home. When he was rejected, he angrily reached out from the back seat and twisted the steering wheel, causing a car accident. Aang, who was sitting in the back row, protected her immediately, but died as a result. Before she died, she told Lin Yu not to hate her, so that Lin Yu fell into a whirlpool of pain, drank all day long, and became a scumbag ridiculed by everyone. Lin Jinming's eyes widened when he learned the truth, and Lin Qianan beside him was so scared that he was shaking all over. She put all the blame on Lin Yu, but she didn't expect that the real murderer was Lin Jinming. Second sister, is what he said, serious? You killed my mother. Lin Qianan bit his lip, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Jinming's voice trembled, and he shook his head repeatedly in fear. No. Impossible. How could I possibly? Lin Yu sneered. That's because you suffered a head impact and lost your memory of the car accident. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xianqing. She's been keeping this secret all these years. Lin Yu's tone couldn't help but become a little heavier. After all, if he unleashed this bomb at this time, not only would the damage be transferred, but he would also avoid being killed by these two crazy guys. She tried to find the scene of her mother's car accident from her confused memory, but no matter how hard she tried, it was always blank. In desperation, she took out her cell phone and called Lin Xianqing desperately. As usual, the call was connected after one beep. Sister. Is it me who caused my mother's death? Am I the murderer? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and the person took a deep breath before answering. You remembered. Let's just leave this matter behind. Click. Lin Jinming's cell phone fell to the ground. For a moment he felt dizzy and dark. He collapsed to the ground, crying in despair. I really am the murderer who killed my mother. What on earth have I done? Who have I been resenting all these years? Seeing Lin Jinming breaking down and crying, Lin Yu couldn't help but continue to add, and I didn't abandon you that night, but called your eldest sister and asked her to take you to the hospital. And I couldn't face you, let alone forgive you. I could only go to your mother's grave and cry. It was her 7th day after death. Lin Jinming. Lin Qianan. Both women were trembling all over by Lin Yu's roar. It's hard to imagine how much he endured when he lost his beloved. I've had enough of this. Lin Yu also felt that it was about time, so he turned around and walked outside. Because he successfully avoided the murderous intention of the second daughter, he has to go find Long Yuxuan to play tonight. After all, according to the plot, he should get another good opportunity, so he has to mess it up in advance. Chapter 29, Long Yuxuan is speechless. Rainy night. Long Yuxuan squatted at the door of the KTV and smoked a cigarette, feeling somewhat helpless. Tell me, I've been walking on thin ice all my life, can I make it to the other side? He exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the woman in leather pants beside him with tired eyes. The woman sighed, Brother Bo Bing, even if you can make it to the other side, you still have to pay back the 520 yuan I gave you. Because I have already spent a lot of money to come to you, I really don't have much left. Long Yuxuan. He threw away the cigarette angrily and complained, Butterfly, the organization sent you here to assist me, but didn't give you any funding. Who are Hudi muttered, I was given 20,000 yuan, and it cost me 15,000 yuan just to come here from that crappy place in northern Xinjiang. I rented a house with the remaining 5,000 yuan, paid 1/3 of the deposit, and had 600 yuan left. I helped you pay back the 520 yuan to the food stall, so I only had 80 yuan left. Long Yuxuan. He knows that the people above are notoriously stingy. But I never thought that even the expatriates were so stingy that they were starving to death. The officer said that he gave you an unlimited card and said that if he finds you, you will pay me. She sighed speechlessly, I didn't see any salary, but I saw you washing dishes in the kitchen of someone else's food stall, and you even exploited me until I only had 80 yuan left. Long Yuxuan. What kind of subordinate is this? He can't bring himself to bring up anything. Butterfly continued to complain weakly, we just pulled you out of the food stall, and now you're working as a gigolo in a KTV. Brother Bo Bing, you are a legend in the northern frontier. Do you think you are going to be a gigolo? Long Yuxuan. Every word is more cruel than the last, like a knife stabbing me right in the heart. Don't call me Brother Bo Bing, call me Dragon King. Besides, my card has been suspended. Please help me go to my old boss and tell him about my difficulties. Ask him to unfreeze my card immediately. Otherwise I won't be able to survive. Flower Butterfly nodded, not quite understanding, okay. While we were chatting here, the manager on duty came out angrily, hey so-and-so, you are so awesome. You're slacking off here on your first day at work, right? Hurry up, the masters are waiting for you. Long Yuxuan. He took a deep breath, looked at Hua Hudi with complicated eyes and said, well, I'm going to work. You'll treat me to a midnight snack tonight. Butterfly? No, I only have $80 left, and you still want me to treat you. Please, be a human being. Sister Mar tilde. This batch is the best quality we have here tilde. Come on, everyone, say hello to Sister Mar tilde. The manager on duty led the 8 gigolos into the box, where 3 women were sitting. They were dressed up beautifully, with makeup weighing 2 kilograms on their faces, and they would start screaming when they saw the handsome guys. Wow tilde. This batch is of good quality tilde. Hey, Xiao Wu, I want to be the first one tilde. Standing in the middle, Long Yuxuan silently repeated in his heart countless times, don't choose me, don't choose me. Hey, you are the handsome boy with your head down tilde. Sister Mar pointed her finger at Long Yuxuan. Long Yuxuan. His world collapsed. The manager on duty nodded happily and said, everyone else, get out. The others who were not selected immediately bowed politely. Goodbye, boss. I wish you a happy life, tilde. Long Yuxuan and the two guys who were chosen had a look of despair on their faces. This is called sister. Long Yuxuan roared crazily in his heart, aren't they all men? Why do you guys bother pretending to be women to find gigolos? Finally, he sat on the sofa resigned to his fate, ready to be tortured to death. Come, let's have a drink, tilde. Sister Ma brought 2 glasses of wine, and even though Long Yuxuan was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to take the wine. Tons of tons. After drinking a glass of wine, he took a long breath and gasped for a long time before he recovered. You are so handsome. Sister Ma started to touch Long Yuxuan's belly and exclaimed, wow, tilde, you still have abdominal muscles, tilde. Abs? What? I want to touch it too, tilde. The 2 young ladies next to him immediately stretched out their hands and started touching Long Yuxuan's abdominal muscles frantically. Long Yuxuan suppressed his nausea and kept smiling politely. He. Brother, you are so ignorant. You don't even know how to show your abdominal muscles. Here, this is a small reward from your sister, go up and dance, tilde. Long Yuxuan. Sister Ma took out a stack of $100 bills from her bag and shook it so hard that Long Yuxuan's eyes widened. Hundreds of thousands of bills were thrown onto the table, and Long Yuxuan jumped directly onto the table and began to dance. But they were stopped immediately after they started dancing. Sister Ma said with a look of disgust, we are not here to watch you dancing around, you have to take off your clothes, tilde. Take it off. Take it off. The 2 girls next to him immediately started to make a noise, clapping their hands and asking Long Yuxuan to do a striptease. Long Yuxuan was extremely unwilling in his heart as a great dragon king. He had fallen to the point of being a gigolo to pay off his debts, but he had to do this kind of dance here. You don't want to, right? Bang. The other 2 sisters took out a wad of bills from their bags and slammed them on the table. Long Yuxuan looked at the 3 piles of money, which amounted to at least 200,000 or 300,000. Jump once and you can reduce a lot of debt. Anyway, what happens here can't possibly spread to the northern border. So, Long Yuxuan made up his mind and took off his coat to the rhythmic beat. Just when he was about to take off his pants, the door opened and the music stopped. Old sir, please help unfreeze his card as soon as possible. I told you that he had fallen into depravity and became a gigolo, why didn't you believe it? If you don't unfreeze his bank card, he will have to work here forever. The sound of the butterfly was not loud, but it made Long Yuxuan dumbfounded. No. Are you sick? I asked you to say something nice via video call, but you came in with a video call while I was at work. Long Yuxuan angrily shouted, get out now. The old boss on the other side of the video looked so green with anger. Come back tomorrow, butterfly. That person has nothing to do with me anymore. Beep, beep, beep. Long Yuxuan felt so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. Old man, you don't even want to listen to my explanation, right? He could already foresee that the news of him becoming a gigolo would spread throughout the northern border, and he would definitely end up in disgrace. After Butterfly rolled out, a beautiful woman hurriedly ran in from outside the door. The 3 sisters, who were having a blast, got anxious right away. Her appearance reversed Long Yuxuan's decadent situation and even saved him from suffering. Chapter 30, Sun Yuhan. Old thing. Why are you in a place like this again? The beautiful woman who broke in could hardly stop the murderous intent in her eyes when she saw Sister Ma leaning on the sofa. Sister Ma was like a cat seeing a mouse. She covered her face and yelled in a hoarse voice, You, how did you find yourself here? The beautiful woman grabbed the wine bottle on the table and threw it at Sister Ma angrily. Snap! Sister Ma dodged the bottle flexibly, and the glass shattered all over the floor, scaring the 2 girls next to her and starting to scream. Aye tilde. Yuhan, we are all girls, you can't be so rude. When Sun Yuhan heard this, she lost control immediately. Are they all girls? She picked up 2 bottles of beer with both hands and threw them at the 2 of them. A grown man doesn't want to take care of his family, but dresses up like a monster every day. Snap! I get angry when I see you guys. Snap! You have such a distorted outlook on life, and you made my dad become like this. Snap! If you don't let my family live well, I will fight you. Snap! The wine bottles on the table burst into pieces in the KTV, and the 2 girls were so scared that they hid on the ground and trembled. Don't smash it, Yuhan. Oh tilde no tilde no tilde tilde. Sun Yuhan didn't stop until all their wine bottles on the table were smashed to pieces. She panted and glared at Sister Mar and said, "Either you go home now, or let Mom come over here." When she heard that her wife was coming, Sister Mar, who was crying with her face covered, ran away like a woman. The other two companions also followed Sister Ma's steps and ran out with their big butts twisted. After seeing them run away, Sun Yuhan sat on the sofa and broke down crying. Woo woo. Why did he become like this? Woo woo. Long Yushuan, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. He came in and chased the people away, and then he just cried there. What are you doing? Are you playing? How can I go to work if this continues? However, after hearing the other party's address and looking at the other party's appearance, Long Yushuan seemed to have seen him somewhere. Yuhan. He thought about it carefully in his mind, and suddenly he was shocked. The eldest daughter of the Sun line of the Qinqiang family, Sun Yuhan. He had already done in-depth research on the daughters of prominent families in Qinqiang city long before he set foot here. Since it's delivered to my door, why not take this opportunity to form a bond with him? Long Yushuan does what he says. The deep blood feud he carries and his mission to enter the secular world this time all require the help of these noble families. Miss, do you want some paper? Sun Yuhan, who was crying bitterly, was asked this question, and then she realized that there was someone else in the box. She took a close look at Long Yushuan and immediately started to curse him in disgust. You dirty thing, don't come near me. Get lost. After being scolded, Long Yushuan took a deep breath, then sat on the sofa and started cursing. Tell me what's wrong with you. I've been affecting my work, and now you want me to get out. I finally made up my mind tonight, but you ruined it. Hearing Long Yushuan's complaining tone, Sun Yuhan's originally disgusted expression couldn't help but show a hint of self-blame. She didn't say anything, but listened quietly to Long Yushuan. Do you think I want to work in a place like this? If I hadn't been drunk and hadn't paid for someone else's bill, owing more than 3 million, I would have. Long Yushuan punched the sofa weakly, like a tragic hero with great ambitions but nowhere to display them. Sun Yuhan didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that this young man had some heroic spirit. Looking at Long Yushuan's profile, she actually felt a little distressed. I'm sorry. I thought you were just like the people out there, doing this just for the money. Hearing Sun Yuhan's apology, Long Yushuan laughed inwardly. Isn't this enough to control you? He waved his hand and said, it's all over. I don't blame you. You can just take it as your bad luck. Sun Yuhan snapped her fingers and said, oh, I'm just in a bad mood. Why don't I patronize your business? You tell me your sadness and I'll tell you mine too. My grandma once said that as long as you talk about the bad things, you will feel much better. Long Yushuan. She is indeed a kind-hearted little cutie. Good. In order to escape from the sea of suffering, Long Yushuan did not bother to be polite with her. He directly took her card and opened a membership for 1 million yuan. The two of them drank and started chatting. Sun Yuhan drank while expressing his sorrow helplessly. In our Sun family, those in power are all women, and we basically recruit sons-in-law. My dad is a son-in-law. It's okay that he only cares about pleasure every day, but I didn't expect him to have a habit of dressing up as a woman. Because of this, my mom has already broken up with him in name only. Long Yushuan. No wonder this girl is called Sister Mar. Since Sun Yuhan's last name is Sun, it turns out she is a gigolo. He can't even be a gigolo and has to have this kind of habit. My mother also made many concessions, telling him not to be so reckless in his female attire and that it's okay for him to play around with it in private. But he often brings male models home and has fun with other friends. Today is the last time. Mom asked me to come. She said she would expel him from the family. I. Sun Yuhan began to choke up as she spoke, and drank a bottle of expensive red wine in one gulp. Long Yushuan quietly took out the tissue and handed it over gently. On one hand, it's my father, and on the other hand, it's the family's reputation. I really don't know what to do. Sun Yuhan couldn't stop crying and it was obvious that she had completely broken down emotionally. Long Yushuan patiently advised him, and his hands were not idle either, he kept wiping her tears. Well, why don't you listen to my story? Long Yushuan looked at Sun Yuhan sincerely and said softly, I was framed by a thief because I attended a classmate party. Inexplicably, I had to pay the bill. He spent more than 3 million that night, and in the end, it was all charged to me. I am a rookie who has no idea about the dangers of society. I can only work as a gigolo here, serving dishes and cleaning toilets. And I met him this afternoon. I argued with him, and finally, he said helplessly and in a low mood, I was tricked again. The other party knew that I had no money, but he tricked me into having dinner with him, and then he ran away in shame. It made me wash dishes for a few more hours, or. Sun Yuhan. Isn't this bullying an honest person? She hated evil so much that she got angry on the spot. She picked up the bottle and asked coldly, who did it? If I don't smash a few bottles on him, I'm not Sun Yuhan. But as soon as the words fell, a slightly arrogant voice rang out, I did it. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a very proud man standing by the door, greeting them in a relaxed manner. Good evening, both of you tilder. Long Yuxuan frowned. The person who came was none other than Lin Yu. Chapter 31, Polar Reversal. It's you? When Sun Yuhan saw Lin Yu, the expression on her face suddenly became disgusted. If Long Yuxuan said that someone else framed him, Sun Yuhan might still question it, but with Lin Yu's words, everything seemed to make sense again. Just because of this scumbag's reputation, he is extremely stinking in the upper-class circles. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at noon yet. How dare you show up in front of me? Long Yuxuan stared at Lin Yu with indignation, as if he had seen the murderer of his father. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, Brother Long, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you so excited? What a great phrase. No grudges or hatred. Long Yuxuan could see that every time this guy approached him, he acted like a good guy, but when he met him, everything always went wrong. Gongsun Feihong, who had a good impression of him, left him for no apparent reason. Wang Yuyan, who was very close to him and was about to have the chance to attack him, broke up with him. Another thing is that he was burdened with a huge debt of more than 3 million yuan and was forced to become a gigolo in a KTV. Even his old boss who treated him like a son wanted to strip him of his title of Dragon King. Every tragedy has Lin Yu's shadow. At this moment, he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Miss, you don't know something. I can work here thanks to him. Long Yuxuan has already started to get ready and is ready to take him down. Lin Yu smiled playfully, completely ignoring the anger on Long Yuxuan's face. Sun Yuhan, who was a little drunk, picked up the bottle and prepared to rush over to beat him up. After all, she had a wealthy family and a big fortune, so she had no pressure in beating up a scumbag. Okay, then I'll help you vent your anger today. Just as Sun Yuhan was about to take action, Lin Yu shouted, wait. I came here today because I felt sorry for you and wanted to pay off the debt on your account. I didn't expect Brother Long to have such malicious intent towards me. He pretended to be in great pain and even stretched his head forward and shouted, fight me, fight me. As long as you can beat me up, what does it matter if I risk my life? They both. If you hit him rashly, it would be a bit rude. Long Yuxuan thought about it again, and his tone softened a little. Are you really here to help me pay off my debts? Lin Yu nodded slightly, go make a list of your debts, then bring the card machine over, and I'll help you pay it back. Return? Bullshit. Why should I ask you to pay back the money I owe you? The purpose of his coming here today is to ruin his good thing with Sun Yuhan. After all, he is the male protagonist, the son of great luck in the book. He can grow up if he is not careful, so Lin Yu needs to cut off everything that is helpful to the male protagonist. Okay. Yuhan, help me keep an eye on him first, don't let him run away. Long Yuxuan ran out of the door in a hurry, fearing that if he was a few steps slower, Lin Yu would slip away. Sun Yuhan's face was slightly red, and she seemed to be a little drunk. She stood by the door with a bottle of wine. If Lin Yu dared to run, she would knock him down immediately. Lin Yu chuckled, I wonder how much the younger generation of the Sun family knows about Brother Long. Sun Yuhan. She knows shit about it. It was just the first time they met and they were just drinking buddies at most. Well, we just met, I feel okay. Lin Yu clicked his tongue twice, then you must not know that he has fallen into this situation because of his own fault. Sun Yuhan, It's your own fault. Lin Yu didn't waste any time and took out the video he had taken long ago. See for yourself. This is the scene when Lin Yu was about to pay. The drunk Long Yuxuan shouted that he would fight anyone who dared to pay the bill. Get the hell out of here. I'm the sky-lifting dragon king, you all have to give me some respect. Lin Yu, if you treat me as a brother, then blame me for this. I'm having a great time drinking tonight, if you dare spoil my fun I'll kill your whole family. Long Yuxuan in the picture looked extremely ugly, and Lin Yu took out his phone several times but he pressed it down. Sun Yuhan frowned as she watched. As the saying goes, a person's character is reflected by his drinking habits. A person's bad qualities will be infinitely magnified after getting drunk. Your whole family. Sun Yuhan felt very uncomfortable hearing such words. Is it his own fault? After watching the video, Sun Yuhan's favorable impression of Long Yuxuan decreased a lot. It turned out that what he said just now was just a lie. He was obviously pretending to be cool. He had to put the blame on Lin Yu, and then he started to say bad things about him after he sobered up. Then you asked him to run an order at noon, and you made him wash dishes at the food stall. Lin Yu was well prepared and even went back to the food stall in the afternoon to get the surveillance video in order to put an end to Long Yuxuan's misfortune. Tilde. I am most afraid of people gossiping about me. Take a look at the surveillance video yourself. When Sun Yuhan saw the surveillance video, she became uneasy again. Like a grandson, Long Yuxuan kept asking Lin Yu to help him pay off his debts, which made Wen Yuyan furious. In the end, she took Lin Yu away. During this time, Lin Yu wanted to go back several times but was stopped by Wen Yuyan. This girl is familiar, right? She's the heroine in the last video who was vomited all over by the drunken Long Yuxuan. He was attracted to the girl, and when he got drunk he acted pretentious and vomited all over her. When they met the next day, they were like enemies meeting and their eyes were full of jealousy. Lin Yu began to ruthlessly expose Long Yuxuan's lies. And I didn't run away on purpose. I was dragged away by the girl. Words after words proving his innocence were like hammering at Sun Yuhan's fragile heart, leaving her stunned on the spot. Long Yuxuan has to bear the debt himself, and Lin Yu is not going to escape the order from the food stall. All of this is Long Yuxuan's lies. I'm sorry, Uncle Lin. Sun Yuhan lowered the bottle and sincerely apologized to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, It's okay, I've been misunderstood a lot, I'm used to it. I came here specially tonight to help him pay off his debts so that he won't feel guilty. When Sun Yuhan first met Lin Yu, she found that she was not a scumbag as everyone said. Instead, she was a gentle and humble person. At this moment, Long Yuxuan, who had come to get the bill, ran into the box happily and shouted with a smile, Come on, swipe the card. Lin Yu also made a move to swipe the card, which made Long Yuxuan's eyes light up. But the righteous Sun Yuhan simply couldn't sit back and watch. Slow. Long Yuxuan. Sun Yuhan raised her hand and asked coldly, You are already an adult, right? Long Yuxuan. Sister, what are you doing? Aren't we in the same group? Sun Yuhan whispered coldly, You have to take responsibility for what you have done. I can't force you to pretend and ask others to pay back the money. Long Yuxuan couldn't hold it anymore. He had just left for a while, and how come Sun Yuhan became an enemy hero? It's not Yuhan. Long Yuxuan hurriedly grabbed her little hand, but Sun Yuhan ruthlessly raised her hand holding the wine bottle and smashed it down on his head. Snap. Long Yuxuan was struck by lightning and looked at Sun Yuhan in confusion. No, that's not what the script says. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 32, You are not worthy of being my elder sister. Snap. With the sound of glass breaking, the unprepared Long Yuxuan fell to the ground. Sun Yuhan yelled angrily, Do you think we are familiar with each other? You called me Yuhan too. If you dare to touch me again, I will chop off your dog paws. Long Yuxuan covered his injured head and looked at Lin Yu, and found that he had a smile on his face as if he was watching a show. Is it you who did this? Lin Yu shrugged innocently, pretending to be a good person and began to dissuade Sun Yuhan. Hey, Yuhan, can you please not be so grumpy? It's wrong to hit people. Sun Yuhan took a deep breath and replied with great respect, Uncle, to deal with this kind of scum, we should strike hard and never show mercy. If you always think about others, you will be bullied even more. If he dares to look for you again in the future, tell me and I will definitely give him a good beating. Long Yuxuan. It sounds like I'm the one bullying the honest people. Who is the honest person here? Just when Sun Yuhan wanted to K a few more times, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When she saw the note, the anger on her face disappeared and her voice became much gentler. Mom. The other party didn't even wait for her to speak and started scolding her. Sun Yuhan, have you grown wings or have you become a bad person? Why is there a 1 million yuan bill for KTV consumption on the card I gave you? Am I too relaxed with you, giving you the illusion that you can be a playboy? If you don't go home in an hour, don't ever come back. Sun Yuhan's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she looked at Long Yuxuan in disbelief, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Mom, let me explain. Beep, beep, beep. Unfortunately, her mother didn't give her any chance to explain and just hung up the phone. Sun Yuhan silently put down her phone, walked straight to the table, picked up 2 wine bottles, pointed at Long Yuxuan and started cursing. You bastard, I trusted you so much just now. Took my card and charged me 1 million. My money came from the wind, why are you trying to bully me like this? Long Yuxuan replied weakly, didn't you let me spend it as I please? I'll give you a membership. If you take care of my business in the future, you can get a discount when you drink. He also didn't expect that during the short time he was away, Sun Yuhan's attitude towards him had completely reversed, and she was disgusted to the extreme. Discount, right? Sun Yuhan's blood pressure soared when she heard that, and she growled coldly, today I'm going to break your bones. She picked up the bottle and was about to put it on his face. Lin Yu, who was standing aside, did not stop her and just watched the show. Click, click, click. This time, Long Yuxuan was well prepared. He dodged the flying wine bottle by leaning sideways gracefully and rushed out the door in a panic. Seeing him running away, Sun Yuhan tried to chase him like crazy, but was stopped by Lin Yu. Yuhan, don't be angry. My uncle and the person in charge are old acquaintances. I'll ask him to return the money later. Sun Yuhan thought she would be scolded when she returned home, but if she returned the money, she could still explain to her mother. Thank you very much, Uncle Lin. I'll treat you to a meal later. But this villain and I have become enemies. Next time we meet, I will definitely teach him a lesson. It doesn't matter to Lin Yu whether to eat or not, as long as he stays away from those who can help Long Yuxuan turn things around. You really do, har ha har har. Lin Yu smiled politely, and quickly found a staff member to help Sun Yuhan refund the money so that she could take the money back and explain to her family. In the dead silent house, Lin Jinming sat on the sofa, motionless like a corpse. Lin Xianqing, Lin Muqiu, Lin Qianan and Lin Qianqian who were sitting next to her all looked at her with concern. After hearing about this, they immediately put down their work and ran home in a hurry. Jinming, are you hungry? I'll make you something, okay? Lin Xianqing looked at her with a distressed look on his face, fearing that his second sister would do something stupid after her emotional breakdown. Lin Jinming did not answer, but continued to sit on the sofa motionless. Second sister, please eat a little. Lin Muqiu also began to persuade him, but the other party just ignored him. However, Xiaoqi Lin Qianan started to get angry. She stared at Lin Jinming coldly and angrily said, You still have the nerve to let everyone coax you, don't you? Lin Jinming, I really want to kill you now. Lin Qianan's words made the other sisters unable to hold back. Everyone knows her obsession with not being able to see her dead mother, so even though Lin Yu did nothing, they have been enemies ever since she was old enough to understand. Now that her enemy has changed, she wants to vent all the resentment she has harbored over the years. After these words were spoken, Lin Jinming finally moved. She ran to the kitchen, rushed to Lin Qianan with a kitchen knife in hand, slammed the knife on the table, and screamed hysterically, Chop me! Chop me to death! This roar shocked the sisters. Lin Qianan raised his hand and picked up the kitchen knife, pointing it at his good second sister who had taken good care of him since he was a child. Lin Xianqing stepped forward in time and whispered with dignity, As your eldest sister, I will not allow you to kill each other. If you keep making noise, get out of this house. Lin Qianan's eyes were filled with tears, and he said with a wronged look on his face, Big sister. You promised me that you would help me kill the murderer. You knew she was the murderer from the beginning, why did you lead me to put the blame on that scumbag? Lin Qianan, who had always been well behaved, turned his attention to Lin Xianqing at this time. Lin Xianqing sighed helplessly, At first I thought you would think he was your father and gradually let go of your hatred. I didn't expect you to get deeper and deeper into trouble. Lin Qianan took a deep breath and cried in disappointment, You are not worthy of being my eldest sister. From today on, there will be no sisterhood between you and me. Then she turned around and stared at Lin Jinming, Their hatred for killing my mother is irreconcilable. Even if it was my father, I would kill him, let alone you. Just wait for me. After saying that, she slammed the door and left angrily. Lin Jinming bit her lip, feeling deeply sinful, and staggered upstairs to pack her luggage. After she knew that she was the one who killed her mother, she was too ashamed to stay in this family any longer. Lin Xianqing tried hard to hold back her tears and stood there woodenly watching Lin Jinming leave. Lin Muqiu and Lin Qianqian beside her had already burst into tears. This family will eventually break up. Lin Yu, who was singing passionately in KTV, also received a call from Lin Qianan at this time. He felt that happiness came too suddenly. He thought it was Lin Jinming calling, but unexpectedly it was Lin Qianan. Chapter 33, Lin Qianan's favorability plus 10. Woo woo. You scumbag, your family is about to break up, and yet you still come to KTV to sing. Inside the KTV, Lin Qianan sat in the box, crying like a child and cursing Lin Yu all the time. Lin Yu held the microphone and sang, "Young people are naturally wild, their bodies are like mountains and rivers with a straight backbone tilde tilde. Stop singing. Stop singing." Lin Qianan started yelling in frustration. Lin Yu put down the microphone, looked at her with a gloating look on his face and said, "What's wrong? Why are you not at home in the middle of the night, and why are you going to KTV to find me? I wonder if I'm usually busy at this point." Lin Qianan rolled his eyes at him and said, "You scumbag, what else can you do every day except eating and waiting to die and cheating your daughter? Are you busy having fun? She is in a very bad mood now, and is in a state of rage." In short, if Lin Yu said something, Lin Qianan would scold him several times. Fortunately, Lin Yu was thick-skinned, otherwise he would definitely be scolded as autistic. Hey, don't say that." Lin Yu had had enough fun and sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Qianan with confusion. "What do you want from me tonight?" Lin Qianan wiped the tears from his face and replied hesitantly, I'm in a bad mood, can't I come and scold you?" "Lin Yu, I am your father, you scold me when you are in a good mood, and you scold me when you are in a bad mood, so I am your boss." "All right. I came to you just to inform you." Lin Qianan seemed to have mustered up his courage, holding the microphone and roaring very loudly, "I have broken up with my sisters, and I have nothing to do with the Lin family from now on." Lin Yu. His eyes widened. He could never have imagined that Lin Qianan, who was usually spoiled by his sisters, would do such an extreme thing. As soon as she finished speaking, tears began to fall uncontrollably. It was obvious that she didn't want to go this far. When I found out that Lin Jinming was the real murderer who killed my mother, she was no longer my sister. I hate myself too. I've always wanted revenge, but why couldn't I do it when I knew it was her?" She cried so hard and had a complete mental breakdown. Lin Yu lit a cigar, exhaled a few puffs of smoke and said, "I know. Since you're in a bad mood, just drink more and get yourself drunk." "It's okay, drink more, I'm here." The words, "I am here," were like a drop of crystal water, sprinkling in Lin Qianan's dead heart, gradually causing ripples. She could never have imagined that when she was against the whole world, the person who stayed by her side would be a scumbag like Lin Yu. "Good. Drink with me." She picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking it in gulps. Lin Yu did not stop her, but instead joined her in drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Qianan's pretty face was as red as a monkey's butt. She burped and cursed Lin Yu, "You scum, you know I wronged you, why didn't you say it earlier? This is really too much of a jerk. Why don't you just let me continue to blame you wrongly? You had to say it today, and it made me suffer like this. Woo woo." She started crying again, but this time Lin Yu was very surprised. Lin Qianan stood in front of Lin Yu with a beer in his hand, staggering and crying, "Old man, this bottle of wine is my biggest apology to you. I have wronged you all these years. I am here to apologize to you." She began to stutter, but still managed to express her apology. "I'm telling you, I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I will make it up to you in the future. Sorry. The repeated sorries were also a disguised indication that the father-daughter relationship between Lin Yu and Lin Qianan had completely healed. Although she couldn't call her dad yet, she regarded Lin Yu as the closest person in her heart. Not for anything else, just because he endured the blame he had been given, and also to fulfill his mother's last wish. Even if he was blamed wrongly by everyone, he would still protect everyone well. Vomit. After Lin Qianan finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Yu to reply, he turned around and vomited violently on the ground. Lin Yu listened to his daughter's apology, and his heart was warm. It seems that these days have not been in vain. Ding dong. Lin Qianan's favorability plus 10. I thought that Lin Qianan, the most difficult one to conquer, was the big boss, and that the crazy guy would kill him at any time, but unexpectedly, he was the first one to be dealt with. Favorability plus 10 is enough to prove everything. Lottery. Ding dong. After 2 ding dong sounds, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to their host for winning the almighty medical skill. Features: as long as it is a disease, it can be cured. Congratulations to their host for winning ancient martial dragon fist. Features: martial arts divine fist, I am the only one. These 2 rewards shocked Lin Yu. One can beat people to death, the other can save people from death. They complement each other completely. If I beat you to death, I'm afraid of going to jail, so I can save you and beat you to death again. What are you daydreaming about? Let's keep drinking. Lin Qianan, who had just vomited, staggered to pick up the beer and continued to drink. Lin Yu was afraid that something might happen to her if she drank any more, so he suggested taking her to a place. Are you in such a bad mood? Lin Yu threw away the cigar in his hand and gently pulled her up. I'll take you to the place where Mom loved to go when she was alive, okay? Now that your favorability has increased, you might as well strike while the iron is hot and take this opportunity to interact more with her. Lion Garden. This quiet park is full of flowers from various cities. After Lin Yu parked the car, Lin Qianan, who was sitting in the front seat, had already fallen asleep. What a jerk this girl is. She wanted to interact with me for a while, but she fell asleep right after we got there. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, and finally he got off the car alone to see this place he hadn't set foot on for a long time. He has never set foot here since Ain's death, and relies on the money he earns by cheating and defrauding to maintain everything here every year. Now that he has returned to his hometown with the memories of his physical master, he feels unusually relaxed and has a greater sense of responsibility. His top priority at the moment is to protect his daughters from turning evil and being tricked by the male protagonist. Just as Lin Yu got out of the car, he saw a familiar figure in the distance, kneeling in front of the cherry tree that Ain had planted herself. The closer he got, the more familiar the figure seemed to him. The air was filled with the man's sad and desperate cries. It wasn't until Lin Yu walked in front of her that she was suddenly startled. Chapter 34, Another Troublemaker. Woo woo. I'm sorry. The air was filled with sad and desperate cries. Lin Yu approached slowly and was startled when he saw the person crying. Ming Ming? Hearing this call, the woman who was kneeling on the ground crying immediately turned her head. With the weak moonlight, Lin Yu saw tears streaming down her pretty face, and her beautiful phoenix eyes had already swollen beyond recognition, which was really pitiful. You old bastard, you followed me. Lin Jinming yelled in resistance, go away, I don't want to see you now. Every time she saw Lin Yu, she felt more and more guilty. Over the years, she has been blinded by hatred and has been living with the goal of revenge on Lin Yu. When I finally had the strength to swing my sickle at him, I realized that I was the one who deserved to die the most. Such a dramatic result caused her to have a mental breakdown. Lin Yu walked over calmly as usual. He vaguely guessed the drama of the sisters breaking up. If I don't tell everyone about Ain's death, I'm afraid I'll be the one to be killed. Lin Yu squatted in front of Lin Jinming and looked at the pile of bread and pastries placed on the ground, each of which was exquisite and delicate. Of course, he also found a bottle of medicine on the ground. What is this? Lin Yu picked her up and looked at Lin Jinming in surprise. Her face was ashen, and she replied in a hoarse voice, it's the poison prepared for you. Lin Jinming showed a self-deprecating smile, prepare it for me now. Lin Yu knew that they were determined to kill him, but he never thought they would be so extreme. Either poison yourself or keep it for yourself. Anyone who has hurt Ain will face reckoning, even herself. What a piece of crap. Snap. Lin Yu threw the medicine bottle aside casually. Lin Jinming looked at the broken poison without any panic on his face. Instead, he said firmly, even if you throw it away, I can live another way tomorrow. After learning that she was the murderer of her mother, she decided to commit suicide. Lin Yu clicked his tongue twice and said with a mean smile, you are about to die, why don't you give me all the money you have earned over the years? Just consider it as compensation for what I have endured over the years. Lin Jinming did not scold him. Instead, he said calmly, I left all my bank cards in the room. The password is my mother's birthday. You can go back and get them. She thought to herself, this is good, it can be considered a kind of redemption for herself. Lin Yu laughed, oh my brain tilder. He pretended to think for a few seconds, then smiled and said, why did you just remember now? Your mother left you a few last words before she died. I wonder if you want to read them before you die. Lin Jinming's eyes suddenly widened and he immediately became anxious. Give it to me. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking. After all, it was her mother who said these words to her, so how could she remain calm? Lin Yu made a gesture to ask for money. I'm afraid you won't want to die after reading this, so please transfer 5 million to me first. He thought that he would have to maintain the society and manage several parks, all of which would cost money, so he might as well make a fortune while maintaining his image. Lin Jinming was too lazy to talk nonsense. He just picked up his phone and transferred 5 million to Lin Yu's card number on the spot. Ding dong. After Lin Yu received the notification of the arrival of the money, he clicked on a video and handed the phone to Lin Jinming without thinking. According to the system's previous prompts, his life is tied to his daughters. If one of his daughters dies, Lin Yu will also suffer. Now that he saw Lin Jinming's determination to commit suicide, he had no choice but to reveal his cards. When Lin Jinming saw the video, she burst into tears again. Just because, the mother in the picture was lying in the emergency room of the hospital, her body covered in blood, her face as pale as wax, and she seemed to be hanging on for life. Ayu, hold the phone steady. This is my last words to Mingming, so that she won't blame herself in the future and never resent herself. Ain also had a premonition that her death would eventually affect her daughter's life, so before she died, she dragged her broken body and strongly asked Lin Yu to help her take a video. Ying endured the pain in her body, looked at the camera with tears in her eyes, and gave instructions weakly. Mingming, my good Ming. You have always been a strong-willed child. Mom knows you always want to attract everyone's attention, and you also want Mom to care about you more. Mom, I know I can't be with you anymore. So, you must stay strong in the future. After knowing the truth, don't hate yourself, because Mom misses you too. I want you to go and see the world for me, and spend more time with your dad. Mom, I can't bear to leave you, I can't bear to leave everyone. A few tears slipped out of Ain's eyes, and Lin Yu, who was filming the video, cried so hard that he couldn't even hold the phone steadily. You have to promise Mom, don't do anything stupid. I also need to help my mother take good care of my sisters, and do what I want to do. Mom also likes what you make. In the future, remember to bring more when you come to visit me every year. Mom, I love you. After saying that, Ain's eyes slowly closed and she fell into an endless sleep. Lin Yu in the picture began to yell hysterically, Doctor! Doctor! At this point, Ain left forever. Lin Jinming collapsed on the ground, holding her cell phone and crying bitterly. Mother! Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If she hadn't grabbed the steering wheel so stubbornly, her mother wouldn't have left her. Before she died, she was even afraid that she would be unable to get over it, so she gave him some advice even at the risk of her broken body. Ain has never blamed you. Lin Yu said appropriately, she loves you too much and knows you too well. So you have to love this world for her and see the scenery she has never seen. Come home with me later, okay? If a child stuck in the mud is not pulled out in time, he may never see the light again. Lin Jinming was stunned for a long time, and finally nodded and said, okay. I'll go back with you. Just as she was about to stand up, a delicate voice suddenly rang out, keep kneeling, don't get up. Lin Qianan, who had been sleeping in the car, rushed over like a madman under the influence of alcohol. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. He had finally managed to calm her down, but now another one came to cause trouble. Chapter 35, Lin Jinming was forced to death. Lin Qianan rushed over drunkenly and angrily. Because Lin Jinming had been kneeling for a long time, her legs were so weak that she had to ask Lin Yu for support. Facing Lin Qianan, who came to question her, she could only look at her with sad eyes. The two sisters looked at each other, one with anger in her eyes, the other with speechless grief. I told you, I won't let you go. Lin Qianan gritted his teeth, determined to persist in his pursuit of revenge no matter how bitter and painful his heart was. Lin Jinming laughed miserably, I promised Mom that I would not die. But I have to give you and the other sisters an explanation. After all, it was because of her that everyone lost their mother, and because of her, Lin Yu had to bear everything. So she is a sinner, and she doesn't think that a few light words of apology can solve the matter, but she plans to give everyone a thorough explanation. She turned around and looked at Lin Yu sincerely, just like our Ying did back then, and gently tidied up the corners of his clothes. Dad. I'm sorry. A word, Dad. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and before he could react, a Ying crashed into the rocks in the garden. Bang! This collision broke Lin Yu's heart. Ming Ming. Lin Yu inherited the memories of the physical owner and treated them as her own daughters. He had already forgotten whether his daughter's death would be erased by the system. He rushed over like crazy and helped the person up. Dad, I'm going to accompany Mom. Lin Yu felt so painful when he saw blood gushing out of her forehead. No. Ming Ming, you promised Mom that you can't do this. The pain of losing his daughter made Lin Yu burst into tears. He hugged the dying and unconscious Lin Jinming and broke down crying. Lin Qianan, who was standing by, was completely frightened by the sudden change. Second sister. Get out of the way, let me come. She had always hoped that Lin Jinming would die, but when she was really forced to death by herself, she was terrified. Lin Yu did not move aside. Based on the medical skills rewarded by the system, he could clearly feel that Lin Jinming's life was slipping away quickly. She is dying, there is no way to save her. Calm down and call the emergency number. Lin Yu suppressed his anxiety and calmly asked Lin Qianan to call for support. Lin Qianan was an outstanding medical worker after all, so he could naturally see that Lin Jinming was in critical condition. Without professional equipment, he would probably be doomed. Okay. I'll hit you. Even as she was making the call, Lin Yu did not stop and began to use his medical talent to rescue her. We have to stop the bleeding first. In the absence of any tools, Lin Yu could only rely on the ancient method of acupoint pressing to stop the bleeding. Although it was his first time, every step was so skillful as if he had practiced it countless times. Bang bang bang. He began to press several acupoints on Lin Jinming's body. In just less than 10 seconds, the wound that was still bleeding was brought under control. Huff. Lin Yu was highly concentrated, his entire back was already wet with sweat, but he did not stop at all and began to gradually help clear the blood clots in Lin Jinming's head. The medical skills in his head kept reminding him that in this situation, he could only use massage techniques to force out the remaining blood clots. So he rubbed Lin Jinming's head frantically with his hands, and the blood in the wound slowly flowed out. His purple lips gradually turned red, and his breath was still very weak, but he managed to control his injuries. After making the call, Lin Qianan was completely stunned when he saw Lin Yu's desperate rescue efforts. She didn't know that this scumbag father had learned such professional rescue techniques. The hospital car is on their way. Can my second sister hold on until then? She looked at the unconscious Lin Jinming with concern, but saw that her lips were rosy and even the bleeding from the wound had completely stopped. You did this. Although she could see that Lin Yu had a wealth of rescue knowledge, it was impossible for him to save someone like this. Lin Yu panted heavily, nodded slightly, and also said something nonsense. Yes, since your mother died, I was worried that these accidents would happen again, so I learned these rescue knowledge. You can't say that it was because your favorability increased and I won it in a lottery. Okay. I hope my second sister can make it through. When a person is about to disappear completely, the true emotions hidden in his heart will truly erupt. Just like Lin Qianan at this moment, he wished Lin Jinming would die immediately in the previous second, and the next second he was extremely anxious, fearing that the other party would die. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her and snorted unhappily. You don't want her to die now. Lin Qianan. Lin Yu took the opportunity to hit her. After this, you are not allowed to hate her anymore. Lin Qianan did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought about it for a while, as if he was trying to reconcile with himself. I see. In the end, she chose to forgive. After all, her mother was gone, and she really didn't want to lose another good sister who loved her. Woohoo! The hospital's car arrived in time and several people rushed to the hospital. 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu's daughters were all in front of the emergency room, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Lin Qianan knelt down in front of the sisters, blaming himself, and apologized in a broken voice. I'm sorry, sisters. It's all my fault for pushing her too hard. Dad had already coaxed her into submission, but I pushed her even harder. You guys can scold me, hit me, at least it will make me feel better. Lin Muqiu and Lin Qianqian hugged her with heartache and started crying with her. Lin Muqiu, my dear Xiaoqi, please stop talking, okay. Lin Qianqian, if you want to be beaten, you have to let your second sister beat you personally. Lin Xianqing wiped the tears from her face and sighed helplessly, I have already lost my mother, I really don't want to lose you again. We are obviously a loving family, why did we make things to this extent? Woo woo. Her strong side completely collapsed when her sister was on the verge of death. The whole audience was crying, and Lin Yu stood up like a patriarch. Can you please stop crying? She's not dead yet. If you don't know, you might think she's really dead. Everyone. In this kind of situation, don't you think this is asking for trouble? As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu attracted the hateful gazes of the whole audience. Lin Xianqing couldn't bear it any longer and pushed him angrily, shut up. It's already this late, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks. In the name of the head, I will expel you from the house now. If you let me see you again, I will kill you. She was extremely disappointed with Lin Yu's performance. He was indifferent to her daughter's death. How could he be qualified to stay in this family? Lin Yu, ? No, I'm just pretending to be cool, I haven't told the truth yet. Are you kicking me out of the house? Chapter 36, Xiao Li asks for help. 3 o'clock in the morning. The atmosphere in the hospital was indeed solemn, and Lin Yu's daughters looked at him with murderous eyes. No, you're going to kick me out of the house before I even finish my words. Lin Yu looked at Lin Xianqing in shock. Judging from her serious expression, she was no joke. Lin Xianqing shook his head in disappointment, pointed to the end of the corridor and said coldly, Go away, I don't want to see you again. Big sister. Lin Qianan's voice trembled, and he took the initiative to defend Lin Yu, he is right. My second sister really won't die, because when she got in trouble, he used his professional knowledge to perform first aid. The girls. They all showed expressions of disbelief. When did such a scumbag who only knew how to eat and wait for death learn this trick? Lin Yu sighed helplessly and said sadly, Since your mother died, in order to prevent things like today from happening, I have learned a lot of relevant medical knowledge. As I said just now, she was out of danger when she was taken to the hospital. The girls were confused by what they heard and looked at Lin Qianan with questioning eyes, because she was the only one here who knew about medical matters. Lin Qianan didn't want to lose his family anymore, so he hurriedly explained, I was there just now, I can prove it for him. Everything he said is true. Lin Xianqing kicked Lin Yu angrily and cursed, Old man, speak faster next time. Lin Yu. The main thing is that you started yelling at me before I even finished speaking. With Lin Qianan's assurance, the atmosphere was not as solemn as before, but everyone was still worried that Lin Jinming would be left with any sequelae. After waiting for a while, the door of the emergency room slowly opened. As soon as the doctor appeared, he was surrounded by a large group of people. Doctor, is my sister in danger? How is my second sister's health? Will she have any sequelae? The few of them didn't even give the doctor a chance to speak and started asking frantic questions right away. The doctor smiled bitterly, Don't worry, family members, the patient is completely fine. After hearing this, everyone's hanging hearts finally settled down. We were also shocked by her condition at first, but we found that the bleeding from her wound had stopped long ago. What's even more surprising is that there wasn't even a bruise. Everyone. They all looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Qianan was the most shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Yu could remove the blood clots with just a few massages. Lin Yu enjoyed the way his daughters looked at him. After all, they used to look at him with disgust and wanted to vomit. All this must be thanks to Director Lin. He looked at Lin Qianan, who was still in a daze, with admiration, but was rejected by Lin Qianan soon after. No. Rescuing people has nothing to do with me. It's all done by him. She pointed her finger at Lin Yu, and the doctor looked at him with an unbelievable look in his eyes. After all, only those who have learned the relevant knowledge know that being able to clear blood stasis without surgery is simply a god. Hello, I'm the chief surgeon, Liu Yiming. Liu Yiming looked at Lin Yu with admiration and introduced himself, then made an invitation, regarding your rescue, can you teach us later? If possible. I would like to take you to school and teach the students about first aid. He knew that it was very presumptuous to do so, but in order for more people to be rescued correctly at the first time, what was wrong with him losing face a little? Liu Yiming. On the surface, he is the director of the medical department, but in reality, he is the eldest son of a noble family who escaped from his marriage and fled to Jincheon City. If he could rely on the relationship with God's capital, even if Long Yuxuan grew up in the future, Lin Yu would be able to defend himself well. Sure. Let's exchange contact information and make an appointment when you are free. After the two exchanged contact information, Liu Yiming went to make the postoperative report and left. You look quite human this time. Lin Qianqian couldn't help but sneer. Under normal circumstances, he would have blackmailed people to death. Every time she thought about how Lin Yu had cheated her out of minions, her heart bled. Lin Yu laughed and said, "It's not easy to start at the first sight, after all, I'm thin-skinned tilde." The girls. If this guy is thin-skinned, there will be no shameless people in the world. After Lin Jinming was transferred to the general ward, the whole family waited in the ward for her to wake up. Lin Yu was still thinking about buying some breakfast for everyone. After all, except for the fourth and sixth daughters who were still working hard outside and could not show up, it was rare for the whole family to be of one mind. But before dawn, he received a call from Xiao Li. Something terrible is happening. Boss, come and save us. These two simple sentences completely stumped Lin Yu. How come something bad happened when I just let you go for such a short time? Because of the change in the storyline, he couldn't predict what happened to Xiao Li, and could only provide quick support according to the address she sent. Thunderbar. When Lin Yu rushed over, it was almost dawn. There was a large crowd of people gathered inside, and everything was smashed to pieces by them. Lin Yu's men were all covered in bruises, even the most capable Zhang Jin the thug in a suit and crow were injured. Boss. Xiao Li, who was safe and sound throughout the whole event, burst into tears as soon as he saw Lin Yu coming. Woo. She threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, crying loudly, trying to vent all the grievances in her heart. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold my ground. The bar you worked so hard to run was destroyed just like that. She put all the responsibility on herself, and was afraid that Lin Yu would no longer play with her in the future. Lin Yu stroked her little head lovingly and comforted her softly. It's okay, these are worthless things. I feel relieved to see that you are okay. Darfa, whose eyes were swollen like a panda's, yelled, something's wrong. I'm almost beaten to death, woo. His words were simply ignored by Lin Yu. Lin Yu comforted Xiao Li and controlled her emotions, then shouted at the group of people in the bar, who is your leader? Get out here. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face walked out from the crowd, and it was murderous. It's me. I never thought that the first enemy I encountered would be you. Then I'll go all out. The person who spoke was none other than Long Yuxuan, the man who was just hit by Sun Yuhan with a wine bottle. Lin Yu was also very surprised by his appearance. Why did this guy come here to be a gangster instead of being a gigolo in KTV? Chapter 37, Long Yuxuan is imprisoned. Brother Long, why don't you stay in the KTV and be a gigolo? Why are you here messing around? Lin Yu was also puzzled by Long Yuxuan's appearance. He was being chased by someone in the last second, and appeared here as a thug in the next second. He also secretly sighed in his heart, as expected of the male protagonist. If he lets down his guard for a moment, there will always be a chance for him to turn things around. Long Yuxuan had a cold face. Hearing Lin Yu calling him brother, he just felt disgusted. Thinking of what happened in recent days, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Lin Yu, who the hell is your brother? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be a gigolo in KTV anymore. I came across your place today, so you can only blame your bad luck. He now just wants to avenge his previous shame and make achievements in front of others. Everyone in this place today will be trampled under Long Yuxuan's feet. Well, let me ask you. Lin Yu was not flustered, and asked very seriously, who are you fighting for, and why are you here to sweep the field? Give me a reason. Hearing this, Long Yuxuan laughed out loud. We are all gangsters. The operation of your bar has seriously affected the Black Dragon gang. Either pay $1 million a month for protection money, or your bar will close down. Otherwise, I'll sweep it every time it's opened. Let's see who can outlast the other. He is full of vigor and at first glance looks like a devil. If you disobey him, he will attack you severely. After listening to this, Lin Yu couldn't help but applaud and praised. Not bad, it does have some martial arts spirit. Can I ask another question? Long Yuxuan was getting a little impatient. If you have something to say, come on, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Lin Yu laughed. I really can't imagine how you got out of the KTV, and even became a member of the Black Society to help collect protection fees. If the situation wasn't so serious, he would have almost been unable to hold back his laughter. The Great Dragon King used to be a gigolo, and now becomes a little brother who helps people collect protection money. This character is so fucking broken. Didn't the author only improve his combat power and luck, but didn't he also increase his IQ? Long Yuxuan clicked his tongue twice and answered cheerfully, I was chased out of the KTV by that crazy woman last night. On the way, I met a lost child. After sending him to his parents, he spent 3 million to get me out of the KTV to thank me. In order to express my gratitude to him, I resolutely joined the Black Dragon Gang. No matter what you think, I, Long Yuxuan, will fight a good battle today to strengthen the reputation of my Black Dragon Gang. Lin Yu. What kind of shit luck is this? I can even meet a noble person while running. In fact, when Long Yuxuan knew that the other party was the boss of the Black Dragon Gang, based on his previous analysis of the forces in Qinqiang City, he believed that the Black Dragon Gang was also a formidable force. So he strongly requested to join the team. In order to gain a foothold as soon as possible, he personally led the team to raid the Thunder Bar. The first battle was also a battle for Long Yuxuan to win credit, so he could not afford any mistakes. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Long Yuxuan twisted his arms, causing a series of crackling sounds of bones popping. Either pay up or get beaten. Lin Yu yawned lazily and shook his head slightly, what if I don't choose? Long Yuxuan shouted coldly, are you kidding me? He immediately waved his hand and was about to call on his men to take action. The door was broken open by a huge force, and a large group of fighters armed with guns and wearing special police uniforms entered one after another. This scene and this situation shocked everyone. Long Yuxuan stared at Lin Yu with a serious expression, we are all children of the underworld, and you actually call the police. He really couldn't imagine that Lin Yu didn't play by the rules and directly called the police for help. Lin Yu shrugged innocently and replied mockingly, tilde. I am an honest businessman and I never do anything illegal or disorderly. You brought people here to cause trouble today. Can't I call the police? Long Yuxuan. The team was led by a middle-aged man with a square face and a fierce aura that made him look intimidating without even being angry. Everyone, get down on your knees and hold your head. Both groups of people were so frightened by the scene that they squatted down and dared not move. Even though Long Yuxuan was unhappy, he had to do as he was told. The middle-aged man leading the team walked to the middle and whispered coldly, we received a call from the police saying there is a gang activity here. Look at this scene, what was supposed to happen has happened. He has always hated evil, and he was extremely angry when he saw the mess at the scene. Who is in charge here? Come out and speak. Lin Yu raised his hand and shouted in a panic, I am the person in charge here. Sir, we are doing business honestly, but we have attracted the harassment of lawless elements. Please give justice to a poor person like me. Poor and weak people. Long Yuxuan almost gritted his teeth after hearing this. If it weren't for him, he would never have taken this step. Don't worry, we are here today to seek justice. Give this society some stability. Lin Yu pointed the finger directly at Long Yuxuan, who was still squatting on the ground, and said bluntly, he is the leader of this destruction. He said if we don't pay $1 million a month in protection money, he's going to shut our bar down. When Wang Ji heard this, he immediately flew into a rage, his eyes glared with murderous intent. How dare you be so domineering, boy? You simply don't take the law seriously. Long Yuxuan had already thought of a set of excuses, sir, we are here to collect a debt. He owes our boss 1 million and refuses to pay it back. I had no choice but to bring people here. Violent debt collection is much better than charges of illegally organizing a gang or extortion. Oh. Where's the evidence? Wang Ji is not an idiot, so how can you just say it? Lin Yu did not give him a chance to speak, raised his hand and shouted, yes, I have evidence. Long Yuxuan? Damn it, you are going to fuck me now, right? Xiao Li, who had been squatting in the dark, obediently handed the secretly filmed video to Lin Yu. On their way here, Lin Yu had already secretly made a plan. Since it was the Black Society that was causing the trouble, it would be better to let Xiao Li secretly take pictures of the other party's criminal record and then call the police to kill him without leaving a single trace. Although this move would be laughed at by outsiders, Lin Yu has been a scumbag for so many years, why is he still afraid of being laughed at? This is the criminal record he just mentioned. As the mobile phone video appeared in front of Wang Ji, Long Yuxuan's expression suddenly changed. After watching the video, Wang Ji was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He roared in a deep voice, "Do you still have any law in your eyes? Such blatant extortion is against us judicial officials. Come here, arrest all of them and take them back for interrogation." Long Yuxuan felt very disappointed. He had just crawled out of the cowherd cave and in the blink of an eye he was thrown into prison. But he still pretended to remain calm. After all, his identity as the Dragon King was still there. Was he really afraid that the people above would not be able to rescue him? What Long Yuxuan didn't expect was that after he revealed his identity as the Dragon King, he was actually ridiculed. "Are you mocking my identity as the Dragon King? Then I'll be crooked." Chapter 38, Eat delicious food and do great things. How many times have I told you that I am the sky-lifting Dragon King who guards the territory of the Northern Territory? You can go to the military to find out my information. Long Yuxuan's mouth was dry from talking, but the two police officers who were interrogating him showed contempt on their faces. "I have said it many times. If you are the Dragon King of the army, then I am the Tathagata Buddha." The police officer's answer was very straightforward, so straightforward that Long Yuxuan was embarrassed. Another officer sneered, "Dragon King is the most prestigious title in the military. How can a scoundrel like you pretend to be someone like that?" Lin Yu. Seeing that he didn't answer, the other party's tone became a little heavier. A Dragon King doesn't guard his territory properly, but instead runs off to the secular world to become a thug. How dare you say that? Yes, the Dragon King is above millions of people, commanding countless soldiers and guarding the peace of the area. Now that he is not guarding the territory well, he is running into the secular world to show off. Even if he is a real Dragon King, he is a brainless Dragon King. Long Yuxuan lowered his head, and was also shocked by his own stupidity. The hatred for Lin Yu in his heart became stronger. If it weren't for him, I would have carried out it according to the original plan and wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. It is true that a tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. Now Long Yuxuan is like a stray dog, anyone can step on him. Where is the majestic and powerful man he was in the army? You're speechless, aren't you? Since there is sufficient evidence, we will bring charges against you for extortion, intentional injury, endangering public safety, and organizing mafia activities. Now you have a chance to confess and be lenient. It depends on you whether you cherish it or not. Long Yuxuan. I thought I had won the first battle, but before I could even make a move, a call to the police sent me straight to hell. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted unwittingly, "I want to call my superior. He can prove my identity. You have no right to prosecute me." Because of his status, only the current emperor can punish him, and even the military court cannot detain him. This is Long Yuxuan's final confidence. The two police officers looked at each other and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, it's already this time and this guy is still living in a dream. Hit him, what if he's an accomplice?" The word accomplice gave them a lot of confidence. After questioning for so long without any progress, they might as well strike while the iron is hot and let the other party confess. Ding ding ding. It was just dawn in the northern border area, and the old commander had just finished a set of boxing. He felt that the anger he had suffered in the past few days was relieved a lot. "Hello." He looked at the sudden call from Jinqiang City and frowned subconsciously, but he also forgave Long Yuxuan in his heart and thought about unfreezing his card and sending him a few more helpers. Result. This phone call made him furious. "Hey, old sir. You must not abandon me now. If I am arrested by the police, and the trial begins, I will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison." The old officer's lips twitched when he heard this. 10 years? What the hell have you gotten yourself into again? Long Yuxuan told the gang leader how he had finally escaped from the sea of suffering last night and how he had been appreciated by him. Result. The old boss was so angry that his hair almost stood up. "What? You are the Dragon King, yet you actually joined the Black Society and even undermined public safety. You still have the nerve to ask me to save you now. Our relationship as master and disciple has already ended. You are not allowed to call me anymore." Long Yuxuan. "I'm so pitiful, it's fine if you don't help me, but you also cut off all ties with me. What did I do? I was directly punished by God, right?" Long Yuxuan's mentality collapsed, and what made him even more devastated was the next words of his old superior. 3 days ago, you were stripped of your status as Dragon King. Your information is no longer confidential. So I've made it very clear, don't call me anymore. Just treat it as if I don't have a disciple like you. He still wants to live a few more years. If he continues to be bullied like this every day, he will definitely be angry to death. Snap. Long Yuxuan didn't hold the phone firmly and it fell heavily to the ground. Just like his heart at the moment, it was shattered into pieces. Who could have thought that after making such great military achievements for the northern border, he would be directly deposed by the old superior who had promoted him? For a moment, resentment and grievance grew in my heart. He was a good and ambitious young man, but now he was crying like a baby in the interrogation room. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Long Yuxuan knew that he was definitely going to jail. As for the old commander in the northern border, after hanging up the phone with great sorrow, he also called his old subordinates who were far away in Qinqiong City. He simply gave a brief explanation and hung up the phone. From then on, he was officially kicked out by the Northern Frontier Military Department. Thunderbar. The injured people had been bandaged, and they all sat in their chairs listlessly, looking at Lin Yu with empty eyes. Lin Yu had a serious look on his face, and the aura of a superior that he had been hiding burst out. When did our boss become so powerful? He usually seems to be laughing and joking. Why does he become so serious at a time like this? I feel like a different person. He gives me the impression of a perverted murderer. They were talking one after another, almost describing Lin Yu as the worst villain in the world. The reason why Lin Yu was so serious was because someone had crossed the line and stepped on his bottom line. If we don't do something, there will be more trouble in the future. I didn't ask you to go back now, mainly because I wanted to ask you if anyone wants to quit. The tone of these words was very serious, as if they were giving everyone present an opportunity. If you quit now, I won't care about anything. If you want to quit later, I will kill your whole family. Everyone. They really felt that Lin Yu, who was usually a good man, had really changed. After some questioning, none of them chose to quit. You're enjoying life with the boss, why would you quit? It's a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, so what if I go through it? Whoever wants to withdraw, do it quickly, so you don't have to share girls with me in the future. Seeing that these guys had no intention of quitting, Lin Yu whispered coldly, you are stupid. You don't even want to quit. You will really live on the edge of a knife and lick blood in the future. He shouted coldly, from today on, we should show up in front of the underground forces. Our primary enemy at the moment is the Black Dragon Gang. Everyone. Just now I was thinking about eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, but now I have to do something big. Everyone was shocked beyond words by Lin Yu's words. Chapter 39, Black Dragon Gang. Black Dragon Gang. Da Xingfar was so scared that he stood up from his chair. They are the biggest gang in Qinqiong City. If we fight directly like this, people will die. There are many forces in the underground world of Qinqiong City. The Black Dragon Gang alone occupies half of Qinqiong City, otherwise Da Xingfar would not be scared like this. Lin Yu was very satisfied with the performance of others. They were all calm and composed, and some were even very excited. He secretly praised in his heart, as expected of a villain in all the major movies and TV series, he is very capable of holding the situation steady. Bai Mao kicked him over directly, stepped on Da Xingfar's chest crazily and asked in a deep voice, if you want to quit, I will send you to reincarnation right now. And then I'll kill your whole family. Bai Mao does things crazily and without mercy. Even if his accomplices violate the boss's bottom line, he will kill them directly. Da Xingfar was also frightened by Bai Mao's momentum. He covered his mouth and whispered, I won't quit. I support the boss. I support the boss. After Xiao Li's special training, I think you all have what it takes to be independent. Lin Yu showed a long-lost smile. Everyone go and have a good rest, we will start the action tonight. Lin Yu believed that these villains he had trained would definitely create big surprises for him. In addition, he had raised a lot of gangsters over the years, so they could also become active in the next few days. You have to do it so soon. Chen Haonan looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. According to the rules of the underworld, they had to recruit soldiers and horses before they could do it. Lin Yu laughed and said, don't worry, I have prepared a surprise for you. See you tonight. After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and left. A bloody storm in the underworld is about to begin. However, when Lin Xianqing just returned to work, her company was visited by a group of uninvited guests. The atmosphere in the office was freezing cold. Even Lin Xianqing, who was usually calm, was extremely angry at this moment. Even though your group is cooperating with the government, you can't avoid us, right? If Mr. Lin keeps toasting you and refuses to accept it, when the punishment comes, the safety of you and your family will be in jeopardy. A fat man with sunglasses and a wretched appearance was staring at Lin Xuanqing's chest with a strange smile. Such a blatant threat almost made Lin Xianqing lose control. She has been in the business world for so long, but she has never seen anyone who dares to come to her house and threaten her so blatantly. I can't agree to your conditions. If you dare to mess with my family, I will definitely make sure you die without a complete corpse. She slammed her fist on the table and responded to the other party's threat. Ha 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 ha. You're threatening me. The fat man was not afraid but laughed. My Black Dragon Gang has always been the least afraid of threats. That's right, they are the Black Dragon Gang. Because Lin Xianqing had signed a cooperation agreement with the government for the garbage land, somehow the news leaked out that there was river sand and rare soil buried underneath, and they came here following the smell. You can at least make more than 5 billion from this project, share some of it with your brothers, and ensure safety, so why not do it? The fat man lit a cigarette for himself regardless of the occasion, showing his arrogant attitude to the fullest. Even if they don't do anything to your family, if word gets to the government officials, your illegal excavation of river sand will be a big deal. Another threatening card was played, which directly made Lin Xianqing breathless. Seeing her career being taken away by others, she felt so helpless that she wanted to kill these bastards. Boss Lin is speechless, right? Then it's accepted. His smug face, like that of a grinning wild boar, made people want to vomit. Good. I just want money. I'll give you 100 million as hard work fee, don't bother me. Lin Xianqing made the biggest step backward in history. Unfortunately, the other party just doesn't appreciate it. Oh, 100 million. He laughed sarcastically. Har har har, are you really just sending away beggars? Let me give you some advice. For 6. Lin Xianqing listened to the other party's loud words and stood up from his chair in anger. You do nothing and want to take 40% of my profits. The fat man sighed sadly and replied arrogantly, no, it's you who get 40% and we get 60%. After all this hard work, I only drank a mouthful of soup. Even if Lin Xianqing was unwilling to accept it, what could she do in the face of such coercion? The Black Dragon Gang's vicious reputation has long been spread in the underground world of Qinqiang City. Anyone who dares to provoke them will suffer consequences that they cannot bear. Lin Xianqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. She clenched her teeth and tried hard to suppress her anger. For the safety of her family, she had no choice but to make concessions and seek peace. Seeing that Lin Xianqing was about to let go, the fat man couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. If you don't give us an answer, we will start with your father. Then your sisters, none of them. Bang! At this moment, the door was broken open by a huge force. It stinks. Why does this place smell like pig shit? Lin Xianqing saw Lin Yu coming in with his nose pinched, and couldn't help feeling puzzled, but in order to protect him, he had to pretend to be angry, stinky. Just get out of here. She was really afraid that Lin Yu would anger the Black Dragon Gang and die an innocent death. Lin Yu ignored Lin Xuanqing's words, walked straight to the fat man, and said with disgust, I was wondering why it stinks, it turns out that a pig is shitting here. Fatty. He slammed the table in anger, looked at Lin Yu coldly and said, you are looking for death. Do you know who I am? The second in command of the Black Dragon Gang, Zhu Xian. The last person who dared to curse me like that, the grass on his grave is already 2 meters high. Lin Yu laughed twice, raised his hand and slapped him. What are you bragging about? The pigsty collapsed and let you out. This slap was combined with the power of ancient martial arts, knocking the 200-pound Zhu Xian to the ground. Lin Yu lit a cigar elegantly, stepped on Zhu Xian's chest, and whispered coldly, what is your Black Dragon Gang? How dare you run into my group and act wildly? Do you really think you are the local emperor here? My eldest daughter is bullied by me, so when is it your turn to come here and make a scene? Just a few simple words made the always strong-willed Lin Xianqing feel warm. This warmth was a sense of security she had never experienced before. It's like having a shoulder that she can lean on freely. She could never have imagined that Lin Yu, who was usually bullied by her, also had a violent side in order to protect his family. Because what he did next made Lin Xianqing dumbfounded. Chapter 40, Lin Xuanqing's favorability plus 10. You are that scumbag, right? Zhu Xian, who was being stepped on, shouted anxiously, do you know who I am? You dare to do this to me, aren't you afraid of your whole family? R. Before he could finish his threatening words, he let out a heart-wrenching scream as his fingers were stepped on. Lin Yu almost crushed him to death, stepping on him so hard that even the air could hear the crackling sound of broken fingers. Huff, huff, huff. After torturing him for a minute, Lin Yu moved his feet and asked cynically in a low voice, dare to threaten my family, who will support me in the future? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? I don't care who you are. I will deal with anyone who dares to cut off my source of income. Invisibly, Zhu Xian felt a hint of sharp murderous intent, which frightened him so much that his pig body trembled. The soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who are not afraid of death. Lin Yu's move was tantamount to announcing to him, I am ready to fight you to the death. Now he is alone and in someone else's territory, how can he not be afraid? You are going against my Black Dragon gang. Wait until I get back. Bang. Lin Yu grabbed his pig face and raised his hand to give him a big pussy. The other half of his face was swollen as well, and now it looked like a real pig's head. Shut your stinky mouth. I dare to beat you up. Do you still think I'm afraid of your Black Dragon gang? Before threatening me, can you please think about how many days you will have to stay in the hospital? Zhu Xian. I am from the Black Dragon gang. On weekdays, as long as I show my identity, everyone will give me face. Why didn't it work on Lin Yu today? What you up to? Zhu Xian's uninjured left hand was lifted up by Lin Yu. He smiled like a devil and asked softly, you bullied my daughter while I was away, right? Zhu Xian. Didn't you just hit me? Lin Yu didn't give him a chance to react. Click. Only a sound of bone cracking was heard, and one of Zhu Xian's fingers was broken by Lin Yu. R. The heart-wrenching sound of slaughtering pigs echoed in the office again. Huff, huff, huff. Zhu Xian was sweating all over from the pain and looked at Lin Yu in horror. He thought he was ruthless enough, but who would have thought that this guy was 100 times more ruthless than him? Doing things without leaving any room for others is simply torturing yourself to death. I am a fair person. If you do something wrong, I will use a finger as a substitute. Zhu Xian. He was extremely crazy just now, but now his face is pale, as if he has seen the devil. You just threatened my family, didn't you? Click. R. Another round of screams like a pig being slaughtered rang out. At this moment, Zhu Xian no longer had the dignity he had just now. He was completely tortured by Lin Yu and his expression was out of control. Lin Xuanqing, who was standing by, saw Lin Yu's ruthlessness, but just frowned and did not step forward to dissuade him. Through the Zhu Xian incident, it was also the first time that she saw the scumbag protecting her. Brother, I was wrong. Stop breaking it off, please. After experiencing 2 critical hits in a row, Zhu Xian finally couldn't stand it anymore and could only beg for mercy with all the nice words he could think of. Let's not talk about cooperation. Don't worry. I promise that the Black Dragon gang will never come to disturb you. Just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. How could Lin Yu not know that he would take revenge on this two-faced guy when he returned? Oh, now you know how to say sorry. Lin Yu carefully wiped the cold sweat off his face and said with a smile, it's okay, I will say sorry to you after I break off your remaining fingers. Click, click, click. There were several sounds of bones breaking, and Zhu Xian fainted suddenly. Seeing that he was so unplayful, Lin Yu threw his hand aside with a bored look, turned his head to look at Lin Xuanqing, and smiled softly, leave this matter to me. Just give me 5 million as hard work fee. 5 million can solve the Black Dragon gang's troubles, do you really think she is a fool? Regarding Lin Yu's action of asking for money, Lin Xuanqing did not feel disgusted, but said lightly, the money will be transferred to you later. I have something else to do. You ask the security guard to throw this pig out. Also, if you encounter any danger, please find me first. Lin Yu knew that Lin Xuanqing was worried about him, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, don't worry, if I dare to tear my face, I will have a chance of defeating them. Lin Yu dragged the unconscious Zhu Xian and left the office with a ruthless step. What surprised him was that the system prompt sounded as soon as he walked out of the office door. Ding dong. Lin Xuanqing's favorability plus 10. Lin Yu. He was completely frozen. Because of this one move, his favorability increased by 10 points. Without any hesitation, he started the lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to their host for winning 100 years of cultivation. Features: you have the power of 100 years of cultivation, and you can directly enter the ranks of grandmasters. Congratulations to their host for winning the prize of ever-changing disguise. Features: you can change other people's appearances as you wish, and you can also imitate their voices while changing their appearances. These two rewards made Lin Yu's body tremble with excitement. With 100 years of cultivation plus the boxing skills rewarded by the system, Long Yuxuan's head must be smashed to pieces. With this disguise technique, no matter who I offend or who I want to target, I will be invincible. These two rewards will have a significant impact on our subsequent efforts to crush the Black Dragon Gang tilde. Lin Yu happily dragged the unconscious Zhu Xian directly to the downstairs of the group. Looking at this fainted fat pig, Lin Yu stretched out his evil claws again tilde. Not long after, a fat pig with its clothes stripped off was sitting openly on the side of the road, with someone considerately placing a large loudspeaker next to it. The loudspeaker was kind enough to remind everyone how he escaped. I'm Zhu Xian, the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. Because the pigpen collapsed, they let me out to embarrass myself. I don't know where my home is now. Please, kind-hearted people passing by, take a video of me and post it online so that my family can see me and I can go home as soon as possible. After hearing such outrageous remarks, passers-by all took up their phones and started taking pictures. The Black Dragon Gang headquarters building. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face was watching a live broadcast of a beautiful anchor dancing, but he accidentally slipped and swiped away the live broadcast. Before he could swipe back, he saw a video that made him so angry that he wanted to kick someone. I am the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. He angrily slapped the coffee table and roared, Zhu Xian, you idiot. It really is a complete disgrace to us. Because of this incident, the gang leader was very unhappy and was about to take revenge on Lin Yu, but then he received a phone call that made him completely upset. He knew that Lin Yu had struck first. Chapter 41, Lin Yu called the police again. Hello. What? Lei Degu picked up the phone impatiently, but the news he received shocked him. Okay, keep an eye on him, I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone in a hurry, suppressed his anger and rushed out of the office. He had just rushed out when all the younger brothers sitting outside stood up. Lei Degu waved his hand and said angrily, our place has been swept away. Follow me now. Cool eating. A large group of people with machetes in their hands followed Lei Degu and rushed out of the office. About 20 minutes later, a series of vans rushed to a stop outside an abandoned factory in the suburbs. A large group of people, fully armed and holding machetes, rushed in with terrifying momentum and ran straight to the basement. There is a different world here. On the surface, it looks like an abandoned unfinished building, but in fact, the basement is as rich as a palace. This is where the Black Dragon Gang makes money the fastest, the underground casino. When they rushed in a mighty manner, I saw that the order inside was normal, and the number of customers was several times more than usual. Lei Degu was really confused and shouted loudly with a puzzled look on his face, who is in charge today? Damn it, the place was swept, what happened? He was so angry at the moment that he wanted to chop the person who played a trick on him to death. A middle-aged man hurriedly ran out of the manager's office and bowed respectfully to Lei Degu, boss. I'm on duty today. What happened? He didn't understand why, but he felt that since the boss brought so many people here, something big must have happened. Lei Degu waved at him with a smile, and he moved closer in surprise. Bang! A big fist swung over and knocked him to the ground. Although the manager didn't know what was going on, he still knelt on the ground respectfully and waited for punishment. I answered the phone and they said this place was raided. Manager. You've been fooled, why are you mad at me? I'm beating you to let you know if you don't find the person for me, you'll have to quit your job as the person in charge. Manager. He almost had a cerebral hemorrhage after hearing this. How could they pin the prank on me? Although he was very dissatisfied, he could only smile and nod, I know. Just as everyone was wondering, a terrifying siren sounded. UL tilde. Everyone at the scene was like mice seeing a cat, and they all fled with their chips in their arms. Lei Degu then realized that he had been fooled. Unfortunately, fate will not give him any favors, because a large number of police forces have surrounded the place. Everyone, get down on your knees and hold your heads. A large group of armed special police rushed in unison, and all the gamblers who escaped from the secret passage were pulled back. The person who came is none other than the people's good comrade Wang Ji. We received a tip from the public that there was a casino here, so we came here to make arrests. When Lei Degu heard this, he inexplicably thought of the phone call just now and was so angry that he was about to smoke. It turned out that this trick was to lure the snake out of its hole. Lei Degu, it's good that you are here. Wang Ji was no stranger to Lei Degu. Not long after he was transferred here, he heard about many crimes of the Black Dragon Gang, but each time they were covered up by Wang Ji using him as a scapegoat. Now that he has caught the criminal red-handed, he has also collected a lot of evidence of his crimes, so he can put Lei Degu in jail for life. Wang Ji, can't I come here to look for someone? Which eye of yours saw me gambling? I don't even have any chips on me. Wang Ji was so angry that he laughed. It's just gambling. Do I need to make such a big fuss? He paused, his tone became heavier, and he whispered coldly, we have more than enough evidence of your crime, and this casino is the boss. You are now suspected of organizing mafia activities, illegally opening a casino, and committing multiple acts of intentional injury. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. When Lei Degu was being tortured by the special police, he still threatened Wang Ji fiercely, no one dares to touch me in Qinqiang City. Wang Ji, just wait for me. Wang Ji was also ready to fight the evil forces to the end, and answered fearlessly, I am waiting for your revenge. Outside the abandoned unfinished building, Da Xingfa and Bai Mao, who were hiding behind a tree, saw the main forces of the Black Dragon Gang being escorted into the police car, and their faces were numb with smiles. Bai Mao exclaimed proudly, our boss is really amazing. He just used a little trick to make them panic. Da Xingfa flicked the ash off his cigarette and said indignantly, our boss is really not kind enough. He actually used such a despicable trick to deal with the enemy. Calling the police is useless. How are we going to survive if this gets out? Da Xingfa, who has been in the underworld for many years, is only dissatisfied with people calling the police at every turn. But just as he finished speaking, Bai Mao slapped him in the face. He angrily shouted, don't say that about our boss. You want to kill someone, right? Tonight is the key to completely eradicating the Black Dragon Gang. I hope you won't be stage frightened then. Speak loudly. I thought calling the police would be enough to deal with the Black Dragon Gang, but I never thought that there would be a day when they would have to resort to knife tactics. The expression of dissatisfaction that had been loudly expressed immediately turned into one of fear. No way, are we really going to kill someone tonight? He's fine for verbal fights, but stabbing people, that's fucking illegal. Now that I've thought about it, I firmly support the boss. I will be responsible for protecting his safety tonight. Bai Mao didn't bother to care about him and just took out his cell phone and called Lin Yu. Boss, as you expected, Lei Degu really came, and all his main forces were taken away by the police. Lin Yu, who was busy cooking for his daughter, smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I trust you to do the job. After tonight, the Black Dragon Gang will no longer have a foothold in Qinqiang City. Okay, I'll meet you guys at the bar later. Beep beep beep. After Lin Yu hung up the phone, he looked at the table full of delicacies with a serious face. I don't know if these dishes are enough for these girls. On the surface, he is a scumbag. But in reality, he is almost the ultimate boss that will take over the underground world. The other person only gave Long Yuxuan a little support, but Lin Yu was able to wipe out his base of many years in a few moves. This battle tonight will surely bring many surprises to Lin Yu. He will completely become the king of the underground world. Chapter 42, A Hunting Party Tonight. Nightfall. The atmosphere in the hospital was extremely heavy, and all the Lin sisters were staying in Lin Jinming's ward. Lin Yu came to the ward carrying large and small bags of the best delicacies. Seeing the fatigue on everyone's faces, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Come on, let's eat something. Lin Yu put the things on the table, and no one moved for a moment, not even a glance at them. Lin Qian grasped Lin Jinming's hand haggardly, his eyes flashing with guilt. I clearly wanted her to die before, but now seeing her unconscious like this, I feel so heartbroken that I can hardly breathe. Xiao Qi, everyone is fine now, stop acting like they are dying. Boss, don't just stand there in a daze. Chen Qian and Mu Qiu, come quickly and help me serve the rice. Lin Yu's greeting made his daughters even more resentful. After all, the person lying there is your daughter. It's already this hour and you still want to eat. But when he thought that Lin Yu was a scumbag and what else he could do except eat and wait for death, he suddenly understood a lot. Lin Yu felt the resentful eyes of the crowd and snapped his fingers inexplicably. You want to have dinner with Mingming, right? I wanted to let her sleep a little longer. Everyone. They all looked at him in confusion, watching Lin Yu walk to the bedside carelessly. Just as they were about to take action, they were stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Lin Xianqing. What do you want to do? She's still unconscious, don't bother her. Lin Xuanqing's tone was serious and his eyes were a little cold. Lin Yu replied calmly, of course, wake her up, otherwise you won't be able to eat. Because his speed was too fast, Lin Xianqing had no time to stop him. Lin Yu stretched out his sword and pointed it at Lin Jinming's brow. This acupoint is where their whole body's energy is gathered. If you are unconscious, you can quickly wake up by applying a little force. No. Are you sick? Lin Xianqing got angry on the spot. This kind of behavior of being so abusive towards family members regardless of the occasion was what she could not accept the most. Lin Qianqian and Lin Muqiu stood beside Lin Yu. As long as the eldest sister gave the order, they would throw him out. Only Lin Qianan, who was holding Lin Jinming's hand, exclaimed at this moment. "R." She could clearly feel her hand being held tightly. When she looked at Lin Jinming again, she had already opened her eyes slightly and was looking at her blankly. Am I dead? Lin Jinming asked in a hoarse voice, looking at the unfamiliar environment, and asked in confusion. This doubtful sound also shocked everyone. She was still in a coma, but Lin Yu woke her up easily with a tap. Lin Xianqing looked at Lin Yu with a strange look, as if he was looking at a weirdo. First aid knowledge also covers waking up the patient. Lin Yu stopped when he saw that things were going well, and explained with a smile, she didn't wake up, and you couldn't eat, so I had to take action slightly. The most successful way of showing off is to show off just enough. Everyone. They also couldn't imagine that Lin Yu's kung fu had already reached the level of perfection. When they thought about the fact that he was invited by Liu Yiming to give lectures at the university, they felt that he was a hidden talent. The little farce had just ended when a shocking crying scene began to unfold here. Lin Qianan lost control and threw himself into Lin Jinming's arms. His apologies one after another were heartbreaking to hear. I'm sorry, second sister. I was reckless last night. I apologize for my behavior last night. I know you don't want that to happen. At that time, I still forced you to die. Sorry. Lin Jinming's mind gradually became clear. Listening to his younger sister's apology, Lin Jinming burst into tears. You don't have to apologize, it's all my fault. If that hadn't happened, everyone would have had their mother's company. Dad doesn't have to bear so much responsibility. It's all my fault. Lin Xianqing also cried and tightly held Lin Jinming's hand, and comforted her softly. Mom is gone, and our family doesn't want to lose another loved one. No matter how difficult the hardship is, as long as the sisters are still here, this family will still be here. These words immediately dispelled the despair in Lin Jinming's heart, as if a ray of light illuminated her originally gloomy world. Lin Yu said at the right time, remember that manor? Ain also left some things for you there. I'll take you there when you're better. Lin Jinming. I can be fine now. She struggled to get up, but was stopped by Lin Qianan. Lin Yu saw that the atmosphere had warmed up and everyone was not so upset after crying. He pointed to the food on the table and said with a smile, I still have something to do. Remember to eat the food on the table. If you think it tastes good, you can spend $1 million to hire me as your chef tilde. Goodbye tilde. After saying that, he left without looking back. Only Lin Xianqing looked at his back and felt distressed. Because she already knew that Lin Yu was going to fight the Black Dragon Gang tonight. Her spy who was responsible for keeping an eye on him had already reported that many thugs had gathered at the Thunder Bar. This signal means that Lin Yu is about to take action. Looking at Lin Yu's departing back, she felt extremely distressed. She always felt that this man was not the scumbag she saw him as, but was silently guarding this family while enduring everyone's misunderstanding. You need to come back soon. Lin Xianqing shouted at him subconsciously. Lin Yu stopped and turned around with a surprised look. Lin Xianqing then changed his words, if you don't come back soon, don't come back forever. You just use my money to fool around. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yu felt warm at heart after hearing such harsh words. He also understood that Lin Xianqing was worried about him, but for the sake of this family and to prevent his daughters from being threatened, there were some things that had to be done. Thunderbar. This place closed early. The huge dance floor was already full of people. They were holding machetes, and each of them had an excited look on their face. After all, Lin Yu has raised such a large group of people for such a long time, and it is finally time for him to achieve success. Plop. The door is open. Lin Yu walked in from the door with a swagger, a cigar in his mouth, and his somewhat old face was full of majesty. He had changed from his previous unruly appearance, and now he was more like a godfather, with every move carrying a sense of oppression. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Because tonight, under his leadership, we will completely eradicate the Black Dragon Gang. Lin Yu stood on the stage, staring at everyone in the audience with proud eyes. Tonight have a good hunt. Chapter 43, You're already a drowned dog, and you still dare to challenge me. The Black Dragon Gang has dominated Sky City for too long. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes gradually became cold, and the ruthlessness in his body was also exposed at this time. It's been so long that they've started to trample on our territory and beat up our people at will. It's been so long that they don't even know their own names. Everyone was also shocked by the momentum displayed by Lin Yu. In their eyes, Lin Yu was particularly strange, so strange that they didn't even recognize him. They trampled here last night. Open your eyes and look carefully. Look carefully at the broken things here. Everyone looked at the bar that had been completely smashed and in shambles, and their anger was immediately aroused. He. Lin Yu sneered disdainfully, they actually asked me for protection money, what a joke. I ask you, do you agree or not? There was a roar of anger from below, and everyone roared in unison, no. They were usually small hooligans, and before they were recruited by Lin Yu, they were often harassed by members of the Black Dragon Gang. Now that Lin Yu has united everyone, he will surely get a huge response if he raises his arm. Good. Very good. Lin Yu clapped his hands and shouted in a deep voice, then I decide to set up the Thunder Gang. We will completely wipe out the Black Dragon Gang tonight. From now on, the Black Dragon Gang will no longer have a foothold in Xinqiang City. Everyone was shocked this was such a big deal. The golden opportunity to make achievements has come. Lin Yu shouted loudly, if you want to stand out, I'll give you a chance. You want money, fame, and status. I'll give them all to you. As long as you are brave enough, as long as you dare to fight, I will help you. So tonight is a fight for me as well as a fight for yourself. The smart thing about Lin Yu is that he knows how to make people distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Don't always think that you are doing things for the big brother by being sneaky and cunning. I will let you see the results. If you don't fight hard, you will be stepped on by others. This is also the reason why he dared to start a war with the Black Dragon Gang. With a huge reward, even if he is a cowardly ruffian, he will become a brave and fearless fighter. War. 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 There were more than 300 people off the field, and the noise was so loud that the sound of killing could hardly cover up the boiling blood in their bodies. Okay, no more nonsense. It's time to go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Lei Degu was still thinking about using his connections to get out of prison, a large group of vans rushed in front of the building where the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters was located. The security guard just wanted to go over to see who was the one who didn't blink, but a large group of young men holding knives rushed out of the vans. They were very aggressive and rushed over with knives in hand without saying a word. When the security team saw this scene, they turned around and ran away. This large group of people rushed into the building unhindered and smashed everything they saw. After smashing things up, he left in a swagger. At the same time, all the grey industries of the Black Dragon Gang were attacked. Bars, casinos, bath centers, high-end clubs, all other places were smashed and looted. If someone dared to come out to stop them, these people would become even more excited and would start chopping with knives without any hesitation. After just 1 hour's work, Lei Degu's assets and subordinates were either hospitalized or ascended to heaven. What's even more outrageous is that when he was in prison, he finally received a call from his wife, but was stunned. Hey, how do you do things? The relationship still hasn't been established and I'm still in fucking jail. Call all the numbers on my phone right now and ask them to let me out. Otherwise, just tell them, don't blame me for targeting their family members. Lei Degu was really frustrated. He had no idea who was calling and blurted out all the harsh words in one breath. It wasn't until he heard laughter coming from the other side that he suddenly realized. Har 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 har. Do all of you in the Black Dragon gang like to use other people's families to cause trouble? This is still the largest gang in Sky City. Lei Degu seemed to have been hit on a sore spot, and he jumped up and down in panic, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why are you calling me from my wife's phone?" Lin Yu answered without hesitation, "Old Wang. Lei Degu. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will kill your entire family tonight." Lin Yu laughed unscrupulously. "Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who kills whose family first." Lei Degu smelled a hint of uneasiness and also heard faint crying sounds on the phone. Did you come to my house and threaten my wife and children?" Lin Yu snapped his fingers. "It seems that you are not stupid. I'm calling you just to let you know that you're done. Please take the initiative to hand over all your properties to the Thunder Gang for $1. If you want to resist, it seems you have no chance." Lin Yu's voice became mean again, "Because I have already swept all your places tilde. Lei Degu. After working so hard for so long and finally becoming the top gang, the Black Dragon gang was destroyed overnight. If he knew that Lin Yu only took 1 hour and divided his troops into several groups to accomplish this task, he would be furious. "You're really not afraid of death? Tell me, who are you?" If he knew that he was just supporting Long Yuxuan out of a hero's reward, and that his stupid second in command went to threaten someone else's daughter, he would be beaten to pieces and feel wronged to death. "I won't change my name or surname, Scum King, Lin Yu. Lei Degu." Who would introduce themselves like this? However, when Lin Yu was mentioned, he thought of Long Yuxuan. "You are the scum who framed brother Long Xian." Hearing about Long Yuxuan's misfortune aroused his love for talent, so although he didn't know Lin Yu, he had heard of his great name. "Okay, no more nonsense. I have packed up the evidence of the crimes you have committed over the years and am busy reporting them. I asked you to give up the property because I wanted to leave a chance for your family. After all, your sister-in-law is so young, you don't want to be thrown into the river to feed the fish after being fucked, right? Lei Degu. This wave is called a two-sided attack. Lei Degu never thought that he was completely destroyed without even knowing what the other party looked like. Good. I promise you. Now he finally realized how rubbish it was to use family members as threats. But I don't accept it. Do you dare to challenge me to a real fight? Lin Yu. This guy has become a drowned dog, and he still dares to challenge me, right? Chapter 44, Life and Death are Destined. Do you dare to challenge me in a real fight? Lei Degu was not satisfied with just giving up the kingdom he had fought for, so he had to fight for it even if it meant he was in desperate need. Anyway, he still has the trump card of Long Yuxuan in his hand, and he believes that his vision of people is not bad. As long as Lin Yu dares to agree, he will be the one to die. Lin Yu scoffed at such a request. After all, he was sure to win, and it was not something he could stop from annexing Lei Degu. But if the Thunder Gang wants to gain a foothold in Sky City, they must let everyone know that the Black Dragon Gang was completely defeated in a head-on confrontation with them, instead of calling the police and using official power to get rid of it. In this line of work, the biggest taboo is to cooperate with the authorities. If one wants to establish a stronghold now, using the Black Dragon Gang as a blood sacrifice is indeed a good choice. Competition. Do you have the strength to compete with me, Lin Yu? Lin Yu also displayed the arrogance and domineering attitude that a villain should have. Lei Degu was so angry that he was shaking all over, and shouted, "I am the biggest gang in Qincheng City, and you said I have no strength. You want all my assets, you want to become famous. I'll give you this chance." He roared word by word, "Find 50 people each, find a place and let's fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Fight until one side surrenders." The two men each had their own ulterior motives, one wanted to become famous, the other wanted to turn the tide. Lin Yu snapped his fingers, "Okay, I'll give you 2 days to prepare. Don't accuse me of bullying you. You choose the time and place." After that, Lin Yu hung up the phone and turned to look at the woman squatting in the corner holding the child tightly. He changed his previous playboy attitude and gently handed the phone to the woman. "Sister-in-law, thank you for your cell phone. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. At present, all the branches of the Black Dragon Gang have fallen, and after tomorrow the fame of the Thunder Gang will spread completely." The first thing he had to do now was to select 50 elites to fight in the upcoming life and death battle. The clock struck 12 in the morning. The atmosphere in the Thunder Bar was extremely lively. Many people had bruises on their bodies, but the smiles on their faces became brighter and brighter. Yes, through this battle, they became famous and many of them received rewards. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yu standing on the stage. According to the feedback from several team leaders, we have successfully swallowed up all the assets of the Black Dragon Gang tonight. And the Black Dragon Gang was beaten to a pulp by us. Lin Yu looked at everyone with a smile. Now I declare that we will win tonight. Hoo hoo, hoo hoo. There was a thunderous roar from the audience, and hundreds of people in the venue were all dancing with excitement. But not long after he was happy, Lin Yu announced the next task. But, with the heavy word "but" uttered, the thunderous cheers came to an abrupt end. This only hurt their bones and muscles, it's not enough to destroy them. Everyone. They didn't know how many people they had chopped down tonight, and they didn't show any mercy to those who should be beaten. Do they still dare to disobey? I called the leader of the Black Dragon Gang tonight and he said he refused to accept the decision. He. Lin Yu sneered a few times, his expression full of sarcasm. He actually dared to say that he was dissatisfied. Everyone's eyes turned fierce. You don't want to be beaten, right? Then beat me a few more times. He asked me to find 50 people and go to a place for a fight to the death in 2 days. I wonder if you have the courage. As soon as the words fell, there was a roar of applause. Have. Their morale is high at the moment, and they would not hesitate even if Lei Degu came to fight now. Lin Yu was also good at winning people's hearts, and he clapped his hands. Since it is available, then use hard power to fight for it. I will let several captains fight you with fists. Whoever obtains their qualifications will be able to participate. Anyone who is injured or bruised, please don't join in the fun. The captains mentioned by Lin Yu were the ones standing in the front of the crowd: Da Xingfa, Bai Mao, Crow, Chen Guilin, Senior Brother Du and Shui Liu, Chen Hanan, Lian Kuan, Wu Ying, and Zhang Jin the thug in a suit. These are the villains in the movie, or the most awesome people. It is up to them to choose the best option at the moment. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward, and Lin Yu also took out the prize at the right time. Also tell me about this reward. Those who qualify will be directly rewarded with 500,000. If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat more grass. For these dwarf mules, being elected will earn them 500,000 yuan. Isn't that much better than asking for protection money? Wow! The whole audience exclaimed in delight, and their eyes became even more passionate. In addition, Lin Yu stretched out a finger. Don't worry, Tilder. If you win, you will be rewarded 1 million directly, plus dividends from the gang. This reward made everyone unable to sit still. Not only will you get another 1 million reward, you can even be supported by the gang until you die. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing such a good thing? Me, I want to participate now. What a pity. I was injured just now, so I am not eligible to participate at all. Oh my, this reward is so tempting, but I'm also afraid of death. I've been learning boxing for so many years, and it's finally useful. Some of the dwarf mules were happy while others were worried. After all, how could they miss out on such a tempting reward? Now I declare that the auditions officially begin. Everyone. They thought it would start tomorrow, but who would have thought that Lin Yu would hold auditions now? They began to circle around the captains with excited expressions. Da Xing Fa also gradually lost himself in the voices of Brother Fa. As Lin Yu walked down the stage, he was stopped by an old man and a young boy. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw the appearance of the person who came. Brother, they are not worthy of choosing me, only you can choose. The young guy had an untidy beard and looked like a homeless person who hadn't taken a shower for several days. The old one, on the other hand, is bald and has a neurotic old self grinning foolishly. Lin Yu smiled calmly. You think you are qualified, right? The old man didn't waste any words and said calmly, yes. Lin Yu laughed. You should know that being selected can kill people. The young man whispered coldly, it's a matter of life and death, and it depends on who is better. The old man was even more direct, hit me. Lin Yu. It's really cool. Lin Yu spread his hands and made a gesture of invitation. If you want to gain my approval, then show your true abilities. Both of you. Both of them. Chapter 45, I'll allocate 1 billion to you. When the two heard Lin Yu take the initiative to challenge him to a fight, they were stunned at first, then they looked at each other and bowed to Lin Yu. My name is Feng Yuxiu, and I am here to learn from you. I am the fire cloud evil god, hit me. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, their auras were completely different. They looked so weak just now, but now they are so domineering, like two sharp blades drawn from their sheaths. Lin Yu did not fear the battle. He released his 100 years of cultivation, like an awakened mad dragon, staring coldly at the two vicious tigers who were eyeing him covetously. He spread his hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, and made a move to attack. Drink! Feng Yuxiu, who took the lead, let out a loud shout, raised his foot and kicked Lin Yu's face fiercely. Lin Yu nimbly dodged to the side, and the fire cloud evil god's straight punch came swiftly, intending to take him down with one move. Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Even with 100 years of cultivation, the speed of these people's attack was still too slow. He didn't defend himself, but chose to fight head-on, raised his fist and shouted, "Dragon Fist!" A red gas exploded from his fist, like an awakened mad dragon, and collided fiercely with the fist of Fire Cloud Evil God. Boom! When the two fists touched, a strong gust of air blew out in the air. Feng Yuxiu, who had not yet retracted his legs, was thrown to the ground. The Fire Cloud Evil God fell backwards heavily like a kite with a broken string. Plop! In a split second, the two men landed at the same time. The younger brothers who were originally enthusiastically participating in the audition were all shocked when they saw their big brother making such a fuss. It was just a brief confrontation, and Lin Yu beat the two of them like this. Feng Yuxiu and Huiyan Evil God wanted to stand up and fight, but they were stopped by Lin Yu. You passed. They both. When Lin Yu met the two of them, he already recognized them. The reason why they chose to fight with them was to convince them, and even to shock the hooligans at the scene. The boss can convince people with virtue, and if they are not convinced, he also knows a little bit of boxing and kicking tilde. Thank you, brother. The two of them shouted in unison and were completely subdued by Lin Yu. Lin Yu believed that with the addition of these two ruthless men, the battle the day after tomorrow would definitely be won. The other side. Lin Xianqing, who was anxiously waiting for a call at home, had been feeling uneasy for a long time. No one knew better than her what Lin Yu was going to do tonight. What time is it? Why is there still no news? She was eager to know what the outcome of Lin Yu's battle tonight would be. If he died, I would be willing to spend all my wealth to avenge him. Ding ding ding. The cell phone that I had been holding for a long time finally rang at this moment. But at the moment when the phone rang, Lin Xianqing hesitated. Her heart was in suspense and she was constantly worried if her father died, or fell into their hands, would she still be able to remain calm? She kept adjusting her breathing, trying to control her trembling hands, and finally pressed the answer button. Hello. Is there any progress? An excited female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, President. Boss Lin is really amazing. I don't know where he found hundreds of people to destroy all the territories of the Black Dragon Gang. He also went to Lei Degu's house and searched for a lot of criminal evidence. Lei Degu was forced into a corner, and finally. When Lin Xianqing heard about the great victory, the joy on his face was beyond words and his heart was beating wildly with excitement. What happened in the end? In the future, Thunder Group can roll up its sleeves and work hard without being subjected to unwarranted blackmail. In the end, Lei Degu still refused to give in. It is said that he made an appointment with General Lin to send out 50 men each in 2 days. No matter life or death, fight until one side surrenders. If Lei Degu loses, he is willing to give up everything. If Mr. Lin loses, then give up everything and quit the underground world. Lin Xianqing. She couldn't help but get nervous. How dare you agree to such a condition? Lin Yu has the upper hand in terms of the situation between the two sides. Why should he give others a chance to catch their breath at this time? If he loses, it won't be as simple as just quitting the underground world. He will also have to face Lei Degu's crazy attacks and revenge. At this point, she could only trust Lin Yu once more and hope that he could hold on. The phone call just ended. There was a noise at the door. Lin Xianqing knew that Lin Yu had returned, so he hurried downstairs and rushed directly to him. Lin Yu had a cigar in his mouth at this time, looking very proud. Oh, you knew I was coming, so you rushed out to greet me. Har 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 tilde, you are worthy of being my good daughter. Lin Xianqing was in no mood to listen to his nonsense, and angrily scolded, Old man, are you sick? You've obviously already gained the upper hand, why should I give you a chance? Do you know what will happen to you if you lose the day after tomorrow? Lin Yu did not answer. Looking at his daughter's anxious face, he felt warm in his heart. He stretched lazily, sat directly on the sofa, and said with a smile, "Are you worried about me? How could you know that I have to do more than just defeat the Black Dragon Gang?" Lin Xianqing? An extremely crazy idea suddenly appeared in Lin Xuanqing's mind. She widened her eyes in surprise and shouted, You don't want to be the next Black Dragon Gang. You want to be the boss of the underground world of Sky City." Lin Yu nodded unequivocally, "Yes, I have already founded a gang, it's called the Thunder Gang." Lin Xianqing took a half step back and shook his head repeatedly, "Crazy, you must be crazy. There are so many shady industries. If you get caught, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in jail." Lin Yu sighed sadly and expressed his feelings. "Because your business is growing stronger, everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Our family is not as good as those aristocratic families. With only money but no backing, it is still very inconvenient to get things done." There was a hint of sharpness in Lin Yu's eyes, which was the first time Lin Xianqing saw such a look. "So I want to clear the obstacles for you and protect you. Because we're family, aren't we?" The word family made Lin Xianqing burst into tears. Ever since her mother died, she has always shown her strong side because she knows that her younger sisters need her support. But what about herself? Who can she rely on? Now, everything Lin Yu did made her feel warm. Lin Xianqing took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and stared at him righteously and said, "Since we are family, we should also form a united front. I'll allocate 1 billion to you." This sentence completely shocked Lin Yu. "Damn it, you wanted to kill me a few days ago, and now you're throwing 1 billion at me.